Chapter 1121. Snow Flood Dragon King? Ning Xiuma began to worry. This Snow Flood Dragon King looked like it had reached Earth rank level 9. Furthermore, there was a faint halo around its body. It seemed like it would break through Earth rank level 9 and become a Snow Flood Dragon in a few days. Jian Huang was Earth rank level 7. Tian Xueqing was Earth rank level 2, and there was also Shui Mo who was a burden. How could they fight against the Snow Flood Dragon King that was close to becoming a dragon? Should she make a move? She already had shadow in her heart. Yin Ziyuan and Yi Feng's tragic ending made her wonder if she was really a jinx. If she interfered with someone's matter, that person would have a tragic ending because of her. However, Jian Huang was already surrounded by danger. Even Tian Xueqing, who was not of a high rank, no longer protected Shui Mo. She began to rush forward to fight against the Snow Flood Dragon King together with Jian Huang. They were really at the end of the road. Ning Xiuma's fingers unconsciously clenched tightly. Shun Julie, who was at the side, quietly looked at her as a trace of deep thought flashed past his eyes. He originally thought that she would rush forward without hesitation, but she did not. This was not in line with her usual style of doing things. She really had a very deep shadow in her heart. Ning Xiuma suddenly thought of something. She turned around and pulled Shun Julie's sleeve. Great God, aren't you going to save them? If she let the great God go and save them without her, wouldn't that be the end of it? Shun Julie looked at her and lightly said, I'm not going. Ning Xiuma opened her mouth. Just as she was about to say something, he added, But you can go. Ning Xiuma's eyes darkened. Her lips moved slightly as if she was swallowing something. In the end, she lowered her eyes and did not say anything. Shun Julie sighed and rubbed her head. He casually glanced at the situation in the distance and lightly said, Jian Huang will lose in less than 20 moves. Losing meant death. Jian Huang's entire body was soaked in sweat. When the cold wind blew, his clothes instantly froze and stuck tightly to his body. He knew that he was about to lose, and once he lost, then Tian Xueqing and Shui Mo would definitely be buried here. He couldn't lose. Although the gigantic beast in front of him was riddled with wounds, they were all minor injuries. It was still very spirited. On the other hand, his psychokinesis seemed to be running out, and his entire body seemed to be drained of energy. The Snow Flood Dragon was impervious to everything. The swords and sabers only left a shallow cut on its body, which was not enough to endanger it all. Moreover, the small but dense wounds angered the Snow Flood Dragon King even more, causing its battle intent to soar even higher. The monster looked up to the sky and roared. Looking at the battered and exhausted Su Chun, it seemed to be sneering at him, laughing at him for overestimating himself, laughing at him for putting up a stubborn resistance. Tian Xueqing took advantage of the time when the monster's attention was on Jian Huang to carefully climb onto the Snow Flood Dragon's back. The Snow Flood Dragon was so huge that it almost couldn't sense a tiny person like her. Therefore, Tian Xueqing wasn't discovered by the Snow Flood Dragon King. However, when Jian Huang saw the green figure on the Snow WRM King's body, his eyes widened. Does this woman want to die? He wanted to scold her and ask her to come down, but he was afraid that the Snow Flood Dragon King would discover her. While he was in a dilemma, he saw Tian Xueqing gradually climb onto the Snow Flood Dragon King's back. His face was slightly pale, and he suddenly coughed violently as if he was injured. When he finally stopped coughing, he awkwardly retreated a few steps. The person in front of him was already extremely weak, and he was about to have a good meal. The Snow Flood Dragon King focused all of its attention on Jian Huang, and every move it made closed in on him. Chapter 1122. Tian Xueqing was also slowly approaching the center of the Snow WRM King's back. She had already seen a small reverse scale on the Snow WRM King's back. That might be its weak spot. Just as Tian Xueqing was about to stab its reverse scale, the Snow WRM King seemed to have sensed something and stopped in its tracks. It let out a furious roar and shook its body violently. It wanted to shake off this person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and trample her to death. The Snow WRM King's sudden movement caused Tian Shueqing's sword to miss its target and only scratch the side of its back. But this time, the Snow WRM King jumped up as if its tail was stepped on. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of its back, and it instantly flew up into the sky. It shuddered up and down. The scales on the Snow WRM King's back were slippery, and there was no place for her to grab onto. Tian Shueqing hugged onto the reverse scale tightly. The Snow WRM King had already brought her up into the sky. If she was careless and fell down, she would definitely be smashed into pieces. Ji Yanhuang's face suddenly turned pale. He immediately flew over on his sword, wanting to save Tian Shueqing. However, the Snow WRM King was too fast, and he could not catch up. The Snow WRM King was a strong snake since birth and was invincible in all snake nests. No creature had ever dared to touch its reverse scale, not to mention being held on by it. It roared angrily and suddenly dived down. Its speed was as fast as a cannonball as it wanted to throw Tian Shueqing off. Tian Shueqing could no longer hold onto the reverse scale, and her body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The Snow WRM King stretched out a claw and grabbed her, holding her in its claws. Her arm was cut by the sharp claws, and fresh blood kept flowing out. The Snow WRM King opened its bloody mouth and wanted to tear Tian Shueqing into pieces. Ji Yanhuang's speed was raised to the maximum, but he was still a distance away from the Snow WRM King. He could only watch as Tian Shueqing was about to be sent into the Snow WRM King's bloody mouth. Ning Xiuma wanted to rush out, but Shun Juli stopped her. Don't rush. Don't rush. If she didn't make a move now, Tian Shueqing would be fed to the Snow WRM King. Ning Xiuma was just about to charge out without caring about anything else when she realized that the Snow WRM King had suddenly stopped moving. Then it used its big nose to sniff Tian Shueqing and let out an earth-shattering sneeze. Then it threw her out in disgust. Then, as if he was allergic, he sneezed 3 or 4 times in a row. What was wrong with the Snow WRM King? How could he throw away the delicious meal that was already in his mouth? Ning Xiuma heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was a little confused. Shun Juli seemed to have noticed her confusion and said, Tian Shueqing is a medicine man. Ning Xiuma suddenly had an idea. This Snow Flood Dragon King must be treating her like a plant. The Snow Flood Dragon was a carnivore, and Tian Shueqing was a herbalist. The Snow Flood Dragon must have thought that she was a plant that had turned into a demon. That was why it threw her out in disgust. Ji Yanhuang finally caught Tian Shueqing before she fell to the ground, but the Snow WRM King's strength was too great. He carried her and retreated a few steps before stopping. Tian Shueqing was in his embrace, and the two of them were very close, but her expression was distant. She looked at Ji Yanhuang and lightly said, Thank you for your highness' help. Ji Yanhuang looked at her in different expression and became angry. He coldly looked at her. Do you think that this king wanted to save you? Tian Shueqing's heart ached, but she still smiled. Naturally, we didn't save me. Chapter 11:23. Her life was still connected to Ji Yanhuang's. If she died, he wouldn't be able to live either. If it wasn't for this relationship, with how much Ji Yanhuang hated her, he would have wished for her to die in the mouth of the Snow Flood Dragon. Even she hated herself and hated her identity as a medicine person. When she was sent into the mouth of the Snow Flood Dragon, she heaved a sigh of relief as if she could finally be free. She could no longer think about it, no longer humiliate herself. Unfortunately, the Snow Flood Dragon also hated her aura and threw her back to reality. When Ji Yanhuang saw the smile on Tian Shueqing's lips, his heart ached for no reason. He suddenly flung her away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tian Shueqing was completely unprepared and was flung away. She fiercely fell to the ground, and the sharp stones pierced her skin. Blood immediately flowed out, and the sharp pain made her want to jump up. However, Tian Shueqing only paused for a moment, and her expression didn't even change. She had endured pain that was 10,000 times more painful than this, so she didn't care about this small injury at all. The Snow Flood Dragon King had already lost interest in Tian Xueqing. It was now interested in Ji Yin Huang, who was obviously exhausted. It was immensely proud of itself and felt that victory was already in its grasp. It suddenly had a cat-like thought and wanted to tease this prey at the end of its road. It opened its mouth and shot out a water arrow. Ning Xuema calculated the speed of this water arrow. It wasn't very fast, and Ji Yin Huang would definitely be able to dodge it. However, Shui Mo had unknowingly moved to the front. When she saw that Ji Yin Huang was in danger, she screamed and pounced forward, wanting to use her body to block the arrow for Ji Yin Huang. Ji Yin Huang was miserable. Originally, he could have dodged it, but now he couldn't. The water arrow was already in front of his eyes. He could only pull Shui Mo back, but he couldn't dodge it. Yin Mo turned pale with fright. Just as she was about to cry out in alarm, a green shadow flashed by. Shui Mo's body was kicked flying, and Ji Yin Huang was sent flying along with her. Tian Xueqing kicked the two of them away and couldn't dodge in time. She could only raise her hand to block the arrow. The Snow Flood Dragon King's water arrow was very powerful and instantly pierced her shoulder blade. She groaned and retreated a few steps. Blood flowed down her body, and she slowly fell to the ground. All three of them had lost their ability to fight. The Snow Wyrm King proudly flashed its fangs. Those fangs sparkled under the sunlight, and Shui Mo fainted with a single glance. Ji Yin Huang's face was deathly pale. His psychokinesis had long been exhausted, and his physical strength was also at its limit. He couldn't even move a finger. Could it be that the three of them were really going to die here? He looked at Tian Xueqing, who was not far away, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Shun Julie waved his sleeves, and Ning Xuema felt a strong gust of wind throwing her out. Shun Julie smiled faintly and said, "Go, Xuema. It's your turn." Ning Xuema, who was unexpectedly thrown out, was speechless. "Guru, do you dare to change your lines?" Just as the Snow Wyrm King was about to open its belly and enjoy this delicious meal, a red shadow suddenly flashed before its eyes. Its speed was shockingly fast, leaving behind only an afterimage. By the time it reacted, Snow Wyrm King, who dared to steal its meal? The Snow Wyrm King roared to the sky and chased after the red shadow. Suddenly, it heard a delicate shout, "Little Apple." It saw the red shadow throw its meal into the air. The Snow Wyrm King was delighted, thinking that she had thrown its meal, and ran away. Chapter 1124. The Snow Flood Dragon King was only interested in the white figure on the right. It wasn't interested in the green figure on the left. It was a carnivore. It definitely wouldn't stoop to eating a plant. It hurriedly stretched out its mouth to grab the person on the right. However, the angle that Ning Xuema threw was too tricky. Its head swayed from left to right, unable to reach the person. Just as it was about to take a bite, a blue qilin suddenly flashed and snatched the person from under its nose. The Snow Flood Dragon King. Just as it was about to forget about eating plants, the blue qilin flashed again. Very good. Now there was no plant to eat. Ning Xuema finally threw the fainted little girl to Little Apple. The Snow Flood Dragon King suddenly grabbed it. Just as it was about to swallow Shui Mo, the blue qilin flashed by like a nightmare. Then it successfully snatched the person from the Snow Flood Dragon King's mouth and ran away. The Snow Flood Dragon King flew into a rage. Ning Xuema looked at Little Apple running toward the great god with the three people. She let out a sigh of relief. That was close. The three people almost became the Snow Flood Dragon King's lunch. The Snow Flood Dragon King spread its wings and chased after the despicable blue qilin that stole its lunch. Kirin looked at the Snow Flood Dragon King that was about to catch up. It was almost indignant. Why did its sacred and mighty qilin have to run away every time it saw a Snow Flood Dragon that wasn't even a dragon? Last time, it was still able to shake off the Snow Flood Dragon. Why was it running so fast this time? It was about to catch up to Kirin. Moreover, why did this Snow Flood Dragon grow wings? Who allowed it to grow wings? This was against the rules. Against the rules. Ning Xiuma pulled out the Ame piercer and flew into the air. She stabbed it towards the Snow Flood Dragon King's reverse scale. At the same time, she shouted, "Hey, blockhead, your opponent is me." The Snow Flood Dragon King naturally didn't want its weak spot to be stabbed. It could only give up on the food that was about to reach its mouth and turn around to fight. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fire. It wanted to give this little person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a painful lesson. Ning Xiuma suddenly jumped back to avoid the raging fire. She made a sound of surprise and suddenly laughed. "Silly big guy, you're so pitiful. You're so angry that you're on fire? TSK, TSK, how pitiful." The Snow WYRM King was about to go mad with anger. How could the mighty and intelligent Snow WYRM King be associated with a blockhead? It swung its claws at Ning Xiuma. The little person who dared to provoke it just stood there with a smile, not even bothering to dodge. Ji and Huang, who was in a safe zone not too far away, felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. He shouted, "Xiuma, dodge!" But it was too late. The Snow WYRM King's claw had already slammed down, raising a huge curtain of snow, and a strand of blood gradually spurted out. Ji and Huang's face was ashen. With that claw, would Xiuma still be alive? Tian Xueqing's indifferent expression finally cracked. "Xiuma," the Snow WYRM King suddenly jumped up with one leg. The claw that it raised was pierced by a wooden spike that was as tall as a person. It fiercely pierced through the Snow WYRM King's claw, causing it to jump around in pain. Wooden spike? What was going on? Everyone was dazzled by this sudden change and couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment. A red figure appeared in the sky. Ning Xiuma's red dress fluttered in the wind, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Her smile was beautiful and arrogant. "Silly big guy, does her leg hurt? You actually dare to slap me?" She was an Earth Stage Level 6 late-stage genius. How could she be slapped to death by it? Chapter 1125. She had only used the wood element in the air to create a substitute. That fellow didn't even look at her before slapping her with its claws. Ning Xiuma had read a lot of comics in her previous life. She had already mastered some of the moves in those comics. When the Snow Flood Dragon King heard the sound, it opened its mouth and spat out an enormous water pillar. Ning Xiuma's figure flashed and dodged it. She raised her hand and instantly congealed over 100 wooden swords. With a schwa sound, they flew towards the Snow Flood Dragon King from all directions. The Snow WYRM King laughed, as if it was laughing at the fact that she wanted to use small wooden swords to hurt it. Didn't she know that the Snow WYRM King's fire could burn off all the wooden swords? It opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. The fire burned off some of the wooden swords, but most of the wooden swords pierced into the Snow WYRM King's body. The Snow WYRM King's skin was rough and thick, so it didn't matter if the swords pierced into other parts of its body. Only its back was guarded tightly, so only a few wooden swords pierced into its body. It was of the fire and water attributes, while Ning Xiuma was of the wood and fire attributes. In this case, the Snow WYRM King's attributes could counter Ning Xiuma's attributes. This round of attacks seemed to be ineffective, but Ning Xiuma didn't panic. Instead, her lips curled up slightly. This matter needed to be done slowly. The Snow WYRM King spread its wings and flew into the sky. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma stood there without dodging. She smiled as she watched the Snow WYRM King rapidly approaching her. Just as the Snow WYRM King was about to bite down, it suddenly paused. This human tricked it the last time, causing a wooden spike to pierce into its leg. It hadn't pulled it out yet. It thought for a while and closed its mouth. However, it didn't expect the human in front of it to be real. Just as the Snow WYRM King closed its mouth, a green light suddenly shot into its mouth. The Snow WYRM King howled in pain as a long and thick wooden spike pierced its mouth. The pain was unbearable, and it even felt a little itchy. In its rage, it didn't think much and continued to extend its claws, wanting to slap Ning Xiuma to death. The moment Ning Xiuma sent out her wooden swords, she disappeared without a trace. Then, she suddenly appeared right above the Snow Flood Dragon King's back. With lightning speed, she condensed over 100 wooden swords and stabbed them towards the Snow Flood Dragon King's reverse scale. The Snow Wyrm King seemed to have sensed something. It tried to dodge, but for some reason, it suddenly felt dizzy and powerless. Hundreds of wooden spikes pierced into its back, and 4 to 5 wooden spikes pierced into its reverse scale. The Snow Wyrm King howled in pain as blood gushed out from its reverse scale. The Snow Wyrm King tried its best to escape, but its wings were powerless. In the end, it could no longer support itself and crashed heavily onto the ground. Its back hit the ground first, and hundreds of wooden spikes pierced into its flesh. It howled in pain again, but this time its voice was much softer. The snow under its body had already been dyed red, with a tinge of green. The Snow Wyrm King's mouth also started to spit out blood, but it was all green blood that was suffused with an ominous glow. Ning Xiuma's attributes were indeed suppressed by the Snow Wyrm King. But don't forget that she was also a poison doctor. In this half a year of cultivation, she hadn't been idle. She had refined quite a number of poisons. The Snow Wyrm King's back had been poisoned by 3 to 4 different poisons, and the wooden spike in its mouth had been stained with a bottle of poison. Even though the Snow Wyrm King had thick skin and thick nerves, it was still paralyzed by the poison. This gave Ning Xiuma the chance to pierce its weak point. Chapter 1126. Today, it had gone against Ning Xiuma. In any case, it would either be poisoned to death or stabbed to death. After Ning Xiuma saw that the Snow Wyrm King had indeed breathed its last, she clapped her hands and smiled as she gave the great god an okay gesture. It indicated that she had successfully completed her task. Then, she wanted to fly over to check on Tian Xueqing and the rest's injuries. Shunjili looked at her flying over in high spirits and smiled faintly. He waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind blew her back to the Snow Wyrm King's side. Amidst the whistling wind, Shunjuli's voice was exceptionally clear, as though it was right beside her ear. Retrieve the crystal pillar from the Snow Wyrm King's body. Ning Xiuma, all right, since the great god had instructed her, she would just do as he said. Shunjili had unknowingly appeared beside her and was leisurely supervising her. She was panting as she dug out the crystal pillar and asked, "Great God, how are Ji Yin Huang and Tian Xueqing?" Shunjili casually said, "Don't worry, they won't die." Ning Xiuma, all right, as long as they won't die. Kirin flew over with the 3 people on its back. With a shake of its body, it threw the 3 people down. Ji Yin Huang sat on the ground and was about to meditate when he suddenly thought of something. He looked around and saw Shui Mo lying quietly beside him. He was startled and realized that Tian Xueqing, who was supposed to be beside him, was sitting in the snow some distance away from him. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her face was pale. She was quietly meditating. She was severely injured, and her arm and shoulder were still bleeding profusely. Ordinary medicine had no effect on her at all. Only he had medicine that was specially made for medicine men. However, she was avoiding him like he was a fierce beast and was not even willing to stay by his side. Ji Yin Huang's heart was suddenly filled with anger. This must be her trick to make him feel sorry for her. She was even playing hard to get and staying so far away from him. He wanted to see how long she could last. In the end, she would definitely take the initiative to run over. Ji Yin Huang fiercely averted his gaze. He could not be deceived by her delicate appearance. Shui Mo groaned and slowly woke up. When she saw Ji Yin Huang beside her, she abruptly hugged his arm. "Big brother Yin Huang." Whoa, Shimo is so scared. Shimo almost couldn't see Big brother Yin Huang again. Ji Yin Huang pulled her into his embrace and comforted her in a low voice. Mo, don't be afraid. Everything is fine now." Shui suddenly hissed, and her brows furrowed slightly. When she raised her head again, her large eyes were already filled with tears, and her voice was filled with grievance. "Big brother Yin Huang, Mo's body hurts." Ji Yin Huang's psychokinesis circulated around Shui Mo's body, but there didn't seem to be any wounds. "What does it hurt?" Shui Mo said pitifully. My knee is bruised." "It hurts," Ji and Huang frowned. "What happened? Did Tian Shuiching not take good care of you?" He couldn't help but look at Tian Shuiching, who was not far away, and suddenly realized that she was quietly looking at him. Her ink-black eyes were heavy and emotionless. Shui Mo shook her head. "No, Big Sister Shuiching protected me very well. In order to protect me, Big Sister Shuiching pushed me out. I was careless and knocked against the rock." Ji and Huang coldly questioned Tian Shuiching. "Is what Shui Mo said true? What else do you have to say?" Although he knew that Tian Shuiching was also protecting Shui Mo, Ji and Huang couldn't help but speak sharply when he saw her indifferent expression. Chapter 11:27. Tian Shuiching lowered her eyes slightly and felt a stab of pain in her heart. After half a year of being misunderstood and wronged, she still had not gotten used to it. After a while, she looked up and her expression darkened. With an indifferent expression, she said, "I have nothing to say." Ji and Huang was a little upset. Seeing that blood was still seeping out of Shui Mo's wound, he became even more upset. His voice instantly turned cold. "Why are you still standing there? You pushed Shui Mo down and injured her. Why aren't you healing her?" Shui Mo helplessly tugged at Ji and Huang's sleeve and was so anxious that he almost cried. "Big brother Yin Huang, don't blame Big Sister Shuiching. Big Sister Shuiching also has many injuries on her body. On most small injuries." Ji and Huang pulled out his sleeve. "Don't say any more." Shui Mo was so scared that she kept quiet. Tian Shuiching suddenly felt that it was a little ironic. Was she so pitiful that she was pitted to the point of being pitted by a little girl? "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care anymore. It's going to end soon." Tian Shuiching silently walked over. With a flip of her hand, a sharp dagger appeared in her palm. Without any change in her expression, she made a cut on her arm. The wound that had stopped bleeding earlier immediately started to bleed again. Ji and Huang was speechless. He almost wanted to strangle the woman in front of him. His eyes were about to burst into flames. "Tian Shuiching, are you doing this on purpose? You could have just cut a small wound. Are you trying to trick me?" Before the old wound on her arm healed, new wounds were added to it. Bright red blood kept flowing out. It was a little dazzling for him. However, as if she did not feel it, she pulled Shui Mo's leg over and dripped the blood on her knee. The small wound on Shui Mo's knee emitted a faint halo. In the halo, Shui Mo's wound gradually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as smooth as before. After Tian Shuiching finished dripping the blood, her face became even paler. It was almost the same color as the surrounding snow. She did not even look at Ji and Huang. She closed her eyes and quietly meditated. Ji and Huang was completely ignored. His face turned slightly green from anger. "You purposely made this appearance for me to see, right? Tian Shuiching, you are really scheming." Tian Shuiching suddenly opened her eyes and smiled faintly. "You flatter me." Although she was smiling, her eyes were filled with sorrow. How did she end up like this? Half a year of being the crown princess was like purgatory, and all of her love had been worn away. Ji Yin Huang choked. After a long while, he threw over a small bottle and coldly said, "Don't die on the road. No one will collect your corpse." Ning Xiuma almost wanted to slap Ji Yin Huang to death. What was he saying? She wanted to discipline him, but now was not the time to be distracted. Tian Shuiching's face was pale, and her eyes were as dark as ink. She kept smiling and nodded. "All right, I won't die on the road. Your Highness can rest assured." With that, she picked up the ointment and applied it on herself. Her actions affected her wound, but she only paused for a moment. She didn't even frown before continuing to apply the ointment. Ning Xiuma had already dug out the crystal pillar inside the Snow Wyrm King's body. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "Great God, there are actually 2 crystal pillars inside the Snow Wyrm King's body, 1 ice and 1 fire." Shun Jili took a look and waved his hand. The 2 crystal pillars were taken out and placed neatly on Ning Xiuma's palm. The great god's words were simple but crucial. Absorb. Ning Xiuma could only sit cross-legged and slowly absorb the energy in the crystal pillars. Chapter 1128. Water was wood. The crystal pillar nourished the wood element in her body, and the fire element was naturally absorbing the fire crystal pillar at the same time. As the two crystal pillars were gradually absorbed, Ning Xiuma felt that her power had increased a little. It was as if there was an endless amount of psychokinesis in her body. She looked at Tian Xueqing, who was applying medicine to her wounds, and an idea came to her mind. A green light was emitted and gently enveloped Tian Xueqing. After a while, she withdrew her technique and asked with a smile, "Xueqing, are you feeling better?" Tian Xueqing felt that the pain in her body seemed to have lessened a lot. She smiled faintly and felt a warmth in her heart. "Xiuma, thank you." Ning Xiuma smiled and shifted her gaze to Ji Yinhuang. She casually healed him and waved her hand. "No need to thank me." Ji Yinhuang looked at her with a complicated gaze. "Xiuma." Seeing Han Shangyue, who was beside her, his gaze darkened. He then asked softly, "Are you all right?" It was a normal greeting. Ning Xiuma was about to reply when Kirin suddenly shouted as if he had discovered a new continent. "Master! Master! Don't you think this little girl looks a little like you when you were young? I was wondering why she looked so familiar just now." Ning Xiuma was stunned. She carefully looked at Shui Mo, and her heart sank. She was wondering why she felt that this little girl looked so familiar when she first saw her. Kirin saw Ning Xiuma's slightly gloomy expression, and his heart thumped. He immediately said loudly, "Of course, only a little bit, just a little bit." Shui Mo's face was slightly similar to Ning Xiuma's, especially the expression when Shui Mo tilted her head and looked at people. Ji Yinhuang's face instantly turned pale. He had found a substitute who looked slightly similar to Xiuma. He originally thought that it would not be discovered, but he did not expect to be exposed in front of everyone. Shui Mo helplessly grabbed Ji Yinhuang's sleeve, as if she did not understand why everyone's gaze was suddenly focused on her. She shrunk behind Ji Yinhuang and said softly, "Brother Yinhuang." At this moment, Ji Yinhuang could not hear Shui Mo at all. His mind was filled with random thoughts. How would Xiuma react? Would she cut ties with him? Ning Xiuma faintly glanced at Ji Yinhuang and sighed. "You should properly cherish Xueqing." Ning Xiuma didn't want to get involved in their affairs. She still remembered the last time she interfered, so she wouldn't interfere this time. She pulled Shun Julie's hand and said with an indifferent expression, "Guru, let's go." The two of them left hand in hand. Ji Yinhuang's lips moved. He wanted to urge them to stay, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. He could only stare blankly as the two of them walked away. Their figures slowly disappeared into the horizon. Tian Xueqing looked at him quietly, a complicated look flashing through her dark eyes. She loved Ji Yinhuang, but she couldn't get him. On the other hand, he loved Xiuma, but Xiuma treated him like a normal friend. It was truly a miraculous cycle of reincarnation. He injured himself, and Xiuma hurt him. This should be retribution. Tian Xueqing looked at Ji Yinhuang's pale face and suddenly felt a burst of joy. This joy was accompanied by heartache, causing her heart to tighten. She suddenly lowered her head and coughed incessantly. Her voice was heart-wrenching. She covered her mouth with her hand and coughed for a long time before she stopped. When Ji Yinhuang saw her like this, his heart was in a mess. It was as if he was annoyed, but at the same time, his heart ached for her. He asked dryly, "What's wrong?" Tian Xueqing's palm was a little red. She replied as if nothing had happened. "Nothing." She secretly wiped the blood off her palm on the snow. Chapter 1129. She stood up and said indifferently, "Let's continue on our way." Ji Yinhuang stood up and did not even look at Tian Xueqing. He pulled Shui Mo and walked forward. Tian Xueqing silently followed behind him. The wind in the snowy plains was strong, and Shui Mo could not stand the cold air. Ji Yinhuang set up a barrier to isolate himself from Shui Mo and the wind. Shui Mo mumbled, "Brother Yinhuang, Sister Xueqing is also very cold. You should set up a barrier for her too." Ji Yinhuang turned around to look at Tian Xueqing. Seeing that her expression was still indifferent, he turned back and continued to talk to Mo. Tian Shueching felt cold all over. The wind in the snowy plains was bone-chilling, and she almost lost consciousness. She looked in front and saw that Shui Mo looked very comfortable inside the barrier. He was talking and laughing with Ji Yunhuang as they walked forward. A snowflake fell on her hair. Ji Yunhuang raised his hand and brushed it away for her. His every action was filled with affection. Tian Shueching looked away. She knew that she would never have this kind of warmth. The cold wind stimulated the hidden injuries in her body, and she could not help but cough again. Ji Yunhuang subconsciously turned around and saw her wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. He stopped in his tracks. Shui Mo curiously turned around, but Tian Shueching had already returned to normal. She pulled Ji Yunhuang's sleeve and asked, "Brother Yunhuang, what's wrong?" Ji Yunhuang's footsteps only paused for a moment before he continued to hold Shui Mo's hand and walked forward. He said calmly, "Nothing." However, when Shui Mo spoke to him again, Ji Yunhuang would only answer one sentence out of every 10 sentences she said. He seemed to be absent-minded. After a while, Ji Yunhuang suddenly raised his hand, and a white light instantly enveloped Tian Shueching. The wind and snow around her immediately weakened. Did Ji Yunhuang set up a barrier for her? Tian Shueching looked at him in astonishment. After a while, she quietly said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Ji Yunhuang did not pay attention to her and continued to talk with Shui Mo. Tian Shueching's voice floated in the wind and sounded a little lonely. She slightly lowered her eyes and told herself not to think too much. He was just taking pity on her. Her warm heart turned cold again, just like the words that fell into the wind, and no one answered. The three of them walked for another half a day. After all, Shui Mo was still a child and could not endure such trekking. She could not take it anymore and staggered. If Ji Yunhuang had not caught her in time, she would have fallen to the ground. Shui Mo looked at Ji Yunhuang pitifully. "Big brother Yunhuang, Mo is so tired." Ji Yunhuang looked at the frail Tian Shueching behind him and said, "Then let's rest for a while." The three of them sat down. Tian Shueching and Ji Yunhuang were meditating, but Shui Mo couldn't sit still at all. Ji Yunhuang made her move so much that he almost suffered from qi deviation. He opened his eyes helplessly and asked, "Mo, what's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable?" Ing Shui shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, Mo is very good." Before he could finish, his stomach growled. Shui Mo, she patted her stomach in annoyance and said anxiously, "Mo is not hungry at all." Not to be outdone, his stomach growled again. This time it was very loud. Even Tian Shueching, who was meditating not far away, opened her eyes and quietly looked at them. Ji Yunhuang. He helplessly patted Shui Mo's head. "Wait." He turned his head and said to Tian Shueching, who was not far away, "Take good care of her." They had already finished their food, so they could only hunt by themselves. Chapter 11:30. He had just walked a short distance when he suddenly felt the ground shaking. He almost couldn't stand still. Brother Yunhuang, save me." Shui Mo suddenly screamed. Ji Yunhuang turned his head and saw that the ground had suddenly split open and Shui Mo had instantly fallen in. Shueching was not far from him. She flashed to the edge of the crack and seemed to want to jump in as well. Ji Yunhuang's expression changed. "What are you doing? Get out of the way." However, Tian Shueching's figure only paused for a moment before she decisively jumped down. Ji Yunhuang only managed to grab a piece of her clothes. With a ripping sound, her clothes were torn apart, leaving only a small piece of cloth in his hand. It still carried the faint warmth of her body. He looked down and saw that the crevice was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. The two people had already disappeared. Shui Mo, Shueching. Just as he steeled his heart and was about to jump down, the ground suddenly shook again, and the crack in the ground closed up like a huge mouth. From the moment the ground shook to when the dust settled, everything happened in less than 10 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, everything returned to normal, but two people were missing. Ji Yunhuang's mind was blank. His mind was filled with Tian Xueqing's resolute figure when she jumped down. What was she doing? Was she going to kill herself to take revenge on him? This thought made Ji Yunhuang's hands and feet tremble. He wanted to use magic to open the crack, but he was afraid that he would hurt the two people underground. In the end, he could only use his hands to open the crack. Tian Xueqing did not jump down to save Shui Mo. She was not so kind and magnanimous that she would risk her life to save a girl who was intimate with Ji Yunhuang every day. Saving her was just on the way. She jumped down because she saw the serene orchid grass on the cliff. This was the purpose of their group. Tian Xueqing had already done the preliminary work. As long as she took the serene orchid grass and fed it to Ji Yunhuang, he would no longer have to be affectionate with her every 2 days. He would no longer have to look at her as if she was his mortal enemy. She would be able to set him free and let herself go. It was time for this petty and unrequited love to end. After she saved Shui Mo, she jumped up and took down the serene orchid grass with a few leaps. She lightly tapped on the cliff and flew up. However, she did not expect the crack to close instantly. She watched helplessly as the path to survival closed before her eyes. She was shocked, and her psychic power dissipated, causing her to fall. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and kicked the cave wall with her toes to slow down the speed of her fall. Otherwise, she would have fallen to her death. Just as they were about to land on the ground, she saw Shui Mo looking at her with teary eyes in the light of the orchids. That look reminded her of the time when she was 14 years old, when she was faced with a treacherous person in despair. He couldn't bear to see her like this, so he pulled her into his embrace. Bang! Tian Xueqing crashed heavily onto the ground. The gravel on the ground pierced into Tian Xueqing's body. Tian Xueqing's face paled. She didn't even need to look to know that her back had been pierced into a mess. Shui Mo was protected in Tian Xueqing's arms, so he didn't suffer any injuries. However, he was too frightened and didn't dare to move. Tian Xueqing felt pain all over her body. She sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. Her face turned even paler. Shui Mo asked with a trembling voice, "Sister Xueqing, what's wrong?" Tian Xueqing only recovered after a long time. She whispered, "Get down." Shui Mo was stunned for a moment before he scrambled down from her body. He reached out his small hand to Tian Xueqing and said, "Sister Xueqing, let me help you up." Chapter 1131. Tian Xueqing ignored the outstretched hand and slowly got up. Every time she moved, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. She bit her lips until they bled. Finally, she sat up slowly and passed a small bottle to Shui Mo. She said calmly, "Help me apply the medicine." "My back." Shui Mo took the small bottle and turned it to Tian Xueqing's back. "Sister Xueqing, let me help you take off your shirt." When Shui Mo saw the bloody wounds on her back, he was so scared that his hands trembled. He gently touched her back and asked, "Sister Xueqing, does it hurt?" She was on the verge of tears. Tian Xueqing did not say anything. She sat there quietly and meditated to heal herself. Shui Mo applied the medicine bit by bit. She was inexperienced and accidentally hurt Tian Xueqing a few times, causing Tian Xueqing's body to stiffen. However, Tian Xueqing recovered in an instant and allowed her to continue applying the medicine. There was only her and Shui Mo in this place. There was no better choice, so she could only let this newbie do it. After applying the medicine, Shui Mo tore off her clothes and wanted to bandage Tian Xueqing's wounds. Tian Xueqing said quietly, "There's no need. Help me put on my clothes." Shui Mo did as she was told and sat beside her. Tears rolled down her cheeks and were about to fall. Her voice trembled slightly. "Sister Xueqing, will we die here?" Tian Xueqing said calmly, "No." Shui Mo's eyes lit up. "Sister Xueqing, when can we leave?" Tian Xueqing only said one word, "Wait." After saying that, she closed her eyes and sat there quietly. She began to regulate her breathing and heal herself. Shui Mo wanted to say something, but when she saw Tian Xueqing's cold expression, she was so scared that she did not dare to say anything. She sat close to Tian Xueqing, as if she was afraid that someone would take her away. After all, she was still a child. In a situation where she was tired, hungry, and scared, her head started to nod. In the end, her head tilted, and she leaned on Tian Shuiqing's body. She had already fallen asleep. Tian Shuiqing glanced at her and let her lean on her to sleep. Tian Shuiqing circulated her energy for a while and finally felt that her body was not as painful. Perhaps it was because of the medicine, the wounds on her back were not as painful. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from the ground and wrapped around Shui Mo's foot. He pulled her down. Shui Mo suddenly woke up. Seeing the tentacles around his ankle, he hurriedly struggled, but failed to break free. He was so frightened that he burst into tears. She hugged Tian Shuiqing's arm. "Sister Shuiqing, save me." Tian Shuiqing was startled awake from her meditation. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a tentacle sticking out of her. Startled, she broke free from Shui Mo's hand and retreated. At the same time, she drew her sword. The tentacle suddenly attacked, but was cut down by her sword. She leaped in front of Shui Mo, and Shui Mo's left leg had already sunk in. Tian Shuiqing picked up Shui Mo and tried to pull him out, but he couldn't move at all. But in vain, it sank down a little more. Tian Shuiqing looked at Shui Mo, who was scared out of his wits and crying out loud. A look of pity flashed across her eyes. She then pulled out her sword and said softly, "Bear with it." Blood splattered everywhere. Shui Mo screamed and fainted from the pain. Tian Shuiqing picked Shui Mo up and hit a few of her major acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then, she cut off the tentacle that was following closely behind. She suddenly leaped up. Shui Mo's broken leg was still bleeding profusely. This caused the tentacles to chase after them even more crazily. In a vast ice field, there were countless monsters. Tian Shuiqing couldn't figure out what these tentacles were. Chapter 1132. The speed of this thing was extremely fast. It danced under her feet and almost entangled Tian Shuiqing's feet. Tian Shuiqing knew that only by throwing Shui Mo away would she have a chance to survive. However, looking at the little girl in her arms, she could not bear to do so. She was the girl that Ji and Huang loved and cared for with all his heart. If she died, Ji and Huang would be very sad, forget it. She would just do one last thing for Ji and Huang. Tian Shuiqing hugged Shui Mo tightly. She stepped on the wall of the cave and flew up a little. The number of tentacles below her had reached more than 100, densely packed like snakes as they chased after her. There were a few times when they almost pulled Tian Shuiqing down. Luckily, she reacted quickly and avoided them. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared. The ray of light became bigger and bigger, closer, closer and closer. She was already very close to the top of the cave. When Tian Shuiqing arrived, the entrance of the cave was already big enough for 2 people to pass through. She suddenly jumped up. Her eyes lit up, but her body suddenly sank. Her heart tightened as she felt a tentacle coiling around her ankle. Shuiqing. Tian Shuiqing reacted quickly. She threw Shui Mo away and stabbed her sword into the ground. Half of her body was stuck at the entrance of the cave. Ji and Huang hugged her with his hands full of blood. His voice trembled as he said, "Shuiqing." The moment he saw her head, Ji and Huang was ecstatic. He hugged her tightly and tried his best to pull her out. At this moment, Tian Shuiqing's body was already entangled with more than 100 tentacles. He could not pull her out at all. He could only watch her body sink bit by bit. Ji and Huang hugged her tightly and did not let go. He used so much strength that his veins popped out. However, he was still unable to stop her from sinking. The pain of losing her forever spread wildly in his heart. His voice was trembling as he said, "Shuiqing, Shuiqing." Tian Shuiqing's body sank bit by bit. Ji and Huang hugged her tightly, and his body sank as well. "Let go!" Tian Shuiqing suddenly shouted. If he did not let go, both of them would fall down. Shuiqing. Ji and Huang was not willing to let go. He grabbed her tightly and said, "I'll carry you up." If he carried her, both of them could only fall down. Tian Shuiqing raised her finger. A bright light flew up, and went straight for Ji Yinhuang's chest. Ji Yinhuang was shocked, and his body flashed. Tian Xueqing, who was in his arms, suddenly sank down. Ji Yinhuang hurriedly tried to grab her again, but he only managed to grab one of her hands at this moment. There were 100 tentacles wrapped around her body. The ground was dark and boundless, but Tian Xueqing's eyes were astonishingly bright, like stars in the cold night. She even smiled. "Your Highness, you don't have to collect my corpse now." That smile was like an epiphyllum in the cold night, blooming in an instant with a cool fragrance. The few times Ji Yinhuang smiled at her was a long time ago. Although she was cold at that time, she was passionate about him. Since when did she gradually lose her smile? She became more and more distant from him, and the way she looked at him became more and more indifferent, as if she was looking at a complete stranger. And since when did his eyes start to revolve around her more and more? Her distant gaze almost drove him crazy. He began to spend all day with Shui Mo, just to see her indifferent expression crack and change into one of jealousy or sadness. It would be fine as long as she was not so indifferent to him. But she did not even once. Tian Xueqing only looked at them quietly. Under her indifferent gaze, for the first time, he felt like a clown. Chapter 1133. Now, he finally saw her smile again, but he did not expect that it would be the last time. Ji Yinhuang's heart ached so much that he curled up into a ball. The pain caused his whole body to tremble, and he almost lost his grip on her hand. Tian Xueqing said softly, "Your Highness, I have placed the serene orchid grass on Shui Mo. You don't have to worry. There was no need to hold on so tightly. Even if she died, she would not be a hindrance to him anymore." Her mission had already been completed. Ji Yinhuang's voice trembled strangely. It sounded like he was crying and laughing at the same time. "Xueqing, forgive me." Tian Xueqing smiled and shook her head. "Let's not meet again in the next life." Feeling Tian Xueqing slowly let go of his hand, the usually calm Ji Yinhuang could no longer remain calm. His face was filled with panic, and his voice trembled. "Xueqing, don't let go. This prince orders you not to let go." Tian Xueqing smiled and shook her head. Her expression was relaxed, as if she had finally been freed. She looked at him one last time and said, "Xueqing is already dead. A new person can be appointed. Be happy for 100 years and have many children and grandchildren." Then she let go of his hand and fell into the endless abyss. Xueqing. The last thing Tian Xueqing saw was Ji Yinhuang's red eyes and a hideous expression of pain. The crack in the ground that he had painstakingly dug closed again. Ji Yinhuang stood there in a daze. Her last smile flashed before his eyes. He thought that she would pester him for a lifetime and that she would never let go of his hand. But he did not expect that. "Tian Xueqing, didn't you want the position of crown princess? Why did you let go? Why did you let go?" Ji Yinhuang suddenly looked like a madman as he dug at the crack in the ground. "Tian Xueqing, I won't allow you to give up. I won't allow you to give up. Tian Xueqing, come back." Ning Xuema's imperial sword technique was already quite stable. After she and Shun duly collected herbs from the ice plains, they went to several places to train. When the two of them returned to the Sun-Moon sect, 2 to 3 months had already passed. Ning Xuema had also successfully advanced and was now at Earth rank level 7. The two of them went straight to the heavenly sound peak. Shun Juli's sound transmitting talisman suddenly rang. He picked it up and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Yalu Jing An's gentle voice came from the talisman. "Master, Ji Yinhuang requests an audience." Shun Juli frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "Approved." Ji Yinhuang's sudden request for an audience made Ning Xuema's heart sink. Could something have happened? When Ji Yinhuang walked in, Ning Xuema's eyes widened in shock. Was the person in front of her really that lofty and arrogant crown prince, Ji Yinhuang? His face was pale and haggard, and his eyes were empty. He looked like he had lost his soul. Ning Xuema's heart sank even more. She asked, "Yinhuang, what happened to you?" Ji Yinhuang glanced at Ning Xuema and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Xuema, Xueqing is dead." Ning Xuema suddenly stood up. "Xueqing is dead. Such a good girl. A girl who loved Ji and Huang so deeply was actually dead? Ning Xiuma slowly sat back down in her chair. She was in a daze. Ji and Huang suddenly started coughing violently, as if he was going to vomit out his heart. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Her fingers slightly tightened. Ji and Huang's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his lips. He was coughing up blood. It was obvious that his heart was injured. She asked, "I heard that Ding Qi had to be with you for 3 years before she could leave. You're so weak now. Is it because she died in advance? Do you want Di Zun to save you?" Chapter 1134. Ji and Huang finally managed to stop coughing, but when he heard Ning Xiuma's words, it was as if he had been slapped in the face. His expression changed. "No." He took a few steps back, and his voice became even softer. "No, no." He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. "She found the serene orchid grass for me. It can undo that function." He trembled as he took out a dried bluegrass and looked at Shun Julie, who was sitting on the throne. A glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes as he knelt down. "Ancestor, I beg you to save Xueqing. I don't want this grass. I only want her back. I beg you. You must have a way." He was like a drowning man who had finally found a life-saving straw. He looked at Shun Julie with eyes full of hope. Shun Julie silently looked at Ji Yun Huang's soulless appearance. Ji Yun Huang's figure overlapped with Tian Xiaoshu's figure. That year, the disciple he was most proud of had also knelt down like this and begged him to save Ling Zai. In his previous life, Tian Xiaoshu had regretted it for the rest of his life. In order to make it up to this disciple, he had directly bestowed Tian Xueqing to him in this life. Who would have thought? In the end, the two of them were not fated to meet. Time passed bit by bit. The glimmer in Ji and Huang's eyes became weaker and weaker. He was like a drowning man as he said in panic, "Ancestor." Shun Julie finally opened his mouth, his tone carrying a trace of coldness. "Since you don't love her, why not let her go?" Ji and Huang's body stiffened. He painfully lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "She is my crown princess. She cannot die." Ning Xiuma secretly sighed. Even now, Ji and Huang still refused to recognize his feelings for Tian Xueqing. She faintly interrupted from the side. "Crown princess? If you want, there are many women who could be your crown princess. Since you don't love her, what does the crown princess life or death have to do with you? Now that the rules of the cauldron have been broken, you can continue to be a glorious crown prince after you consume this grass. Don't you hate her so much that you want her to die? Now, isn't this more to your liking?" Ji and Huang closed his eyes. Ning Xiuma was right. He had always thought that he hated her so much that his teeth were itching. But he never thought that she would die. She never thought she would leave so soon. He thought that she would pester him for the rest of his life. He thought that their fates would never be separated. Who would have thought? It wasn't until the moment he saw her sink into the ground that his heart ached. Only then did he realize that she was like a wooden wedge that pierced into his heart. He could no longer pull it out. Unknowingly, his gaze had started to revolve around her. He thought that he had noticed her because he hated her too much, but he didn't know that this hatred was actually mixed with love. Because he loved her too much, he hated her. He hated her for using underhanded means to make him unable to leave her. He hated her for scheming so that she could become the crown princess. He knew that she loved him, but as proud as he was, how could he allow himself to be plotted against by her? As long as the incantation was not removed, he would feel uncomfortable and angry whenever he looked at her. That day, he absent-mindedly accompanied Shui Mo to teach her how to write. When the guard told him that the crown princess wanted to see him, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He was both excited and nervous. Ever since Ji and Huang and Shui Mo got together, she never took the initiative to look for him again. This time, she must be looking for him for something. She must be plotting something. Chapter 1135. Ji and Huang told himself over and over again that he could not be fooled by her. He could not be fooled by her. He tried his best to calm his wildly beating heart and calmly summoned Tian Xueqing in. She was still wearing her sky-blue clothes, and her expression was distant and indifferent as she stood there. She indifferently said, "Your Highness, I will remove the curse for you." At that moment, he was both excited and disappointed. He deliberately said coldly, "Why are you doing this? What are you plotting this time?" Tian Xueqing only smiled faintly. "Xueqing only wants to set your highness free." Seeing her smile, his heart suddenly ached. He thought that this was probably her plan to loosen the reins, only to grasp them better. She knew that with this curse on him, she would not be able to obtain his heart. However, if she removed the curse, he might treat her well and grow old with her. Looking at her in different expression, he said dryly, "After this matter is done, this prince will compensate you." Tian Xueqing only smiled faintly. "All right." A light breeze blew past, and she had a faint smile on her face. Her gaze was distant, and her blue dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had accidentally landed in the mortal world and would leave with the wind at any time. Ji and Huang suddenly felt a sense of fear of losing her. He unconsciously promised, "This prince will let you be this prince's crown prince consort for a lifetime." Tian Xueqing's gaze was still indifferent, and then, he did not know why, but he deliberately emphasized the words "a lifetime," as if he naively believed that as long as she agreed, they would be together for a lifetime, from the beginning to the end. He did not touch Xuemo. He only treated her as a younger sister, a tool to stimulate Tian Xueqing. During the trip to the ice field, Tian Xueqing had suffered a lot for the serene orchid grass, but her expression had always been indifferent. Her gaze towards him did not have a trace of emotion. He was terrified, he was afraid that Tian Xueqing really did not have any feelings for him. So he used Xuemo to stimulate her and scold her, looking at her occasionally revealing sadness. His heart ached terribly, but there was also a trace of joy. Her sadness proved that she still had feelings for him, but when she was sad, his heart also bled. Every moment was a torment of love and hate. He did not expect that she would be so determined to jump down to save Xuemo. At that moment, his heart almost stopped beating. While digging through the ground, he was so flustered that his entire body was trembling and his mind was blank. However, he subconsciously thought that when she came out, he must tell her that he didn't care about the serene orchid grass or the ink. He only wanted her. He wanted her to stay by his side forever. The moment she rushed out, he almost wanted to kneel on the ground and thank the heavens. However, very soon, she was caught by the tentacles. He wanted to drag her up, but his whole body was powerless as she slid down with him. Every word of hers pierced his heart, causing him so much pain that his entire body trembled. He couldn't say a single word and could only call out her name again and again with a pale face. He held on her tightly, as if he was holding on to the only salvation in his life. The moment she let go, he felt as if his entire world had instantly collapsed, falling apart. It was as if the one who had fallen into the endless abyss was not her, but himself. He had been abandoned by the entire world, and from then on, he could only spend his days in boundless darkness and pain. He dug 3 feet into the ground, but he could no longer find her and the endless tentacles. He thought that the venerable emperor would definitely be able to save Tian Xueqing, so he rushed back to the Sun-Moon sect as fast as lightning. But he kept hearing that the venerable emperor was busy. Chapter 1136. Thus, he waited bitterly day after day. Day after day, he was tormented by the pain. In his dreams, Tian Xueqing's green robe was stained with blood. She looked at him indifferently and said, "Let's not meet again in the next life." He missed her every day and was tormented every night. Ji Yanhuang finally recognized his feelings. He begged Xin Julie again and again, "Ancestor, I beg you. I just want to see her one more time. Ancestor, please summon her soul." Xin Julie looked at him for a moment and sighed. Finally, he nodded. He waved his hand, and a white light condensed in his palm. The white light gradually became transparent, and a strange scene flashed across it. Ji and Huang held his breath, afraid that he would disturb Shinjuli and let him accidentally miss it after a long time. Shinjuli shook his head and said, "No." Ji and Huang held his breath, and his face turned pale. "What do you mean, no? Her soul is not there. Why? Shinjuli also seemed to be puzzled. After a long time, he finally opened his mouth and said, "If her soul is not there, there can only be two possibilities. First, she is not dead. Second, her soul has already been scattered." Jian Huang sat down on the ground, and his face turned pale. He had seen Tian Xueqing being dragged into the ground with his own eyes. It was impossible for her to still be alive. Could it be that her soul had already been scattered? This thought made Ji Yunhuang's whole body tremble. Had she already completely disappeared from this world? No. Impossible. This can't be the result. He stood up and said crazily, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that my fate is like this. I don't believe that Xueqing's fate is like this. I must have been cursed. Xueqing must still be somewhere. She must be waiting for me to save her somewhere. I must go and save her." He turned into a ray of white light and suddenly rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ning Shumo only felt that her heart had sunk into ice water. She sat on the chair motionlessly. Could it be that as long as they were her friends, they would be unlucky? Yan Ziyuan jumped off the cliff with Yifeng in her arms. Tian Xueqing was scared out of her wits. Jian Huang was delirious. Was this a coincidence, or was it that her fate as a cursed loner had unknowingly affected the people around her? She suddenly felt her entire body turn cold, so cold that even her soul was trembling. She wanted to jump up and hide in a place where no one was around. She couldn't get close to anyone, or that person would die. She did not know when Shinjuli had appeared beside her. He frowned when he saw her dazed look. He put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Xuma." Ning Xuma murmured, "God, Tian Xueqing is also dead. Am I really a jinx?" Shinjuli touched her head. "Xuema, this has nothing to do with you." Ning Xuma suddenly tilted her head backwards, avoiding the great god's hand. She inwardly took a deep breath and forced a smile. Great God, she didn't know how to continue. She was so close to the god. Could it be that she also... This thought made her a little scared. She subconsciously distanced herself from the god. Shinjuli's hand landed on empty air, so he slowly retracted his hand. He looked at her quietly. His gaze was like the surface of a lake, with slight ripples in it. Although she hid it well, Shinjuli could still read the uncertainty and faint fear in her eyes. He sighed again and raised his hand to hug her. "Xuema, don't be afraid." Chapter 1137. Shinjuli stroked her hair again and again, as if he was comforting a child who didn't know what to do. His voice was especially gentle at this moment. "My destiny is hard. You can't subdue me." Ning Xuma suddenly felt a lump in her throat and almost cried, "Guru." The feeling of being held in someone's arms and being comforted in a soft voice was so wonderful. It made her heart feel sour and bitter, but at the same time, she was greatly touched. It was like a warm current slowly flowing into her heart, washing away her anxiety and uneasiness little by little, leaving only a sense of satisfaction and happiness. Ning Xuema tiptoed and gently kissed Shinjuli. With a sigh, she whispered, "Guru, only you." She only had him. Shinjuli responded by lowering his head, hugging her tightly and deepening the kiss. When the kiss ended, Ning Xuema's dark eyes finally had a glimmer of light. She leaned into Shinjuli's arms. "Guru, I only have you now. You're not allowed to leave me. You're not allowed to turn your back on me. You're not allowed to... something." She didn't say the last two words. Her coquettish tone made Shinjuli couldn't help but kiss her again. He kissed her all over until she was out of breath. He lowered his head and solemnly said in her ear, "Xuema, I will never turn my back on you." Ning Xuema leaned into Shinjuli's arms. She smelled the cool fragrance on his body and listened to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Suddenly, she felt sleepy. It was like a person who had walked in the desert for days and finally reached an oasis. While it was sweet and wonderful, it also gradually gave birth to a sense of exhaustion after a storm. However, the atmosphere now was so wonderful that she couldn't bear to fall asleep. Shinjuli could tell that she was sleepy. He caressed her hair and said, "I'll give you a day off today. Go and sleep." Then, he carried her in a princess carry and sent her back to her room. Ning Xiaomao nestled in his arms at ease. Occasionally, she would raise her eyes and see Shan Julie's perfect side profile. Her heart was in a trance. She was really lucky to be able to make such an outstanding man fall so deeply in love with her. Most importantly, they loved each other deeply. She slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep dream. Everything before him was pitch black. Ning Xiaomao seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. She kept sinking until she sank into a dark end. She stood up and suddenly saw a little girl standing not far away in the middle of the black smoke. She was dressed in a bright red dress and was fair and tender. Her facial features could not be seen clearly, but based on his intuition, it should be an exquisite and sweet face. Judging from his figure, he seemed to be around 3 or 4 years old. A childish voice sounded, "You're here." Ning Xiaomao took a step back to put some distance between them. She asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The little girl giggled like a little angel. However, in this empty and silent abyss, it seemed a little creepy. Finally, she laughed enough and said sweetly, "I am you. You and I are one." Ning Xiaomao's heart skipped a beat. Could this little girl be the demon that was causing trouble in her dantian? She was even more cautious, but she did not show it. She also revealed a relaxed smile. "Whose child are you? Why are you talking nonsense?" The little girl did not speak. She just tilted her head and looked at her with an innocent face, motionless. Ning Xiaomao just looked at her quietly with a calm face. She was actually thinking of a countermeasure and how to leave this place. She did not expect that the monster in her dantian would actually take a human form. This was not good news. Chapter 1138. The little girl curled her lips and squinted her eyes like a lazy kitten. "Momo, you are me, and I am you. Don't keep thinking about how to deal with me." Ning Xiaomao was startled. This brat knew how to read minds? The little girl stretched lazily and said impatiently, "I said that I am you, so I know all of your thoughts. Don't try to avoid me." There was a hint of mockery in her playful voice. Ning Xiaomao did not say anything. She did not know what to do now. When the opponent knew all of your thoughts, it was definitely a terrifying thing. The little girl stretched out her small hand and grabbed a wisp of black gas and played with it. Her voice was still soft and childish, with a hint of naivety. "Momo, are you really not planning to leave the great god? You will jinx him to death." Ning Xiaomao's heart skipped a beat, but her expression was very calm. She tried her best to empty her mind and not think about anything. The little girl was stunned. Then she clapped her hands and giggled. "Momo is really smart. You can actually empty your mind. But it's useless," her sweet voice continued. "Momo, look. First it was Yi Feng, then it was Yin Zuan, then it was Tian Shueqing, then it was Ji Yin Huang." Her voice gradually became softer. Suddenly, her voice sounded like thunder, and every word was frightening. "Momo, who do you think is the next one? Who is the next one? Who is the next one?" The thunderous voice replayed in Ning Xiaomao's ears again and again. Her body could not help but tense up, and she was extremely nervous. She closed her eyes and retorted loudly, "There is no next one." The little girl's voice was very strange, as if it directly sounded in her mind, making Ning Xiaomao unable to block her ears and refuse to listen. The voice became softer again and changed into a sweet child's voice, but it carried a devilish temptation. "Momo, there are many people you care about. Who do you think is the next one? Is it Uncle Zhong, Tom, or Shijue, Helian Xiao, or is he the sovereign of this world? He took you in as his disciple, got injured because of you, and had the closest relationship with you." Ning Xiaomao couldn't help but think of the Almighty's face. That voice suddenly screamed, "It's him. It was him. He'll be the next one to die from your curse." Ning Xiaomao felt a knot in her heart. She was so shocked by the sound that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She looked at the child and said coldly, "I'm telling you I won't." The image of the Almighty holding her in his arms, combing her hair, and comforting her flashed through her mind. "Xiaomao, don't be afraid." Her confidence was boosted, and a warm current flowed through her heart as though it could cleanse the endless abyss. The little girl raised her eyebrows slightly and revealed a cute smile. "Momo, let's wait and see." With a gentle wave of her hand, Ning Shuma felt her body become light, and she slowly floated up. She floated higher and higher until she finally touched the light above her. She inadvertently lowered her head and saw the little girl in the abyss standing there quietly. Seeing Ning Shuma looking at her, she revealed a smile and moved her lips. Ning Shuma didn't need to read her lips to know what she was saying. "Momo, let's wait and see." Ning Shuma suddenly woke up at the start and gasped for breath. Only then did she discover that her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 1139. She slowly calmed down and used a cleansing spell to dry herself. Then, she got up and poured herself a glass of water. While drinking the water, she sorted out her messy thoughts. The dream just now was still vivid in her mind. She remembered the little girl's words word for word. She said she was her. What did that mean? Was she suffering from schizophrenia? Impossible. Was this her inner demon? An inner demon that had materialized? Could it be that she was a jinx and had a destiny of being an axe soldier because of this little girl in her body? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. No, she had to discuss it with the Almighty tomorrow and let him take a look at her. But now, she needed to rest first. Thinking of this, Ning Shuma slowly laid down on the bed. But when she closed her eyes, her soul seemed to sink. She was so frightened that she opened her eyes. She was definitely having a nightmare. She had to find the Almighty now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She ran out like a whirlwind and rushed to Shun Julie's main hall. When she reached the main hall, she was stunned. The main hall was still brightly lit. Did the Almighty not sleep? She walked in slowly and saw Shun Julie sitting cross-legged on the big bed. His eyes were slightly closed. There was a colorful light flowing around him, giving him a layer of holy light. The Almighty was meditating. It was better for her not to disturb the Almighty. Once a cultivator was disturbed, it was easy for him to go crazy. Ning Shuma knew this very well. She gently climbed to the other side of the bed and quietly hugged her knees as she looked at the Almighty's back. Anyway, she couldn't sleep now. Once she slept, she would see the weird little girl teasing her. She might as well cultivate with the Almighty. She looked at the Almighty's back view and nodded slowly. Eventually, she fell asleep. Someone gently laid her down and covered her with a blanket. He sighed softly in her ear. "Silly child." She unconsciously reached out her hand and mumbled, "Almighty." Shun Julie grabbed her hand and said softly, "I'm here." Hearing this response, Ning Shuma finally felt relieved. She found a comfortable position in his arms and fell asleep. Shun Julie hugged her and flicked off the lights. He had a dreamless night. When Ning Shuma opened her eyes, she saw a field of snow white. She was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and was met with a pair of deep blue eyes. "You're awake?" Shun Julie asked quietly, holding a strand of her hair in his hand. Ning Shuma was a little dazed from her sleep. She had an ignorant look on her face and looked particularly easy to bully. Shun Julie's eyes darkened. He hugged her and kissed her on the lips. He did not hesitate to give her a French kiss. When the kiss ended, Ning Shuma was still in a daze. "Guru, why are you on my bed?" Shun Julie was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would pounce on her one day, so they had been sleeping in separate rooms. Shun Julie's eyes had a touch of amusement. He said with a faint smile, "Who climbed onto my bed in the middle of the night when I was meditating? Then you slept like a little dead pig." Ning Shuma then remembered that she had rushed over last night. She wanted to cultivate with the Almighty, but she didn't expect to fall asleep first. She couldn't help but blush. She coughed softly, cough, cough, that Shun Julie's eyes had a deeper smile. He couldn't help but tease her. "Can't resist your yearning?" Chapter 1140. Ning Shuma glared at him, coughed lightly, and got up from the bed. She always felt that when talking in bed, the topic would uncontrollably drift in a certain direction, and then it would get out of hand. After sitting up, she finally remembered her purpose of coming here. She said seriously, "Almighty, I have something important to tell you." Shun Julie finally got up lazily. With his movements, his collar was slightly messy, revealing his white, jade-like chest. His voice carried a unique laziness when he just woke up. "What's the matter? Almighty, you evildoer! Can't you tidy up your clothes a bit?" Ning Shuima glanced at him and then looked away. She was almost seduced by the Almighty to the point that she forgot her business. She sorted out the messy thoughts in her head and said seriously, "Almighty, I had a dream last night." She recounted the conversation she had with the little girl last night without holding anything back. Shinjuli's expression slowly became serious. Without waiting for her to finish, he pulled her wrist and quietly took her pulse. After a while, he let go of her hand and said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just an inner demon." Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. Inner demon? What inner demon? Shinjuli patted her head and took advantage of the opportunity to pull her down. Every immortal cultivator will have an inner demon before breaking through to Earth rank level 8. Master will teach you a set of mental cultivation methods. Come, sleep with Master for a while. Ning Shuima, come, sleep with Master for a while. Almighty, don't you think that your words are shocking? Whose disciple has the ability to sleep with others? It was strange. Ning Shuima had just woken up, but in the Almighty's arms, she fell into a deep sleep again. Shinjuli looked at her in his arms with a serious expression. He didn't expect that the inner demon in her body had already materialized at this time. Ning Shuima was already asleep. Naturally, the inner demon in her body was also asleep. He hadn't prepared all the ingredients yet, so he couldn't awaken the inner demon in her. His hand was as fast as lightning, and he tapped on one of her acupuncture points. A ray of white light slowly seeped in and gradually disappeared. After doing all this, Shinjuli let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at her relaxed, sleeping face, the expression in his eyes changed several times, as if he had to make a difficult decision. In the end, he sighed softly. "I can't drag this out any longer." When Ning Shuima woke up again, the Almighty was not by her side. She felt that she was about to go crazy from sleeping, so she left the main hall and strolled around outside. Sunset clouds filled the sky above Heavenly Sound Peak, but Ning Shuima couldn't find the great deity anywhere. In the end, when she arrived at Luoying Cliff, she saw the great deity standing there. His white robe was loose and fluttering in the wind. His back was facing her, as if he could leave with the wind at any moment. Ning Shuima pursed her lips and stepped forward to stand beside the Almighty. "Almighty, is there something on your mind?" Shinjili put his arm around her waist and looked at her. "No," he said. After a while, Shinjili spoke again. He stroked her hair and said lightly, "Shuima, I have to go on a long trip." Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Shinjili paused for a moment and continued to comb her hair. "No, only I can go there. Your skills are still too weak to go. You have to stay at the Tianyin Peak. You can't go anywhere, understand?" Ning Shuima looked up at him and stared into his eyes. "Is it very dangerous?" Shinjili patted her head and nodded silently. Ning Shuima tightened her grip on the Almighty's robe. She took a deep breath and asked, "When will you be back?" Chapter 1141. Shinjili muttered, "Half a month at most." All right, half a month wasn't too long. She would just wait here. Her gaze fell on Shinjili. "How many attendants did you bring?" She would feel more at ease if there were more people. Shinjili shook his head slightly. "Only I can go to that place. No one else can enter. Don't worry, I know what to do." Since he said this, Ning Shuima could only nod her head. "All right, you have to come back in one piece." Shinjili couldn't help but smile. "Of course, the thing that wants to make me incomplete hasn't been born yet." This sentence was very imposing, but also made Ning Shuima feel more at ease. She knew that he was telling the truth. In this world, she really hadn't seen anyone who could be his opponent. Although it was a lonely world without opponents, it could make his family feel at ease and know that he would be fine. She hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. "I believe you. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll wait for you to come back." It was just a few simple words, but it made Shinjuli's heart feel warm. All these years, no matter where he went, he came and went alone. He never said hello to anyone, and he never made anyone wait for him. He was as free as the wind. But now, there was a warm tie. This kind of tie finally gave birth to a kind of desire. He longed to come back before he even set off. He lowered his eyes to look at her. She had been hugging his arm tightly, as if he would disappear immediately. There was even a hint of sadness in her bright eyes. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't you want to keep a little distance from me? Don't you want a little private space occasionally? Ah, that's true. Ning Xiumao let go of his arm and patted him on the shoulder like a brother. Go, Dizun. Go find what you want to find. The flowers haven't bloomed yet, so you can slowly return. Shunjuli was speechless. He casually pulled her into his embrace, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Do you miss me so much that you can't sleep? The great god also knows how to tease. You know how to say sweet nothings now. Ning Xiumao raised her hand and rubbed his chin. Then she raised her fingertips. It was the standard gesture of a young ruffian teasing a virtuous woman. However, she was a little shorter than Dizun, so it was a little difficult for her to do this. Guru, after you leave, I will eat and sleep well. I will live my own personal world well. She actually liked being alone. Being alone was as free as the wind, and she could go wherever she wanted. He was extraordinarily independent. She didn't know when it started, but as long as she was by his side, she couldn't help but want to lean on him and snuggle up to him. It turned out that when love came, even a strong and independent woman would want a warm embrace to shelter her from the wind and rain. Even she herself didn't believe that there would be a day when she would be like a little bird that relied on others. However, she naturally showed it when she was beside him. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all and didn't feel out of place at all. It was as if this was how it should be. These days, she had been sticking to the great god. They really didn't separate day and night. Other than real physical intimacy, they did everything that couples should do. She really couldn't stand being together all day long. Now that the great god was going to leave for half a month, she really had to plan this half a month and make it more meaningful. She was thinking about what to do in this half a month when Shun Julie patted her head and glanced at her. What are you thinking about? Chapter 1142. I'm thinking about what I should do in this half a month. There seems to be a lot of things to do. I haven't taken a good look around the Sun Moon sect or chatted with the junior disciples. I haven't even met all the senior disciples. This time, I want to visit all of them. Ning Xiumao counted with her fingers. After counting, she suddenly felt that half a month wasn't enough. Great God, you don't have to rush this time. You don't have to worry about me. It's fine even if it takes another 10 days or half a month. Ning Xiumao generously gave him more time. Shun Jili was speechless. He raised his hand and knocked on her head. What are you thinking about? In the half a month when I'm not here, you have to practice hard. You're not allowed to leave the heavenly sound peak. You have to master the heart technique that I taught you. When I come back, I'll check on your homework. If I find out that you're disobedient, I have ways to punish you. Ning Xiumao placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned on him. What kind of punishment? Ning Xiumao asked. What punishment? Shun Juli held her mischievous hand and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be threatening and teasing her at the same time. I'll torture you until you're better off dead. This sentence could be interpreted in several ways. Ning Xiumao suddenly remembered that these days the great god had some bad habits when they were together. Her heart trembled. The great god looked calm and untainted. In fact, once the great god let loose, he was really unrestrained. Especially when he was with her, his tricks were too much for her to handle. Other than that last step, she had already been devoured by him until there was nothing left of her, not even the dregs of tofu left. Ning Xiumao was naturally not a passive person. Her eyes moved and her lips curled into a smile. She suddenly raised her head and hugged his neck. She gently bit his earlobe. Great God, if I listen to you obediently, what kind of reward will you give me when you come back? Her warm breath lingered in his ears as her small white teeth bit his earlobe. It was slightly painful and ticklish, but that ticklish feeling almost reached his heart. It made him feel as if there was an electric current flowing through his body, and his lower abdomen felt bloated and painful. His eyes deepened, and he pulled this coquettish little demoness off his body. With a casual press, he pressed her down on the stone table beside him. He leaned over and looked into her eyes. What reward do you want? His voice was slightly hoarse. Ning Shuama blinked. A reward? Let me think. She was deep in thought when she suddenly thought of something. Great God, the congealed frost fruit on the crimson afterglow peak tastes pretty good. Why don't you bring it back as a reward for me? Shun Julie, this bad girl. She had clearly brought up an ambiguous topic and looked like she was going to tease him. Yet, the topic of conversation suddenly changed to this. He smiled and touched her red lips with his finger. Good. If you're obedient, not only will I bring you the congealed frost fruit, I will also give you a mysterious reward. How about that? What mysterious reward? Ning Shuama grabbed his hand. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, but you will definitely remember it for the rest of your life. Shunjili kept her in suspense. All right, the great god always liked to keep people in suspense. If he didn't say anything, even if you used torture, you wouldn't be able to force him to say it. So Ning Shuama didn't ask any more questions. The two of them were silent for a while. They both knew that they were going to separate. Although they didn't say anything, there were traces of sorrow that began to spread. Ning Shuama held his hand and interlocked their fingers. Great God, come back soon. Chapter 1143. Don't run around and don't leave the Tianyin Peak. If you're bored, wait for me to come back and bring you there. Shunjili couldn't help but remind her again. Ning Shuama burst out laughing. Guru, you're so long-winded too. He was treating her like a child, but it still made her feel warm and touched. Shunjili was silent for a moment. Then he finally said, Shuama, wait for me. Ning Shuama nodded and said seriously, I'll be right here and won't run around. I'll practice diligently and wait for you to come back. On the first day after the guru left, Ning Shuama felt like she was finally free. She practiced for the whole morning and took a nap. In the afternoon, she called Yelu Jing up and chatted with him for a while to understand the situation in the Sun Moon sect. She slept alone at night and didn't run to the guru's bedroom to say goodnight like before. She wasn't used to it, but she just smiled and rolled around on the bed. She said, the feeling of freedom is really good. Then she lay down and fell asleep. She didn't have any dreams until the next morning. The next day, she looked at the sun that had risen high in the sky and was a little stunned. Then she jumped up again. Too late. Too late. The guru asked her to wake up at dawn every day to report to him for practice. Now was the end of the morning, and she was late for almost 4 hours. She would be punished by the guru. She packed up quickly like a whirlwind, but when she was about to rush out of the door, she suddenly remembered that the guru had left and wouldn't supervise her anymore. She heaved a sigh of relief and slowly ran to the practice field. She practiced there for a while, and it was already noon. She was quite careless with her practice that day, so she took it as a holiday for herself. When it was time to sleep at night, she said goodnight to herself and lay down to sleep. Speaking of which, it was strange. At first, she was afraid that the weird little girl in her dantian would pull her into some void to cause trouble, but she slept peacefully for 2 days. That little bastard didn't come to disturb her again, which made her very relieved. On the 3rd day, she didn't wake up early. She got out of bed lazily and dressed herself lazily. She didn't know why, but everything she did was a little emotionless and she couldn't lift her spirits. After she finished practicing, she couldn't help but run to the Almighty's bedroom to take a look. Then, he ran to his practice room and began to practice his mental cultivation method. Just like that, another day passed. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, and even the 7th day, she continued to work and rest as usual, but she couldn't help but count the days with her fingers. His concern was like the land after the spring breeze, sprouting green buds of longing and spreading. On the 8th day, she finally couldn't help but take out the voice transmission talisman. She picked it up, put it down, and picked it up again. In the end, he put it away. The Almighty had said that the place he was going to was a forbidden area, and the voice transmission talisman would not be able to reach him. Even if she could contact him, Ning Shuama had no intention of contacting him. What if the Almighty was fighting with a certain fiend? If she contacted him blindly, he would be distracted. Time flowed like water, slowly slipping away as she waited. When it was close to half a month, she suddenly wished that time would flow slower. In the deepest part of her heart, she was afraid that he wouldn't come back. The feeling of freedom that she felt when he first left was long gone. There was only a heavy longing and a heavy worry. The Almighty would come back. The Almighty would be fine. Perhaps when she woke up, the Almighty would look at her from her bedside and then wake her up to practice. Chapter 1144. She comforted herself like this every night before she went to bed. However, when she woke up the next day, she was disappointed to see an empty house. Guru, I've been waiting here for you to come back. Why haven't you come back yet? Heavenly Lone Star, you're a heavenly Lone Star. Your friends and family will all die because of you. You'll always be alone. A childish voice rang out in his mind. It was a voice that sounded childish and tempting. That's not true. That was all nonsense. I don't believe such a thing. Another voice in his head refuted subconsciously. You don't believe it? Then are Yi Feng and Yin Ziyuan dead? Is Tian Shueqing dead? They died because of you. They didn't have a good ending because of you. Bullshit. Shut up. Their deaths were just a coincidence. I try my best. Your friends are like quicksand. The tighter you hold on to them, the harder it is to hold on to them. Poor child, you have indeed tried your best, but your efforts will only accelerate their tragedy. Why don't you let them go? Turn into a demon. Hand you over to me, and I will be able to change your fate. You will become happy, and you will no longer have any worries. The voice guided him patiently. Dream on. Dream on. What kind of monster are you? Get the hell out of there. Ning Shuema screamed as she woke up from her nightmare, drenched in sweat. She sat up abruptly. The demonic voice finally disappeared from her head. She took a deep breath. Her fingers touched her dantian. Her fingertips were slightly cold. There was a monster living inside her, a demon-like child. The child's voice started to appear in her head frequently a few days ago. She had used her inner vision to check many times, but she couldn't see the child. She could only see a chaotic darkness. It was as boundless as the end of the world. It made her feel frightened. The guru said that she had a demon in her heart. As long as she practiced diligently, she would be able to get rid of the demon. However, these days, she had a feeling that the demon was getting stronger. There were a few times when she felt like she was in a dream. It annoyed her to no end. She jumped out of bed, washed up a little, and went out. The scenery outside the door was still the same. The trees, the courtyard, the mountain rocks. Every blade of grass, every tree, every pavilion, and every courtyard were as beautiful as a painting, but she had no interest in admiring them. It had been a month. The Almighty had been gone for a month. There was no news from him for a month. No matter how she tried to contact him, she couldn't get in touch with him, and she could only be trapped on the heavenly sound peak, unable to do anything. Every day, other than cultivating, she could only stroll around the heavenly sound peak, unable to go anywhere else. In the beginning, she was worried that if she blindly contacted him, it would distract him. She might even be in danger, so she suppressed her emotions and waited patiently every day. However, after half a month, she began to lose her cool and began to try to contact him using the sound transmission talisman. However, he couldn't get in touch with her, and she didn't seem to want to pick up. What happened to him? Could it be that he had encountered a great danger? Could it be that his life was in danger? All kinds of worries came one after another, making her restless day and night. However, at this time, the demon in her heart was getting stronger day by day. If her mind wavered a little, it would take advantage of the situation and make her even more confused. She went to the Almighty's bedroom, and everything in the palace was still the same. Chapter 1145. The utensils used by the Almighty were still shiny and clean, as if he had never left them. Ning Shuema picked one up and started to wipe it. This was a task she had recently found for herself. She had to have something to do to pass the time. Shun Juli, the most powerful person in the continent, was the only man who was not afraid of her terrifying fate. He was so strong and powerful that no one in the world was his match. He should not have encountered any real danger, right? Perhaps he did not return because he had not found what he wanted. As long as he found it, he would come back. That must be it. Do you really think he will come back? Maybe he's already dead. Otherwise, if he promised you that he would come back in half a month, Why is he still not back after a month? Even if he could not find what he wanted, he should be able to send you a message when he is free, right? But he did not. Something must have happened to him. Perhaps he was cursed to death by you. Haha, you're a jinx. Since he was so good to you, he will naturally die. The voice in her mind sounded again, with a hint of schadenfreude. Get lost. Ning Xiaomal was annoyed. She waved her hand, and a utensil fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Ning Xiaomal was speechless. She looked at the utensil. It was a porcelain vase. She had made it a few days ago and placed it on the table. She did not expect that she would smash it into pieces today. Even if it was sticky, it would not stick. Is this a sign? An ominous sign? Maybe he is really dead. The voice sounded again. Ning Xiaomal took a deep breath. Suddenly, she raised her hand and swept an inkstone off the table, causing it to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. She raised her head and smiled. It was as if she was refuting the voice that appeared in her mind, but it was also as if she was comforting herself. You'll be fine. She closed her eyes and used the mental cultivation method that the Almighty taught her to suppress her inner demons. After a while, she finally calmed down. She squatted down and started to clean up the broken pieces. The Almighty loved cleanliness. If he came back and saw the broken pieces, he would not be able to sleep well. When she was cleaning up the broken pieces, she cut her hand again. The wound was not big, but it made her daze for a moment. Everything seemed to be going wrong today. Did something really happen to the Almighty? This thought was like a fire. Once it was born, it would become a prairie fire. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tried her best to stabilize her emotions. The great God had said that her fate was special and that she had a physique that could easily attract disasters. Therefore, before he left, he repeatedly ordered her not to leave the Tianyin Peak. He also instructed his 5 disciples to watch over her at all times, afraid that she would accidentally cause any accidents when he was not around. She didn't want to worry the Almighty, so she endured it and stayed on the peak day after day. She really wanted to find the Almighty, but she didn't know where he had gone. She could only wait helplessly. She felt like she was going to turn into a stone waiting for her husband. After cleaning up the debris on the ground, she wiped the other things again. When he was by her side, she didn't feel that time was unbearable, but after he left, she felt a bone-piercing loneliness and longing. She had never been so concerned about someone in her life. It turned out that worrying about someone was so unsettling that it was hard to calm down. Seeing that it was dark outside, she took out the sound-transmitting talisman and tried to contact him again. Still, it was to no avail. The sound-transmitting talisman didn't light up at all. Chapter 1146. Great God, Shinjuli, regardless of whether you found that thing or not, at least send me a message. Even if it's just a, hey, it's fine. As long as I know that you're safe, why won't you say a word to me? She simply lay on Shun Julie's bed. Her eyes were wide open, but she didn't dare to sleep. Now, as long as she closed her eyes, she would dream and be harassed by her inner demons. There seemed to be a slight noise at the door. Her heart jumped, and she immediately turned around to look. Then she held her breath. The door creaked open, and a white figure stood at the door. The moonlight gilded his back with a layer of faint silver, and his handsome face was half hidden in the darkness. Although Ning Xiaomal couldn't see his face clearly, she could recognize him from his figure and temperament. Shinjuli. He finally came back. He still knew to come back. At this moment, Ning Xiaomal's mind was blown. She was ecstatic, but her heart was filled with grievances. Her nose was sour, and tears welled up in her eyes. Did he know that she was worried to death? Did he know that she was almost crazy from worrying about him? Did he know that she missed him so much that she almost broke down? Before she could think of what to do, she had already jumped up from the bed and fiercely threw herself at him. Great God, why did you come back? She wanted to fiercely shout a few words at him, but just as she said one sentence, her throat seemed to be choked, and she couldn't continue. She directly threw herself into his arms and desperately hugged his waist. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and her nose couldn't breathe. Why did you come back so late? Do you know that I was worried to death? With great difficulty, she suppressed her grievances and wanted to shout a few words at him, but her body stiffened, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. A A sword. A sword the color of the moonlight. It fiercely pierced through her chest, accurately pierced through her heart, and came out from her back. That sword was extremely sharp and was a gift from her to him. He had always kept it with him, but now it had become the culprit behind her assassination. The sword was so sharp that she didn't even feel it when it pierced her flesh. By the time she reacted, she was already skewered on his sword like a candied hawthorn. The delayed pain made her face turn pale, and her eyes widened in disbelief. His face was reflected in her eyes. She finally saw his face clearly, and her heart felt as if it had been thrown into ice water. Wu-mo. The person who came was not Shun Jiuli, but his former substitute, Wu-mo. Wu-mo's figure was exactly the same as Shun Jiuli's. Even their facial features were almost the same. They were at least 99% similar. If one wasn't the person closest to them, it would be hard to tell them apart when they stood together. The only difference between these two people was that Wu-mo was always expressionless. When his sword pierced through Ning Xiuma's body, he didn't even move his eyebrows. He was as cold as a statue. As for Shun Jiuli, although he was also incomparably cold, he often had some expressions on his face. Ning Xiuma had been with him for a long time, so she could tell at a glance. When Wu-mo was punished by Shun Jiuli and imprisoned in the underground cold prison, Ning Xiuma and the Almighty had almost forgotten the existence of this person after they met. She occasionally asked who this Wu-mo was, and the Almighty's answer was somewhat zen. He said that Wu-mo was the one who had been with him for the longest time. Since he could remember, Wu-mo had been by his side as his substitute. Other than that, there was no further explanation. Chapter 1147. The Almighty's explanation was ambiguous. Later on, because of other things, she forgot to ask him again. Later on, when she thought about it, she felt that since Wu-mo had been by the Almighty's side for as long as he could remember, and the two of them looked so similar, there was only one possibility. Wu-mo was the Almighty's twin brother. She did not know why, but he only wanted to be the Almighty's substitute. Later on, because too many things happened and the Almighty urged her to practice martial arts, she didn't have the time to think about Wu-mo. She only knew that he was punished by the Almighty and was locked up. She didn't expect that he would appear here today. She thought that the Almighty had finally returned. She was so excited that she didn't think twice before throwing herself at him. She was anxious to hug him and feel his real body to soothe her surging emotions. She didn't expect that he would be a substitute. She also didn't expect that he would assassinate her without saying a word. This sword was ruthless and didn't give her any chance to live. It was obvious that Wu-mo really wanted to kill her. At that moment, Ning Xiuma couldn't think too much. Fortunately, she used to be a secret agent and had a strong psychological quality. She could quickly calm down when she received a fatal blow. Almost instinctively, she slapped him with her palm, using the empty-handed blade block technique to attack him. Wu-mo probably didn't expect that she could still fight back when her heart was stabbed. Moreover, her attack was aimed at the enemy's vital point. The angle was tricky and the palm was strong. Even if Wu-mo was in a hurry, he couldn't block her attack. He subconsciously let go of his hand and took a step back. Ning Xiuma also took a few steps back when he let go of her hand. Blood flowed down the sword and dripped on the clean floor like blooming red spider lilies. Her face was deathly pale. She pressed her palm on the hilt of the moonlight sword. She was a doctor herself, so she naturally knew the consequences of being stabbed. Her heart meridian had been pierced, and her life was like a flickering candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Why do you want to kill me? This was what she didn't understand the most. She didn't have any deep hatred with him, right? Although he gave her a lot of problems when he pretended to be Shun Jiuli, he didn't mean to kill her. What was the reason this time? What was the reason for him to use his ultimate move on her as soon as they met? Why was the Almighty's moonlight sword in his hands? Thousands of questions swirled in her mind. After she asked this question, she quietly moved to the window. Since Wu-mo was standing at the door, she could only escape through the window if she wanted to ask for help. Unfortunately, the window was tightly shut. She had no choice but to break the window and jump out to call for help. But would she have a chance? She had yet to cultivate an immortal body, and the sword in her heart only had the word death. The reason why she could still stand here and not fall was because the sword had yet to be pulled out. Once the sword was pulled out, she would definitely die. That empty-handed blade block had almost used up all of her strength. Her vision was turning black, and there was a fishy taste in her mouth. Wu Mo looked at her coldly, but he did not follow up with another attack. He knew that with the power of his sword, she would not be able to survive. Hearing her question, he only coldly replied, "You must die. I can't let you harm him anymore." Was it because of her identity as a heavenly loner? Ning Xiuma took another step back, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Chapter 1148. Ning Xiuma's eyes darkened. Where is he? Why is his sword in your hands? Even if you kill me, he won't let you go. She stumbled again and held onto the window for support. Wu Mo's eyes were as cold as ice and his thin lips slightly pursed. No matter where he is, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Go on your way and don't bother him in your next life. He approached Ning Xiuma step by step. He didn't expect this girl to be so tenacious. Even with a sword in her heart, she could still talk so much nonsense. Perhaps he should give her another blow to shut her up. His fingers emitted a faint white light, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into the shape of a sword. Ning Xiuma held onto the window with her hand, but her heart was cold. In such a short time, her hands and feet had lost all their strength. Not to mention breaking the window, she couldn't even push it with all her might, her vision blurred, and she couldn't even stand straight. Tianyin Peak was the forbidden area of the Sun Moon sect. All the disciples were not allowed to come up. Now, there was only her and Wu Mo. Even if she was lucky enough to escape from this hall, how could she escape from Wu Mo's pursuit? If she was fine with her current martial arts, she might be able to deal with Wu Mo for a while. At least, she could delay until reinforcements arrived. But now, she only felt despair. She had never felt so hopeless before. She didn't expect that she would die here today. Shun Julie's figure flashed in her mind. Her fingers clenched again. She didn't even see him again. What happened to him? She looked on helplessly as the sword in Wu Mo's hand took shape again and was about to stab her again. She closed her eyes and waited for the fatal blow. Bang! The tightly closed window suddenly shattered. The shattering of the window was very unique. All the fragments were like whistling rain, bypassing Ning Xiuma, who was in front of the window, and shooting towards Wu Mo. Wu Mo's expression changed slightly. The sword in his hand flashed continuously and set up a protective shield around his body, blocking the fragments that were flying towards him like a storm. In the chaos of the fragments, he only saw a red shadow flash past the window. When he hurriedly threw away the broken pieces and looked at the window again, his pupils suddenly shrank. Not only was there no trace of the red-robed man in front of the window, there was also no trace of Ning Xiuma. Only the broken window was like a huge mouth, as if it was laughing at him. That woman must not be taken away. She must not be allowed to live. Wu Mo's silhouette rose, and he went out of the window like a drifting cloud. The grass and trees in the courtyard were the same as before, but he couldn't see any shadow of a person. There was a wizardry barrier on the mountain peak. Only disciples of Shun Julie could come and go as they pleased. That person wasn't from the Sun Moon sect. He couldn't have left without making a sound after kidnapping Ning Xiuma. Wu Mo quickly circled around the Tianyin Peak. He didn't find the two people, but he found a gap in a hidden corner. There were a few drops of blood on the gap. As if it was telling him something, Wu Mo's fingers slowly clenched. Did he run away? However, that woman's heart had been fatally stabbed by him. Even if she was taken away, she wouldn't be able to survive. Ning Xiuma felt dizzy, but she subconsciously knew that someone had saved her. At this moment, that person was carrying her and escaping. That person's speed was extremely fast. Ning Xiuma was in a state of dizziness. She only felt a burst of light and shadow, and the sound of the wind was sharp like a whistle in her ears. However, she couldn't feel it blowing on her body. Chapter 1149. That person hugged her very skillfully and did not touch her wound at all. Yet, he held her firmly in his arms, as if he was hugging a treasure that he had lost and regained. She felt dizzy and had a feeling that she was about to fall into the abyss. Her hands and feet were cold, as if her soul was gradually leaving her body and was about to scatter. She tried her best to open her eyes, fearing that she would never be able to open them again and fall into eternal darkness. She couldn't die. She desperately told herself in her heart. She still didn't know the Almighty's whereabouts. She didn't want to step on the road to hell with regrets. Although she tried to open her eyes, her vision was constantly turning black and everything was blurry. She could only see balls of light. She couldn't tell the color of the light as it jumped around in front of her eyes. It was like a dream. Who was it that saved her? The first person she thought of was the Almighty. The moment she fell into his arms, she even called out softly, "Almighty." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, but it made the person hugging her slightly stiffen. At that moment, she knew that it wasn't him. It wasn't the Almighty. The Almighty wouldn't escape with her. If he really came back, he would use ruthless means to deal with Wu Mo. Then who could it be? Who could save her from Wu Mo so easily? She couldn't see anything clearly, and her nose couldn't even smell anything. All her senses seemed to have lost their functions quickly, making her unable to determine who saved her. However, no matter who saved her at this time, it was better than dying in Wu Mo's hands. Her heart was in pain, and she couldn't help but move her body. "Momo, don't move." A voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Ning Xiuma's body suddenly stiffened and her eyes that were about to close opened again. Shuilan. It was actually Shuilan. Heavens, if she were to fall into his hands, she might as well die. Perhaps because he saw her suddenly widening eyes, Shuilan's arms slightly tightened. "Momo, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you in the slightest." His voice was magnetic and gentle as the first stream in March. How could Ning Xiuma believe him? She always felt that she couldn't do anything about being in his hands. She was so anxious that her vision turned black and she fainted. She had another dream. In the dream, she directly turned into a woman called Shui Emo and took advantage of the night to meet with a man from the devil realm. That man urged her to move faster and even showed her a mirror. In the mirror, Shuilan was on the verge of death. His face was as pale as a ghost. The man told her that Shuilan only had half a month left to live. If she couldn't get that thing, Shuilan's soul would scatter. The man from the devil realm then left. Shui Emo turned around and returned. She was preoccupied with her makeup in front of the mirror. Shun Julie appeared behind her and skillfully combed her hair. Seeing that she was absent-minded, he asked her what was on her mind. Shui Emo turned around and threw herself into his arms. Like a child, she arched against his chest and asked him jokingly, "Julie, how much do you like me?" Shun Julie looked down at her and rubbed her head. "Every time you act like a spoiled child in front of me, you want something. Tell me, what do you want now?" Shui Emo blinked her eyes and pointed at his chest. She said confidently, "I want your heart. Will you give it to me or not?" Chapter 1150. Shun Julie took advantage of the situation and pulled her into his arms, kissing her lips. "Isn't my heart already yours?" Shui Emo hugged his neck and held his hand, kissing him again. "Let's make it clear, your heart is mine. You're not allowed to give it to anyone else." The two rubbed each other's ears for a while. Shui Emo seemed to have thought of something and pursed her lips. "However, I heard that gods have 9 lives. In other words, you have 9 hearts. If you give me one, you'll have no place to put the other 8. Shun Julie bluntly knocked her forehead. "You're talking about cats. Cats have 9 lives. Little girl, don't use idioms." Shui Emo chuckled. "So you're talking about cats. But if cats have 9 lives, then aren't you more powerful than cats, Julie? How many lives do you have?" Shun Julie picked her up and walked outside. "Gods don't age or die. How many lives do you think I have?" Shui Mo's eyes moved slightly. She yawned lazily and hugged his neck like a lazy kitten. "Countless. It's good to be a god, to have countless lives to play with." The two chatted and laughed. She let him carry her away. After a moment, she looked around in puzzlement. "Julie, where are you taking me?" Shun Julie kept her in suspense. "Guess." The pond full of green lotuses bloomed. Shun Julie led her to a lotus path. At the end of the lotus path, there were beautiful jellyfish swaying back and forth. The scenery here is so beautiful. She couldn't help but dance in circles on the lotus. Shun Julie held her hand and stepped on the jellyfish. There's something even more beautiful. Finally, Shui Yimo saw a jellyfish-shaped dark blue dreamlike castle. She was stunned for a moment, as if she was looking at a childhood dream. This, Julie. So you also have such childish taste. Shun Julie's eyebrows twitched. He glanced at her. Didn't you say you didn't have a childhood? Didn't you say you didn't know what a childhood dream was like? Shui Yimo was stunned for a moment. So you prepared this castle for me. Do you like it? Shun Julie looked down at her condescendingly with an expression that said, "Try saying you don't like it." Shui Yimo didn't say anything. Instead, she threw herself on his body and kissed him on the lips. Then, she buried her head in his chest and muttered something. Shun Julie obviously didn't hear him clearly. "What did you say?" Shui Yimo once again hugged his neck. "I like it. I like it so much." Shun Julie carried her incontentedly. "It's good that you like it. Today is your birthday, so this is my birthday present to you." The scenery inside the blue castle was magnificent and full of childlike charm. Shui Yimo looked here and there, and from time to time, she would turn in circles on the spot like a child. Shun Julie sat on a cloud bed and looked at her with a faint smile on his lips. "Julie, let's live here from now on, okay?" Shui Yimo jumped in front of him and looked at him with sparkling eyes, as if she was afraid he wouldn't agree. "The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily abundant. Let's cultivate here." Shun Julie pulled her onto the bed. The moment he kissed her deeply, he replied with a single word, "Okay." Time passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Xiuma felt like she was in a dream, yet not a dream. In the dream, she seemed to be Shui Yimo, and Shui Yimo was her. She and Shun Julie spent a good time in that castle. The two of them lay side by side on the cloud bed and looked at the stars. They watched the clouds in the sky move and move. They sat together on the cloud bed and cultivated. Of course, they loved each other. Chapter 11:51. Occasionally, when Shun Julie was in a good mood, he would fish for her, comb her hair, cook all kinds of delicious food for her, and even condense 2 kitchen knives to cut vegetables and meat. That was the life of a true husband and wife. That kind of time could only be described with one word: sweet and sweet. Scenes of happy life were like fast-forwarded movies, playing out one after another. Ning Xiuma was almost intoxicated in that kind of life. Of course, Ning Xiuma also felt that she was drifting away. For example, although she had transformed into Shui Yimo, she could never understand her feelings. She always felt that Shui Yimo seemed to have a lot of things on her mind, but she hid it very well, so it couldn't be seen from her appearance. Finally, one day, Shun Julie received a message from his disciple. The immortal world's emissary wanted to see him, saying that the devil ancestor had led a group of demons to wantonly invade the immortal world. They asked the supreme divinity to once again kill the devil ancestor and get rid of evil for the 3 realms. "Can you not go?" Shui Yimo hugged his arm, obviously not wanting him to go. Shun Julie rubbed her hair. "I owe the immortal world 2 favors, and I've already repaid them once. This is the last time. Obediently wait for me here. I'll be back in half a day. Then I'll go too." Shui Yimo's attitude was firm. Shun Julie looked down at her, as if he wanted to see something in her eyes. Her eyes were clear, more transparent than crystals, and she insisted, "I must go." "Good." Shun Julie finally agreed. "You tidy up, this king will wait for you outside." Shui Yimo waited for Shun Julie to go out, then quickly began to tidy up the things in the castle. She even put away the 2 kitchen knives and put them in the side room. She paused in the room for a moment, then turned around and strode out. The wind and rain were gloomy, and dark clouds covered the sky. In the wilderness, the people of the immortal world and the devil world were fighting fiercely. The sound of the zither came from the red palanquin at the very back of the army. It was like the scythe of the grim reaper flashing by. The people of the celestial realm used all kinds of magic weapons to resist, but they were still forced to retreat. Some of the weaker ones had their magic weapons shattered by the sound of the zither and turned into ashes. When Shue-Emo arrived with Shun-Juli, she saw this scene. Shun-Juli sat upright in the air. With a wave of his hand, a zither appeared on his lap. After a few clangs, he began to fight with the demonic sound. Shue-Emo was also sitting next to Shun-Juli. She looked down at everything below and the blood-red palanquin in the distance. She pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Of course, she didn't do anything. This time, the demonic sound was extremely powerful, several levels higher than the one played by Shue-Emo. He was actually able to match Shun-Juli for the time being. The two kinds of zither sounds went back and forth, colliding in the wilderness. Even the originally calm air was shattered by the sound of the zither, and the dark clouds in the sky crazily rotated. Shue-Emo seemed to be shaken by the two kinds of zither sounds. Her face was slightly pale, and she leaned against Shun-Juli on the cloud. Shun-Juli glanced at her while playing the zither, then slightly frowned. He flicked his finger in the air and set up a barrier around Shue-Emo. He actually protected Shue-Emo inside. But because of this slight distraction, the demonic sound took advantage of it. His body was slightly shaken, and he was injured. A line of blood seeped out of his arm. "Julie, you're injured." Shue-Emo's face was pale, and she was about to grab his arm. "Don't move, be good." Shun-Juli flicked his sleeve, and the wound on his arm automatically began to heal. Chapter 1152. Of course, Shue-Emo's fingers didn't touch his arm. Because Shun-Juli had set up a barrier around her body, the opposite demonic sound couldn't hurt her. Naturally, she couldn't touch Shun-Juli, who was close to her. The two Guqin sounds continued to fight in the air. Not knowing why, Ning Xiuma was somewhat panicked. Her heart was raised high, as if something that could reverse fate was about to happen, but she was powerless to stop it. Anxious, her vision turned black. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she had become an independent entity again. When she looked around, she found that she had become a spectator. She saw that Shun-Juli was playing the Guqin and fighting against the person in the blood-red palanquin. At the same time, he urged the cloud below him to slowly approach the blood-red palanquin. Obviously, he wanted to pull out the person in the palanquin and then completely eliminate him. And the soldiers of the immortal and demon world were once again fighting. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs were scattered everywhere. Accompanied by the screams of injuries or near death, it was exceptionally frightening. The battle between the two Guqin sounds was exceptionally long. Shun-Juli's mental power was not light, and beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Shue-Emo's face was pale as she sat beside Shun-Juli. She didn't say a word and was very quiet, as if she knew that the supreme god couldn't be disturbed at this time. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on the blood-red palanquin. She inexplicably knew that the person playing the Guqin in the palanquin this time was the elusive demon ancestor. Her gaze once again fell on Shun-Juli's face, looking at his white, jade-like handsome face, lost in thought. In a trance, she felt that Shun-Juli's martial arts seemed to have regressed a bit. His Guqin sounds weren't as pure as when she first saw him. Originally, his Guqin sounds were majestic enough to penetrate the clouds and split the stone, without any filth, without any desire, without a trace of flaw. In this world, there was simply no opponent who could match him. But now, there was a trace of noise in his Guqin sounds, as if he was worried, obsessed, and unable to let go. More importantly, his mental power seemed to have regressed, and the power of his Guqin sounds was much weaker than before. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on Shue-Emo's body. His heart suddenly stirred. Shue-Emo was a devil with a demonic body. Normally, a demonic body couldn't fuse with a human. Once fused, it would inevitably harm the human's life. Shun-Juli was a god. Naturally, he wouldn't lose his life just because he mated with Shue-Emo. However, would he lose a lot of his power because of this? Ning Xiuma's heart raced. She knew that something big was about to happen, Although Shun Juli had lost some of his power, he still had the upper hand in the battle between the two Guqin sounds. The magnificent Guqin sound suppressed the demonic sound to the point that it was almost unable to turn around. The cloud under his feet was also slowly approaching the big red palanquin. In the midst of the fierce battle, Shui Emo, who was on the cloud, suddenly screamed. Her body was entangled by a soft rope that flew out from the big red palanquin. She was pulled down from the cloud and fell towards the blood-red palanquin. Shun Juli's complexion changed slightly. His figure moved, and he followed suit. Demonic sound took the opportunity to clang several times. Countless sound waves shot towards Shun Juli's body, seemingly wanting to stop him from chasing after her. The faint blue light waves hit his protective barrier like water waves. His complexion also turned pale. However, he didn't have any intention of retreating. Instead, he chased after her even faster, even more urgently. Finally, just as Shui Emo's body was about to be pulled into the blood-red palanquin, Shun Juli caught up with her. He held her in his arms. Just as he waved his sleeve to cut off the soft rope binding her body, his body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 1153. A short blade pierced his heart. There were 2 grooves on the blade, and a line of blood quickly flowed down the grooves, flowing into Shui Emo's sleeve. Ning Shuma's heart instantly fell into icy water. Shui Emo actually killed the great god. You? Shun Juli's deep blue eyes were like a stormy sea, falling on the face of the girl in his embrace. It seemed as if he didn't believe it, but also seemed as if he was disappointed. He was still holding her, his hands clenched in a fist behind her back. A faint white light flickered, as if he wanted to do something, but couldn't. Shui Mo's face was snow white. It was unknown whether it was because of the injury or because of fear. Looking at him in his embrace, she said in a flat voice, I said, I want your heart. You also promised me. I only want your heart's blood. Then you were all fake to me. Shun Juli's face was even paler. Shui Mo lowered her eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, but her voice was cold. Yes, it was all fake. Forget about me. With a flip of her hand, she put away the jade bottle that was used to collect the blood. Then, she abruptly slapped his chest, sending his body flying. Don't. Ning Xiuma, who had been patiently watching from the sidelines, suddenly shouted. She felt so distressed that she wanted to flip over, and suddenly threw herself over. Everything suddenly disappeared. The blood-red palanquin, the bleeding great god, and Shui Emo, who had suddenly turned hostile, disappeared like melting snow. Not even a shadow was left in her mind, leaving behind only heartache. Her heart really hurt. It hurt as if there was a knife still stuck there, never being pulled out. Ning Xiuma trembled as she opened her eyes. The scene in front of her was somewhat blurry. She faintly saw a red-clothed, black-haired man swaying in front of her. All the memories before she fainted came back, and Ning Xiuma's body instantly stiffened. If she didn't remember incorrectly, she had fallen into Shui Elan's hands again. The man swaying in front of her now should be him. What is he doing? You. Why are you shaking? Ning Xiuma managed to spit out a few words. Probably because of her injury, her voice was extremely hoarse. Momo, you're awake. A hand touched her forehead. You still have a fever. Ning Xiuma shook her head and tried to push his hand away, but her strength was too weak. Clearly, it was not effective. Instead, it seemed like her head was rubbing against his palm. Shui Elan's gaze deepened as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Momo, don't move. Your wound will open up again. Wounds? Ning Xiuma finally remembered the sword that Wu Emo stabbed her. Her heart shrank, her vision turned black, and she fainted again. This time, she didn't have any dreams. Even when she was unconscious, she still felt the pain in her heart. That pain drilled in and out, making her feel uneasy even though she was unconscious. She woke up a few times in the middle, but she was still groggy. Most of the time, she was in a daze and fell asleep again after opening her eyes. Every time she woke up, she would see Shui Elan's figure by her side. He would wipe the cold sweat on her forehead, heal her, and talk to her. His voice was intermittent in her drowsy ears, making her feel somewhat annoyed. When she woke up again, she couldn't help but shout, "Shut up!" This shout probably affected the sword wound on her body. Her heart suddenly hurt, and she fainted again. Maybe her shout worked, or maybe she fainted too thoroughly. After that, she didn't hear him speak again. She felt that her ears were much quieter. Chapter 1154. When she was slightly awake, a question would appear in her mind. Why did Wu Mo want to kill her? Was he not afraid of the great god's punishment? In Ning Xiuma's mind, she recalled the red-clothed little girl she saw when she was half awake. That girl was like a beautiful little devil. Her smile was sweet and pure, but awakened the greatest fear in the depths of her heart. She was a jinx. Who would be the next person to die because of her? Who would it be? Could it be that the great god was really killed by her? No way. Definitely not. The great god said that his life was tough, and he was not afraid of her jinx. Moreover, the great god was already an immortal. He would not die. He must have met with some accident and was trapped, unable to come back for a while. That was why Wu Mo wanted to get rid of her, to kill the great god first and report later. That must be it. That must be it. She hated that she was too anxious at that time, so she did not notice and rushed over, giving him a chance to stab her. Damn it. She actually fell for this kind of child's play. However, what accident did the great god meet with? So much so that his moonlight sword fell into Wu Mo's hands, and Wu Mo did not care about his punishment and wanted to kill her. When she thought of this, Ning Xiuma felt as if there was a fire burning in her heart. This fire made the sword wound on her heart even harder to heal. The wound was sometimes good and sometimes bad, and she was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. Time passed quietly while she was awake and asleep. She did not know how much time had passed, but she finally woke up again. Ning Xiuma slowly opened her eyes. This time, her vision was no longer hazy. She could see everything around her clearly. She was in a complicated and gorgeous hall. Below her was a cloud silk mattress, and above her was a mermaid silk quilt. The bed curtains were double-sided embroidered, thin and transparent. Embroidered on the side of the bed curtains was a small furry fox, lying lazily in the shade with its 9 tails swaying behind it. The green trees and red fox gave people a strong visual impact. Ning Xiuma felt that this arrangement was somewhat familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen it before. She touched her chest with her fingers. There was a thick bandage there. She moved slightly, and it affected the wound. The piercing pain made her break out in cold sweat. Where is this place? Shuilan's nest. Ning Xiuma tried to sit up, but the moment she moved, her wound hurt terribly. She was sweating profusely, but she didn't even have the strength to sit up. The door creaked open, and Shui Ilan slowly walked in, wearing a fiery red robe. Ning Xiuma was shocked. She closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious. She could sense that Shui Ilan had walked up to her bed, but he didn't move for a long time. Ning Xiuma tried her best to control her heartbeat. She could sense Shui Ilan's presence. He was standing just 1 step away from her bed and had not left. What was he going to do? Ning Xiuma had goosebumps all over her body. However, she forced herself not to move. This person's actions were too unpredictable. Ning Xiuma had never been able to understand his personality, so it was hard for her to guess his goal. She couldn't get up right now, so she didn't have the strength to resist him. She could only pretend to be unconscious, hoping that she could fool him and quickly leave. Was this bastard going to turn into a fossil in front of her bed? Ning Xiuma couldn't help but curse in her heart, but she still closed her eyes. She was very good at pretending to be unconscious. If one wasn't a professional, they wouldn't be able to tell if she was awake or unconscious. Shui Ilan suddenly sat down beside her, but he didn't move for a long time. Chapter 1155. Sitting next to her was a person with an extraordinarily strong presence. The pressure on Ning Xiuma's heart was also extraordinarily large. A moment later, she felt a warmth under the blanket. There was another leg. This bastard crawled under her blanket. Ning Xiuma's hair almost stood on end. She could no longer pretend to faint. Abruptly opening her eyes, she saw Shui Yilan's back leaning against the other side of the bed. One of his legs was inside her quilt, and the other was below. He crossed his arms, and his eyes seemed to be filled with mountains and rivers, filled with tenderness. "You're awake." Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and didn't reply to his nonsense. She secretly took a deep breath, but this slight movement affected her wound, causing her to sweat again. "Take your leg back." She didn't want to sleep on the same bed as him. She couldn't sleep on the same bed. Shui Yilan's eyes darkened, and he didn't move. "Momo, I'm tired. I'll rest here for a while." Ning Xiuma didn't say anything and struggled to get up. Of course, such a violent movement affected her wound, causing her face to turn pale. Shui Yilan's expression changed slightly. He sat up straight and pressed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "Are you crazy? If you continue like this, your wound will tear open again. You get off," Ning Xiuma insisted. "Otherwise, I'll get off." Shui Yilan. He laughed bitterly and got off the bed. "Momo, I've never been as ruthless as you. Fine, I'll get off. You stay here." Ning Xiuma closed her eyes. Her struggle had indeed torn open her wound a little, causing her to be in pain. She was waiting for the pain to pass. There was a moment of silence in the room. Shui Yilan had also changed his previous aggressive teasing. He sat on a stool beside the bed and looked at the fine beads of sweat rolling down her forehead with a complicated gaze. It was like pity, anger, and sorrow. After a while, the pain finally passed. Ning Xiuma opened her eyes again. "How long have I been unconscious?" 5 days, Shui Yilan replied. Ning Xiuma tilted her head and looked out of the window. Her vision was a little red, and the afterglow of the setting sun painted the window paper a little reddish yellow. 5 days had already passed. She didn't die. Instead, she spent 5 days at the gates of hell. Is the Almighty back yet? Did he know that Wu Mo almost stabbed her to death? She shouldn't be back yet, right? Otherwise, he would have turned the world upside down to look for him. Where is this? Ning Xiuma's gaze wandered around the room. She had a feeling that the layout of the room was very familiar. "What do you think?" Shui Yilan asked. How'd she know? But since he asked, could it be that she should know about this place? Ning Xiuma searched in her mind for a long time. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. In a dream, this place seemed to be a scene in a dream. Although she could remember some of her dreams recently, she couldn't remember them clearly. She always felt that there was a thick layer of fog in her mind. Occasionally, she could remember 1 or 2 fragments, but the fragments were also vague. Usually, she didn't take those dreams to heart. Now that she saw the layout of the room, she remembered a little bit of it. "Momo, this is the place where you used to live." Shui Yilan stood up and lifted the bed curtain so that she could see everything in the room clearly. "The table and chairs here are arranged according to the way you used to live here. What do you think? Do you like it?" Chapter 1156. Ning Xiuma. The decorations here were extremely extravagant, with crystal candlesticks and jade tabletop. Everything was shining brightly. This place was even more magnificent than the royal palaces she had seen before. It was like an exquisitely crafted cloisonne, with every line and hook exuding an extravagant aura. Was this her taste in the past? Who was he kidding? Ning Xiuma retracted her gaze and replied calmly, "Shui Yilan, I'm not your Momo, and this is not where I used to live. I don't like such decorations either, so stop wasting your time." Shui Yilan narrowed his eyes. "You don't like it?" "I don't like it." Shui Yilan did not say anything else, but his eyes were fixed on her face, as though he was trying to read something from it. Ning Xiuma did not want to say anything else either. She closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Her heart had been pierced, and if not for her MF reaching level 7 in Shui Yilan's treatment, she would have been a dead person by now. A bowl of steaming hot medicine was brought to her lips, and Shui Yilan's voice drifted over. "Drink the medicine." The medicine had a strange smell, and Ning Xiuma knew that it was extremely bitter, even without tasting it. She sniffed it slightly and could tell that it was indeed used to treat her wound. However, one of the herbs was not right. If it was changed to another type of herb, her wound would probably be better. She wanted to reach out to take it, but the moment she raised her hand, the pain from her wound was excruciating, causing her to break out in cold sweat. Shui Yilan reached out and carried her up. He was extremely careful, not affecting her wound at all. His control of strength was frighteningly precise. Momo, don't move. I'll feed you. She leaned weakly in his arms. Shui Yilan was afraid that her struggling would affect her wound, so he sealed her acupoints so that she could only move her head. The rest was completely at his mercy. Ning Xiuma, Shui Yilan, I'm not your Momo. Ning Xiuma was a little annoyed. Shui Yilan was deeply in love with her, but he obviously treated her as another woman. This made her angry, amused, and helpless. Shui Yilan smiled elegantly. All right, if you say so, then so be it. Come, drink the medicine. He fed her spoonful by spoonful. Ning Xiuma, she decided not to argue and slowly swallowed the medicine one mouthful at a time. That medicine was indeed extremely bitter. Just one sip was enough to make people want to pull their tongue out and soak it in the water to get rid of the bitter taste. However, Ning Xiuma did not care. Since she had survived, it proved that the heavens had not truly destroyed her. She had to quickly recover and find a way to leave this place to find the Almighty. There was no unbearable sin in this world, only a heart that could not be overcome. She had to get better. Hurry up and get better. She gulped down the medicine in big mouthfuls. Her brows were tightly knitted together, but she had no intention of stopping. The bowl of medicine was quickly fed to her. Shui Yilan pulled out a piece of candied fruit out of nowhere. Come, eat this to get rid of the bitter taste. He was about to stuff it into her mouth. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. Shui Yilan was puzzled. You've already drunk the medicine. Are you still afraid that I'll put poison in the candied fruit? This candied fruit clashes with one of the other medicines. If I eat it, the effects of the medicine will be reduced. Ning Xiuma said softly. Shui Yilan slowly retracted the candied fruit in his hand and smiled. Seems like your desire to live is abnormally strong. I forgot that you're a famous doctor. Chapter 11:57. Although he was smiling, there was a trace of desolation in his voice. Ning Xiuma didn't know what was going on, but she felt that Shui Yilan's attitude was strange after this meeting. It made her unable to feel his pulse and didn't know what he was up to. However, this time, her life was saved by him. That was undeniable. Ning Xiuma was also someone who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. She decided that as long as Shui Yilan didn't scheme against her and didn't touch her again, she would be more polite to him. Shui Yilan placed her back on the bed. His movements were still gentle and appropriate, and his tone was so gentle that it could drip water. Lie down properly. I'll go pick some more medicine for you. Was this still the vicious and merciless Shui Yilan who would desperately torture her whenever he was unhappy? Could it be that someone was impersonating him? Ning Xiuma's gaze swept over his face, and she blurted out, Are you really Shui Yilan? Did you take the wrong medicine? Bang! Shui Yilan's hand loosened. Ning Xiuma's body, which had been placed halfway by him, fell directly onto the pillow and affected her wound. She let out a low cry as cold sweat poured down her body. Her vision blurred, and she almost fainted. After the heart-wrenching pain passed, Ning Xiuma opened her eyes again. She saw Shui Yilan sitting beside her and looking at her with a smile. Are you sure it's me now? Ning Xiuma. All right, this is more like the evil Shui Yilan. Ning Xiuma gritted her teeth and glared at him. She was in no mood to pay attention to him. Shui Yilan raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat on her forehead with his sleeve. Momo, I will never change. The one who will change is you. Don't worry. I'll make you completely come back. Ning Xiuma's hair stood on end when she heard his last sentence. Return completely? Not to mention that Ning Xiuma, was not that Momo. Even if that Momo was her previous life, that was only her previous life. The previous life and this life could not be mixed together. In this life, she was only Ning Xiuma. She would not become anyone else. How did he want her to come back? What strange method was he going to use this time? Ning Xiuma shuddered at the thought of the people he had killed and controlled. She took a deep breath and changed the topic. My injury, was it you who treated me? The place where she was stabbed was very sensitive. If he were to treat and bandage her wound, he would definitely see her chest. Based on how Shui Ilan had treated her in the past, he might really do it himself. Shui Ilan's eyes rippled as if he had already guessed what she was worried about. Do you want me to treat you? Ning Xuemal looked at him without saying anything. Shui Ilan reached out and touched her face. You don't have to worry. Ning Xuemal was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he added, Anyway, I've already seen your body. It doesn't matter if I see it one more time, right? It's your big head ghost. If Ning Xuemal was free right now, she would definitely hit him with a pillow. Shui Ilan smiled and touched her face again. Be good and recover. I'll go out for a while. In order to prevent Ning Xuemal from playing any new tricks, he did not release her acupoints. He gently tucked her in before turning to leave. This bastard. He never forgot to take advantage of her. Ning Xuemal had the urge to send him flying with a kick. But now that she was in Shui Ilan's hands and was seriously injured, there was nothing she could do. Chapter 1158. Ning Xuemal closed her eyes and adjusted her breath. She used the method that the Almighty taught her to heal herself. She had just completed one cycle of psychokinesis when she opened her eyes. She realized that there was a girl with bright eyes and white teeth in the room. The girl was holding a plate with gauze and ointment on it. She walked to Ning Xuemal's bed and smiled gently. Miss Ning, I'm here to help you change your bandages. She was obviously the 8th princess of the Bright King's mansion, Mingwan. Ning Xuemal was good at recognizing people. She immediately recognized her. Why was she here? Why was she in Shui Ilan's territory? Ning Xuemal's heart was filled with questions, but she did not ask. Mingwan gently removed Ning Xuemal's blanket and unbuttoned her clothes. Ning Xuemal's acupoints were sealed. She could not move and let Mingwan do whatever she wanted. Regardless of whether it was removing gauze or changing bandages, Mingwan was extremely skilled. Ning Xuemal did not expect that this princess, who was ostentatious wherever she went, would have such good medical skills. Ning Xuemal's heart skipped a beat. These few days, were you the one who bandaged my wounds? Princess Mingwan swiftly applied the ointment for Ning Xuemal while answering her question. Yes, how do you feel? Does the wound hurt less? Ning Xuemal heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Shui Ilan had instructed Mingwan to treat her wounds. He did not do it himself. She did not expect that Shui Ilan would suddenly become a gentleman. Ning Xuemal was finally relieved. She looked at Princess Mingwan busy and chatted with her. This imperial Princess Mingwan was a straightforward person. She did not hide her thoughts and spoke whatever was on her mind. Her voice was crisp and clear, like pearls falling on a jade plate. From her, Ning Xuemal found out some things that happened when she was in a coma. It turned out that after Shui Ilan had rescued her, he had captured more than 100 famous doctors to treat her injuries, causing chaos in the medical centers in the nearby cities. Most people wouldn't be able to do anything about a wound that pierced the heart, not to mention that Shui Ilan didn't allow anyone to touch Ning Xuemal's body. He even stared coldly at them for a long time just to feel her pulse. This caused those godly doctors to be even more at a loss as to where to start. All of them were at a loss as to what to do. All they could do was panic. Some doctors even tried to persuade Shui Ilan to give up, telling him to prepare a coffin for the injured lady as soon as possible. In the end, those godly doctors were all sent to the Yellow Springs by Shui Ilan. They didn't even have a coffin. His cruel methods caused the other godly doctors to keep quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to say any more nonsense, but they didn't have any better ideas. Under Shui Ilan's coercion, they wrote many prescriptions, but none of them were practical. 2 days before she was injured, Ning Xuemal was in a critical condition and almost died. Fortunately, on the 3rd day, Shui Ilan found this Princess Mingwan in front of him. Although this girl was young, her medical talent was extremely high. She was especially good at treating sword wounds. As long as the person was still breathing, she could bring them back to life easily. Originally, Shui Ilan didn't know of Princess Mingwan's reputation. However, he happened to overhear 2 of Princess Mingwan's subordinates bragging about their princess's medical skills in a restaurant. They said that their princess's medical skills were rare, and Shui Ilan happened to overhear it. Shui Ilan was frantically searching for godly doctors. When he heard this news, How could he be courteous? He barged into Princess Ming Wan's room in the middle of the night and carried her in her sleep. Chapter 11:59. Royal Princess Ming Wan's martial arts were not bad, and her bodyguard were also top-notch. However, they had met Shui Ilan, this mysterious person whose martial arts were second only to Di Zun. There was no one that Shui Ilan could not snatch away. Thus, Royal Princess Ming Wan, who had been sleeping soundly in her room, was carried here. When she woke up, she was only wearing a nightgown. Although Royal Princess Ming Wan's temper was not small, she was smart enough not to get angry at this time. She calmly asked Shui Ilan what he wanted to do. Shui Ilan naturally would not beat around the bush with her. He immediately forced her to save him. Royal Princess Ming Wan first looked at Ning Xuema's injuries, then looked at Shui Ilan's nervousness. She smiled in surprise, then slowly began to state her conditions. After Shui Ilan heard her say there's hope, his attitude immediately took a huge turn for the better, and he agreed to almost all of her requests. Thus, Royal Princess Ming Wan not only had her own room here, but she also ordered Shui Ilan to barge into Ming Wang Palace again just to take back a few sets of clothes that she often wore. The moonlight sword in Ning Xuema's chest was pulled out by Royal Princess Ming Wan. All of the subsequent treatments were her efforts. She had successfully pulled Ning Xuema back from the gates of hell. Royal Princess Ming Wan told Ning Xuema the gist of what had happened. Ning Xuema pursed her lips. She did not know what to feel in her heart. It seemed that Shui Ilan was really doing it for her good this time, and was not teasing her like before. Moreover, after meeting again, he kept calling her Momo, Momo. It was obvious that he was treating her as another person to dote on. It seemed that Shui Ilan had recovered his memories from before he was sealed. He probably treated her as the woman in his memories. Momo, Momo, it sounded so familiar. Ning Xuema didn't remember her dreams. She only faintly felt that the name Momo seemed to appear more frequently by her side recently. Then what about this sword? Ning Xuema asked. In the hands of the owner of this place, Princess Ming Wan said. Who was it that was so cruel and merciless to stab you? If it wasn't for the fact that your psychokinesis was high and you were able to use it to protect your heart meridian in time, this sword strike would have taken your life. Ning Xuema lowered her eyes. That moonlight sword was custom-made for the great god in the everlasting nation. Originally, she wanted to make a flute, but she didn't expect that a moonlight flute would appear. Thus, she simply let the blacksmith forge the moonlight stone into a sword. 3 months ago, she and the great god had taken it back from the immortal kingdom. She still remembered the scene when she gave the sword to him. His expression didn't change much, but he still wore the sword on his body. One had to know that the great god had that storage space on him. All of his things were in that space. He never wore those miscellaneous items on his body. This sword became the only accessory he had on him. She still remembered when the great god appeared in front of the Sun Moon sect's disciples with that sword. The gazes of those disciples, they were so shocked that they couldn't describe it. Even the usually calm Yelu Jing and widened her eyes and looked at her master as if she was looking at a western scenery. Shun Julie, who had always been low-key and mysterious, purposely walked around Buddha Lotus Mountain twice so that all of the Sun Moon sect disciples on the mountain could see what his sword looked like. It was clearly something that had happened not long ago, but now it felt like a lifetime ago when she thought about it. How was the great god now? Ning Xuema couldn't wait to heal her injuries so that she could go and find him. Chapter 1160. Ning Xuema tried to use her telepathy to contact Kiran, but she could not reach him at all. Shui Ilan must have set up some kind of enchantment here to prevent her from contacting Kiran. She told herself that she had to stay calm. She could not panic at such a time. Ning Xuema and Princess Ming Wan chatted for a bit and discussed some medical theories. Ning Xuema's profound medical knowledge made Princess Ming Wan prostrate herself in admiration. She had met Princess Ming Wan once before, but she was dressed as an old lady at that time. Although they had been together for a few days, the princess did not suspect anything. After discussing for a while, Ning Xuema added a few ingredients to Princess Ming Wan's prescription and asked her to give it to Shui Ilan to make the medicine. Princess Ming Wan sighed. Palace Master Shui has probably gone to pick the herbs himself. We could just wait for him to come back and make the medicine. Princess Ming Wan, can't you go there personally? Ning Xuema was puzzled. There is nothing special in my new prescription. You can buy it from a normal pharmacy. Princess Ming Wan shook her head. We're all locked up here. We can't get out at all. Let's wait for Palace Master Shui to come back first. She smiled and walked out. When she reached the door, she paused for a moment and turned back to say, Miss Ning, this Palace Master Shui treats you really well. These few days, almost all of the herbs were personally picked by him. Every single one of them is an extremely valuable treasure. Ning Xuema raised her head and saw that Princess Ming Wan had already walked out. Ning Xuema closed her eyes. No matter how well Shui Elan treated her, she did not have any feelings for him. They were not even friends. Moreover, Shui Elan treated her well because he was transferring his feelings. He treated her as another woman. Her injuries were too serious. Her chest hurt when she breathed a little too loudly. She endured the pain and slowly adjusted her breathing. The sooner she could recover, the better. When it was dark, Shui Elan finally came back. When he returned, he went straight to the medicine refining room and placed the newly picked herbs in front of Princess Ming Wan. You can boil them again. Commandery Princess Ming Wan looked at the travel-worn hymn and then looked at the herbs. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What? Is there something wrong with this herb? Shui Elan was extremely sensitive and immediately asked. Imperial Princess Ming Wan took a deep breath and said, Lady Ning wrote a prescription herself. The effect should be better than the one I wrote. I don't need these herbs. Shui Elan was speechless. He had fought with the guardian beast for half a day to collect these herbs and had even suffered some minor injuries. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to use them anymore? Royal Princess Ming Wan was well-versed in pharmacology, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to gather these herbs. Looking at Shui Elan's expressionless face, she couldn't help but suggest, these herbs weren't easy to gather. Why don't we first decoct them tonight, and then use Miss Ning's prescription tomorrow? No need. Shui Elan took the herbs and lowered his head to glance at them. Without another word, he crushed them. In the blink of an eye, the herbs that were not easy to obtain turned into ashes and disappeared. Commandery Princess Ming Wan's heart ached. Even if Lady Ning doesn't need these herbs, other people might. It's such a pity to destroy them. Shui Elan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. In this world, only she is worthy of using the herbs that I gathered for her. Other people shouldn't even think about it. Commandery Princess Ming Wan was speechless. Shui Elan was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Where's her prescription? Let me see it. Chapter 1161. Imperial Princess Ming Wan directly handed the prescription that Ning Xuema had written for herself to Shui Elan. These herbs can be bought at the pharmacy, so there's no need to pick new ones. I just don't know how effective they are. Shui Elan took the prescription without hesitation. She's a godly doctor, and she wrote this prescription for herself. Of course, it can't be wrong. He turned around and disappeared. Naturally, he went to get the herbs. Imperial Princess Ming Wan slowly sat down and looked at Shui Elan's disappearing figure, slightly lost in thought. In her life, she had seen at least 800, if not 1,000, beautiful men, but none of them were as beautiful as Shui Elan. Furthermore, he had a certain aura about him. He was as elegant as a poem, as beautiful as a painting, and when he moved, he was like a graceful scholar. But when he was ruthless, he could kill people without blinking. He could even kill people while talking and laughing. It made people feel a chill down to their bones. Ruthless like a snake, elegant like a crane. These two contradictory auras were perfectly combined on him. It did not give people a sense of disharmony, as if he was born this way. This man was like a shining object. Imperial Princess Ming Wan was unconsciously attracted to him. When she was kidnapped, there was still a fire in her heart. She also hated him and was afraid of him. But after interacting with him for a few days, she could not help but look at him. At this moment, she was attracted by his deep feelings. So this kind of man could also care so much about a woman and take care of her. He must have fallen in love with this girl called Ning Xuema, right? It was a pity that the person that Ning Xiuma liked was not him. The falling flowers were in love, but the heartless flowing water was heartless. She could only sigh helplessly. She shook her head and stopped herself from thinking too much. She focused on refining the medicine. After Ning Xiuma used the medicine that she had prescribed, her injuries healed quickly. 10 days later, she was able to get out of bed and walk freely. In these 10 days, Shui Alan would come to see her every day and talk to her. He had changed from his frivolous attitude towards her in the past to a refined and modest gentleman. After all, Ning Xiuma already had a preconceived impression of him. No matter how elegant or gentlemanly he acted in front of her, she always felt that he was holding back a bellyful of evil tricks. She didn't know how he was secretly plotting against her. Now that she couldn't escape from his grasp, she might as well not think about running away for the time being. When Shui Alan chatted with her, she pretended to be mute most of the time and didn't respond to him for a long time. Otherwise, she would pretend to be asleep and ignore him. She could clearly sense Shui Alan's disappointment, but she could only pretend that she did not see it. Since he couldn't give the other party what he wanted, then he shouldn't give him the slightest bit of hope. Although this seemed cruel, it was actually a kind of mercy. Shui Alan's nature wasn't particularly good-tempered. There were a few times when he wanted to flare up, but when he saw Ning Xiuma's pale face, he held himself back. Now, she was as weak as a fine porcelain. She couldn't withstand too much stimulation. If he overdid it, her injuries might worsen again. He could only endure it. Another 5 days passed. Ning Xiuma had already begun to stroll outside the house. After she came out, she discovered that this place was a palace. It was built in the middle of a valley and surrounded by majestic green mountains. She couldn't tell which mountain it was located on. There was obviously a barrier here. Ning Xiuma, accompanied by Princess Mingwan, left the palace and walked down the mountain. Not long after, they were stopped by an invisible barrier. Princess Mingwan told her that there were such barriers all around. Without Earth rank level 8 psychokinesis, it was impossible to break through. Chapter 1162. Ning Xiuma looked at Princess Mingwan and asked, "Have you already escaped?" Princess Mingwan paused and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from Miss Ning. On the second day of her arrival, she had already thought of a way to escape. However, she couldn't even find a crack that could lead to the outside. Ning Xiuma had studied the structure of this continent, and naturally, she had also studied all kinds of famous people. She knew that Princess Ming was also a genius. She used to be a maid in front of the ancestor, and now had the psychokinesis of an Earth rank level 4. She was the actual ruler of the Bright King residence, and was first class in terms of scheming and intelligence. If she was not on the same side as Shui Alan, then her words could be trusted. Although Ning Xiuma was an expert in breaking barriers, her power had not recovered yet. She had not even recovered 10% of her power, so naturally, she could not break through this place. Everything would have to wait until her power recovered. She turned around and walked back slowly. When she reached the palace she lived in, she paused. Shui Alan was standing there in a red robe, leaning against the palace door. His lake-like eyes fell on her, but she didn't know what he was thinking. Ning Xiuma wanted to walk around him and enter the palace, but he grabbed her wrist. "How is your recovery?" "It's okay." Ning Xiuma wanted to pull her wrist back, but he was strong and she had not recovered her strength. She couldn't pull her wrist back and her face darkened. "Let go. Momo, walk with me." Shui Alan did not let go of her. Instead, he pulled her and walked outside. His hand was holding her wrist so tightly that it hurt. Ning Xiuma tried to pull her wrist back. "I'm tired. I don't want to walk anymore." "Let go." Shui Alan used a little strength and pulled her to his side. He looked in her eyes and smiled faintly. "Tired? Then I'll carry you." Ning Xiuma. She knew he would do it. "Shui Alan, do you always like to force others?" Shui Alan held her hand and walked forward. "I usually don't force people, because if they show any signs of being forced, I'll kill them directly. The only person I want to force is you. You should feel honored." This was really twisting words and forcing logic. Robber theory. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but sneer. "Are you also so reluctant with your Momo?" Shuilan abruptly stopped in his tracks. Ning Shuima was caught off guard and almost fell over. She staggered for a moment before she quickly steadied herself. The wound on her chest felt like it had been pierced by an awl. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Shuilan pulled her close to his side and lifted his sleeve to gently wipe away her sweat. Momo, when you regain your memories of your past life, you'll know how I treat you. Ning Shuima. She didn't want to argue with Shuilan about whether she was Momo or not. She had already declared countless times in the past few days, but Shuilan didn't listen at all. Her face turned cold. What if I can't recover? Damn it. Even if that Momo was her past life, she didn't want to recover. She was Ning Shuima, not just any other woman. Shuilan raised his hand to smooth her messy hair and said with certainty, Momo, you'll recover. At this moment, he was leading her to a hillside. There were flowers swaying on the hillside. The flowers were simple and elegant, but they didn't seem to match the extravagant buildings here. Chapter 1163. There was a wooden bench at the top of the hill. It had an antique feel to it and had a rustic feel to it. Shuilan pulled her to sit on the bench. Momo, don't you think the scenery here is a bit familiar? Ning Shuima swept her eyes over her surroundings before bluntly shaking her head. Nothing. We used to come here often. You also like the scenery here. Shuilan was unwilling to give up. It was the past again. It was about him and Momo again. Ning Shuima was too lazy to reply. She simply sat on the bench and closed her eyes to rest. Her hair was suddenly brushed aside from behind. She opened her eyes in surprise and subconsciously wanted to turn around. Shuilan held her back. Momo, what kind of hairstyle do you like? He asked while combing her long hair. Ning Shuima was speechless. She suddenly felt a bit irritated and wanted to stand up. However, Shuilan simply sealed her acupoints so that she could sit steadily in front of him. His fingers were nimble, and in a short moment, he combed her hair into a beautiful hairstyle. After he finished combing her hair, he took out a bronze mirror and showed it to her. Here, Momo, this is your favorite hairstyle. Are you satisfied with it? A young girl was reflected in the bronze mirror. Her face was pale, but her facial features were delicate. Her black hair covered her forehead, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. There was a garland on top of her head. It was made from those elegant little flowers, and it made her face look a little brighter. To be honest, this hairstyle was not ugly. Ning Shuima might have liked this hairstyle on a normal day. However, Shuilan was obviously dressing her up as another woman. This made her feel very uncomfortable. She had the urge to tear this hairstyle apart. She closed her eyes and did not want to say anything. Shuilan looked at her for a moment and did not force her. He unsealed her acupoints and pulled her up. Let's walk around somewhere else. Since she couldn't resist, Ning Shuima simply let him lead her away. Shuilan held her hand as they walked through one place after another. Every place had its own uniqueness. Ning Shuima keenly felt that the scenery of this place seemed to be a composite version of several places. Just like a certain film studio, many scenes were pieced together and all of them were cloned. Every time they arrive at a place, Shuilan would inevitably ask her if she had any impression of the place. Ning Shuima was also very calm and said that she had no impression of the place. After walking for 4 to 6 hours, Ning Shuima's body was still too weak. After walking for so long, cold sweat started to form on her forehead. She looked at Shuilan. How much longer do you plan to walk? Shuilan looked at her face and his eyes darkened. Go back and rest. Nightfall. There were a few stars in the sky. Princess Mingwan finished changing Ning Shuima's medicine and came out. When she raised her head, she saw Shuilan sitting alone on the roof of the hall in front of her, drinking wine. His posture was tall and straight, but there was a dejected and lonely aura. There were a few wine jars piled up beside him. He was holding one in his hand and drinking with his head tilted back. He had the aura of a legendary drunken poet. Princess Mingwan's heart skipped a beat. She flew up and grabbed a wine jar from beside him. She cut off the top of the jar with her palm. What's the point of drinking alone? I'll drink with you. Originally, when Shuilan saw her coming up, his fingers moved, wanting to throw her down. But after hearing her words, he didn't have the intention to throw her down. He just raised the wine jug. Okay. The two wine jars collided in the air, and some wine flew out and splashed onto their hands. Chapter 1164. Shui Lan did not care, and neither did Princess Mingwan. The two of them stood and drank without speaking. 2 jugs of wine went into their stomachs. Princess Mingwan was not good at drinking, and after drinking this jug of strong wine, her face was as red as the morning sun. Shui Lan drank even more, but his alcohol tolerance was astonishing. He had already drunk 5 jugs of wine, but he did not feel drunk at all. Instead, his eyes were brighter. "Palace Master, can you not get drunk?" Princess Mingwan was curious. After drinking this jug of wine, her vision was already a little blurry. "I wish that I could get drunk." Shui Lan smiled bitterly. His gaze was distant as he looked at the large hall where Ning Xiuma lived. It was as if he could see through the night into her room. She actually can't remember anything. Those were her favorite places in the past. "Are you saying that Miss Ning lost her memory?" Mingwan was puzzled. Shui Lan suddenly stood up and smiled coldly. "It would be good if it was just memory loss." His sleeves fluttered, and he floated down like a red cloud. He raised his head and sang, "The sun rises from the east, and my red clothes are like fire." His voice was magnetic and slightly hoarse, and it had a kind of soul-sucking flavor. Princess Mingwan sat on the roof of the large hall and was stunned as she listened. She did not know why, but a sense of desolation rose in her heart. She did not know if it was for Shui Lan or for herself. Time flowed like water in the mountain valley. In the blink of an eye, Ning Xiuma had been kidnapped and brought here for 2 months. Her injuries were almost healed, and Princess Mingwan had been sent away by Shui Lan. Princess Mingwan was the first to leave the valley alive. The other doctors did not even have the chance to walk out alive. They were all killed by Shui Lan. When Imperial Princess Mingwan was sent away, she was caught off guard. She chatted with Ning Xiuma for a long time, and after checking her pulse, she knew that her injuries were almost healed. She then came out to report the good news to Shui Lan. She did not expect that just as she finished speaking, she would feel dizzy. In her daze, she heard Shui Lan say a few words in her ear. "Mingwan, you are the first to leave my palm alive. You are smart. When you go back, don't say anything." Imperial Princess Mingwan herself did not know how long she had been unconscious for. Only when she was hastily woken up by a young servant girl beside her did she open her eyes and discover that she had returned to her boudoir. Almost nothing in her room had changed. The only thing that had changed was her mood. After Royal Princess Mingwan returned, she naturally did not mention anything about what had happened in the past 2 months. She only said that she had a mental cultivation method that she could not solve. So she found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion for 2 months. She had also cultivated in seclusion before, so no one doubted her words. Nothing much had happened in the Bright King residence during her absence for 2 months. After she took over, things quickly went back to normal. Those 2 months of life as a servant girl were like a dream to her. However, this dream seemed to have taken away her soul, making her remember the red-robed man. She had secretly sent people to look for that valley nearby, but they could not find it. There was not even a place that looked like it. It was obvious that the valley was not nearby. Perhaps it was not even on this mainland. The Bright King residence was well informed. The news of Ning Xiuma's disappearance in the Sun Moon sect had also spread to the pugilistic world. According to the rumors, Ning Xiuma had been injured and kidnapped by a demon in the Sun Moon sect. No one knew if she was dead or alive. However, everyone guessed that she was dead because there was a lot of blood at the scene. Chapter 1165. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that after she was assassinated, the demon used poison to dissolve her corpse. That was why the disciples of the Sun Moon sect could not find a single trace of her clothes, even after searching the entire continent. In this year, Ning Xiuma had turned from a good-for-nothing into a genius. She had also subdued the divine beast Qilin and entered the ancestors' tutelage. All sorts of miraculous encounters had made her a legendary figure in this continent. Now that they heard that she had ended up in such a state, everyone could not help but sigh. She had become the hottest topic of conversation after meals. Princess Ming did not say anything and continued to handle all the family affairs as usual. The only thing that worried her was her precious little brother, Shi Ju. After that little brat heard about Ning Xiuma's situation, he seemed to have lost his soul and shut himself in his room for a day. After a day, he disappeared and left a note for her. "I don't believe that she's dead. I want to find her. I'll come back once I find her." 3 exclamation marks in a row expressed his determination. Princess Ming could not help but facepalm. Whether Ning Xiuma was alive or dead, her precious little brother had no hope at all. Had this little brat been blinded by love? She had no choice but to send people to look for this troublesome little brat. Of course, this also gave her the convenience of openly searching for that valley. Ning Xiuma naturally did not know about the storm outside. She was almost going crazy from being cooped up in that valley every day. When Princess Ming was around, there was someone to talk to, so she was not too bored. However, after Princess Ming left, there was only her and Shui Ilan left in the entire valley. This made her have the urge to tear open the barrier and escape at all times. After Shui Ilan recovered his memories, his martial arts had improved greatly after a year of recuperation. He had basically recovered all the martial arts he had in his previous life. He also studied Shun Jiuli's barrier fiercely. After studying and studying, he himself became an expert in setting up barriers. The bounded domain he had set up was extremely dense and firm. It was not much worse than the bounded domain set up by Shun Jiuli. Although Ning Xiuma's injuries had almost healed, her telekinesis had been sealed by Shui Lan. She now had the mobility of an ordinary person, but she couldn't break the enchantment. Naturally, she couldn't escape. 2 months of time might be just a string of numbers to others, but to her, every single day was a torment. Ning Xiuma still had Shun Jiuli's sound-transmitting talisman, but she had never been able to contact him. 3 months. She had been separated from him for 3 whole months. Shun Jiuli had asked her to wait for half a month before he left, but now there was no news from him for 3 months. She was now isolated from the rest of the world. She had no idea whether Shun Jiuli had returned to the mountain or whether he was looking for her like a madman. Longing was like weeds, drifting further and further away. Without separation, one wouldn't know the feeling of yearning. Ning Xiuma had never thought that she would miss someone so much in her life. Every day, when she opened and closed her eyes, she would see his shadow. That night, she had a nightmare. In the dream, she finally saw Shun Jiuli. In the dream, he walked into a mountain. The mountain was like the legendary Flaming Mountain. There were burning flames everywhere. Shun Jiuli seemed to have cast a spell similar to the art of avoiding fire. From time to time, various flaming monsters jumped out to attack him. They were all quickly killed by him. He seemed to have consumed a lot of his physical strength. His face was getting paler and paler, and his killing speed was slightly slower. Chapter 1166. Ning Xiuma watched as he dealt with the flaming beasts. Her heart was raised high, fearing that he would not be able to endure and fall down. Looking at the situation, Shun Jiuli seemed to be looking for something in the mountains. He traversed one mountain after another, exploring every place he passed, but he was disappointed. In the end, he walked to a crevice between 2 mountains. The crevice was only 2 feet wide, but it was unfathomably deep. From time to time, blazing red flames would spurt out from the crevice. It was as beautiful as a volcanic eruption. Shun Jiuli looked into the crevice. Suddenly, he jumped into the crevice. Ning Xiuma, who was in her dream, almost screamed out loud. Shun Jiuli's white clothes were especially dazzling in the blazing flames. Probably because he had exhausted too much of his energy, his face was frighteningly pale. The flames had also burned the corners of his clothes. However, he ignored them and went down. Finally, he reached the bottom of the crevice. Then he bent down to pick the red herb on the mountain wall. Just as his fingers touched the herb, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. That bolt of lightning directly hit Shun Jiuli, who was in the crevice, and made his body tremble. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky above the crevice. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with large purple clouds. These clouds were spinning crazily in the sky. Every time they collided, a bolt of lightning would strike down. Every bolt of lightning would accurately strike into the crevice and strike Shinjuli. The crevice was narrow. Although it was difficult for Shinjuli to turn sideways inside, he could still fly forward or jump backward to dodge the lightning. However, she did not expect that he would ignore the lightning and bend down to pick the herb. When he finally picked the herb, there were already 3 bolts of lightning that struck him directly. He faced the lightning and jumped up. The golden lightning was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Every bolt of lightning struck the pale white barrier around his body, causing his face to become paler and paler. When he finally jumped out of the crevice, an even bigger golden ball of lightning struck down. The lightning was so bright that Ning Shuima had never seen it before. It was as bright as a big round table. Ning Shuima was so nervous that her heart almost jumped out her chest. She couldn't help but scream, "Guru, be careful." Her voice wasn't soft at all. Her ears were buzzing from the noise, and all the scenes in her dream disappeared. Nightmares? She had just opened her eyes, sweating profusely, when someone grabbed her wrist. The grip was a little strong, causing her wrist to hurt. Shui Ilan was standing beside her bed, looking down at her with a faint smile on his lips, but there was no smile in his eyes. "It's none of your business." Ning Shuima took a deep breath and tried to pull her hand back. Shui Ilan was very strong this time. He pulled her up from the bed. "Come with me. I'll take you to see something." In a cool hall, there was a crystal ball. Shui Ilan dragged Ning Shuima to this place. He only let go of her hand when they entered the hall. The door of the hall closed behind them, leaving only the 2 of them in the hall. Ning Shuima couldn't help but take a few steps back. She looked at Shui Ilan cautiously. "What do you want me to see?" She had just woken up and was dragged here by Shui Ilan. Her hair was still messy, and her clothes were a little messy. She looked a little embarrassed. She rubbed her wrist. Shui Ilan's actions were a little rough, so her wrist was swollen. Now that she had recovered, she felt a burning pain. Chapter 1167. Shui Ilan looked at her bruised wrist and paused. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth and walked forward. "Come with me." Ning Shuima didn't know what he was trying to do, so she fell back a few steps and followed him to the crystal ball. "Come, put your hand on the crystal ball." Shui Ilan moved to the side to make room for her. Ning Shuima finally saw the crystal ball in its entirety. The crystal ball was about the size of a basketball. Inside the crystal ball, there seemed to be a colorful fog faintly rising. Within the fog, there seemed to be countless moving scenes. The speed of the crystal ball was 100 times faster than a merry-go-round. Just looking at it slightly made people feel dizzy. The crystal ball looked like a prop used by wizards in movies. Ning Shuima took a step back and frowned. "What are you trying to do? Put your hand on the crystal ball and you'll understand." Shui Ilan reached out to pull her. "Be good and listen to me." If she put her hand on the crystal ball, he might use some evil magic to control her. How could Ning Shuima fall for his trick? She immediately took a few steps back. "Just say it." She took a few steps away from the crystal ball. She felt that the crystal ball had a trace of evil aura, and her heart beat faster when she got close to it. Shui Ilan waved his hand, and Ning Shuima couldn't help but stumble forward a few steps. She directly bumped into the table where the crystal ball was placed. If she didn't want to be hit, she could only press her hand on the crystal ball to stabilize her body. Shui Ilan had this idea. He thought that Ning Shuima's hand would definitely reach out to press the crystal ball, but he didn't expect that she would put her hand behind her back and use her stomach to hit the table. By the time Shui Ilan realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop her, it was already too late. He only heard a muffled bang, and Ning Shuima let out a low cry. Her body bent, and she directly threw herself onto the crystal ball. The force of her impact was not small. She actually knocked the huge crystal ball onto the table and rolled towards the ground. Had it not been for Shui Ilan's figure flashing in his hand catching the crystal ball in time, he was afraid that this precious ball that he had spent several months to make would have been smashed into smithereens. This girl did it on purpose. She wanted to destroy his crystal ball. Shui Lan was furious. His handsome face darkened, and a storm seemed to gather in his eyes. Ning Xiuma, you're courting death. He paused halfway through his reprimand, and his gaze fell on Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma's stomach also hurt from the impact, and it also shook the wound on her chest. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and large beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. At this moment, she was bending over and looking at him coldly. Her face was extremely pale, and her eyes were ice cold. Shui Ilan's heart inexplicably trembled, and he couldn't continue reprimanding her. Shui Ilan, Ning Xiuma said word by word, and her gaze was cold. I advise you not to waste your effort. I'm Ning Xiuma, and I'm not anyone else, and I won't turn into anyone else. She forced herself to straighten her body, turned around, and left. Although she didn't know what Shui Ilan wanted to do, he kept calling her Momo and said that he wanted to make her remember everything. Now that he had made this crystal ball and asked her to place her hand on it, it was obvious that he wanted to cast some kind of spell on her. Who knows? He might be able to transfer that Momo's memory to her. Perhaps a person had a past life, or perhaps countless past lives. Perhaps in every life, they had entangled with many people and married many people. But what did that mean? Chapter 1168. Since she drank Meng Po's soup and forgot about her previous life, there was no need for her to be entangled with her past life. Whether or not Momo was her past life, she didn't want to know. She didn't want to bear all of her grudges. She also didn't want to have her memories and make things difficult for herself in this life. Therefore, Ning Xiuma was very repulsed by the crystal ball and Shui Ilan's method. It was a pity that her psychokinesis was sealed. Otherwise, she would have already fought with Shui Ilan and escaped. Shui Ilan probably didn't expect that Ning Xiuma would have such a big reaction. He stared blankly for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, Ning Xiuma had already walked to the door, preparing to open it and leave. His eyes darkened. After preparing for so long, how could he give up just because Ning Xiuma wasn't willing? His body moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ning Xiuma. He pulled her back to the crystal ball and coldly said, Momo, today you have to do it even if you don't want to. He was afraid that she would resist again, so he simply held her hand and forced her to press it on the crystal ball. The crystal ball seemed to have a strong suction force. The moment Ning Xiuma's hand was pressed on it, she couldn't pull it back anymore. There seemed to be waves of magnetic waves from the crystal ball surging in her mind, making her head feel like it was filled with water. It was so painful that it felt like it was going to explode. She couldn't help but scream. She hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, but before she could do so, Shui Ilan pressed her other hand on the crystal ball. Momo, I'm sorry. It might be a little painful, but this is what you have to bear. Bear with it, and it will be over. Shui Ilan's voice was like a demon's voice that pierced through her chaotic mind. Bear with it, your sister. After Ning Xiuma pressed both of her hands on the crystal ball, she felt as if two electric drills were inserted into her brain at the same time. It was as if there was a high-pressure water jet inside the electric drill, spraying out countless images into her brain. It was so crowded that her brain felt like it was going to explode. She couldn't help but curse. Excruciating pain. He had never experienced such intense pain before. The sharp pain caused Ning Xiuma to break out in a cold sweat. Her face was as white as snow, and then it turned as red as a tomato. Her body was trembling so badly that she could barely stand. Shui Ilan's gaze fell on her face, and a trace of pity flashed across his eyes. His Momo. He didn't want his Momo to suffer like this. But if he didn't do this, she wouldn't have recovered her memories from her previous life and wouldn't be able to stay by his side at ease. He stretched out his hand, and the black wave zither appeared on his lap. Ding, ding, dong, dong, he began to play. Following the sound of the zither, the images that entered Ning Xiuma's mind gradually became clearer. It was as if shredded film was being reconnected and glued back together. It was played in sequence. The still images connected together to form an animation of blood and fire, love and hate intertwined together. Those were the memories of another girl. They were as long as a cereal, flashing through her mind and attacking her original memories. Due to the interference of the zither, Ning Shuima's head finally stopped hurting. She didn't know when her body stopped trembling, but she stood there in a daze. Her back was as straight as a javelin. Her face began to return to normal. Shui Elon glanced at her while he was playing the zither. Seeing her like this, he let out a sigh of relief and lowered his eyes to play seriously. The melodious sound of the zither was like the wind blowing through the treetops, constantly ringing in Ning Shuima's ears. Chapter 1169. The sound of the zither continued for an entire day. When it finally came to an end, the hall fell into true silence. It was so quiet that even the breathing of the two people could not be heard. Shuilan had obviously used some kind of spell when he was playing the zither, and it consumed a lot of MF. After an entire day, his face was extremely pale, and there were even traces of blood seeping out from the corner of his lips. However, he only used his sleeves to wipe it off. His eyes were fixed on Ning Shuima's face, as if he was a child waiting for the results of an exam. Ning Shuima stood there with her eyes lowered. Her face was as pale as snow, and she was looking at her hands. When the sound of the zither stopped, the crystal ball seemed to have lost its effect as well, and she could finally withdraw her hands. The crystal ball on the table seemed to have been sucked dry of all its spiritual energy, and it turned into a dull gray color, like a stone without spirituality. Ning Shuima did not move for a long time. Shuilan finally could not hold it in anymore. Momo! Ning Shuima did not seem to hear him. Shuilan did not give up and called out again, much louder this time. Ning Shuima slowly raised her head. Her eyes were as dark as the night, but the corners of her lips slowly pulled into a smile. Shuilan, the 9D blockbuster you showed me was not bad. It was very exciting. Shuilan. He did not understand the key word she said. 9D blockbuster? Ning Shuima yawned. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. In short, the drama you rehearsed was very logical, melodramatic, emotional, and able to move people's emotions. It made people feel as if they were in the real world. However, a drama is just a drama and not real life. Therefore, after watching it and being moved, we should just do what we should do. She strode out. I'm sleepy after watching this for an entire day. Shuilan finally reacted. He rushed over and stood in front of her. Momo, do you think what you're seeing isn't real? Ning Shuima took a step back and looked at him calmly. Well, let's just treat it as real. I'll just treat it as watching a documentary. So what? That Momo isn't me. Even if you force her memory on me, it's not me. That's you. Your past life. You're Shuiemo. Ning Shuiemo raised her eyebrows and smiled. Do you think that if you force her memory on me, I will become her? Shuilan. Why did he feel that something was amiss? Ning Shuiemo recovered Shuiemo's memories. Shouldn't it be Shuiemo? Shouldn't it be? Should it be? Even if she didn't throw herself into his arms after such a long time, she shouldn't be treating him like this. Her reaction was no different than if she hadn't recovered her past life's memories. It was rare for him to be in a daze. Ning Shuima took advantage of his daze to open the door and go out. The sun outside was just right. The midday sun shone on her body, making her feel warm. Ning Shuima remembered that when Shuilan forcefully pulled her into the hall, it was close to noon. She didn't expect that after watching the film for an entire day, when she came out, it was already noon of the next day. The hall was quite cold. She had stayed in there for an entire day and felt that she was about to be frozen. When she came out just now, even her bones were emitting cold air. She stretched her almost stiff body under the sunlight and took a light breath. She completely emptied her mind and closed her eyes to enjoy the sunlight. After staying in a dark place for so long, she had long been longing for sunlight. Fresh memories that didn't belong to her stirred in her mind. Chapter 1170. Just as that thought was about to surface, she immediately suppressed it. Ning Shuima, you're Ning Shuima, a secret agent from the 21st century. You're not some demon princess. You should not let her story affect your life in this life. In his previous life, before and after this life, if he were to be entangled in this life, How would he be able to live? Ning Shuamal walked slowly under the sunlight, as if she was casually admiring the beautiful scenery around her. She looked very carefree. But what about her heart? She sat down on a stone bench. Little flowers bloomed under her feet, swaying gently in the wind. She suddenly recognized that this place was the scenery of the back garden of the Demon Palace. In the past, Shui Emo often took Shui Elan to play here. Shui Elan combed her hair and weaved garlands for her. However, there was no sunlight in the Demon Palace. There was only the demon light deliberately created by the demon ancestor. That demon light was pale white and could not be compared to normal sunlight. However, it also had the ability to promote the growth of flowers and plants. In the back garden of the Demon Palace, all kinds of flowers and plants bloomed vigorously and luxuriantly. Ning Shuma suddenly stood up. Damn it! She said that she would not be affected by her previous life. Why did she unconsciously recall those memories that did not belong to her? She walked with large strides to the palace where she was currently staying. Sleep. She wanted to sleep. After she left, Shui Elan appeared in the same place. He looked at Ning Shuama's departing figure with deep eyes. The memories in the crystal ball did not seem to affect her much. This was really out of his expectations. Could it be that there was an accident with the crystal ball that he made? She did not completely absorb the things inside. He wanted to check the crystal ball again, but that thing could only be used once. Using it once would exhaust all the energy inside. Even if he wanted to check it again, he would not be able to see anything. Therefore, as powerful as he was, he could not detect how much Ning Shuama had received about Shui Emo's memories. Ning Shuama slept for half a month. Shui Elan came to visit her many times, but she was always asleep. He knew that forcibly instilling memories of Snowy Moon into her mind was, after all, an act of defiance against the will of the heavens. It would harm her own brain as well. Right now, her deep sleep was a form of self-recovery. She should be fine after sleeping for a few days. Shui Elan's initial estimate was that she would sleep for 7 to 8 days, but he didn't expect her to sleep for so long. A few days later, he wanted to wake her up several times, but he gave up after thinking about it. Sleeping wouldn't kill her. She would wake up when she had enough sleep, and she would have to face everything when she woke up. Momo, you just don't want to accept this fact now. When you really come back to your senses, you'll understand that you actually love me. For me, you even gave your body to that person, just to obtain his heart's blood. Momo, we should be a couple. We were in our previous life, and we should be even more so in this life. Shui Elan's finger lightly brushed against Ning Shuama's sleeping face as he spoke in a low voice. Great God! Ning Shuama suddenly murmured in her sleep. Shui Elan's fingers stiffened. His eyes flashed with anger. She had already recovered her memories of Snowy Moon, but she was still thinking about that person. He reached out his hand as if to do something, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He turned around and walked out. Ning Shuama slowly opened her eyes. She had already woken up when Shui Elan sat down, but she was unwilling to open her eyes. She had also heard Shui Elan's whispers. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by something, but she remained calm and collected. Chapter 1171. After being trapped by Shui Elan's side for so long, her skill at pretending to be asleep had already reached perfection. After Shui Elan left, she got up and leaned against the bedpost. She raised her hand to rub her eyebrows, somewhat worried. Even if those memories were all true, and she had loved Shui Elan in her past life, she really had no feelings for him in this life. She had fallen in love with the great god in this life, and it seemed like she had fallen in love with him miserably. Could it be that she felt guilty towards the great god in her past life, so she fell in love with him in this life to compensate him? No. Although she had wronged the great god in her past life, the great god had also mercilessly punished her afterwards. She had even sacrificed her life for this, so she had repaid what she owed the great god. Her love for him in this life wasn't compensation. She bitterly smiled and shook her head. People said that they could only love one person in every life, but she seemed to have loved 2 people. The one she loved in her past life didn't love in this life, but the one she didn't love in her past life fell in love in this life. Was the heavens playing with her? Ning Xiuma was somewhat depressed by these romantic thoughts, and she raised her hand to hit her head. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Block soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. In this life, she only wanted to live according to her heart, and didn't want to be tied down by too many things. She had already died in her previous life. Death was the end of everything. Why would she have to pay for her past life in this life? It wasn't as if her brain had been kicked by a donkey, but it was strange. Shui Yimo was her past life, and that was because Shui Yimo had died. It was normal for her to reincarnate without Shui Yimo's memories, so why didn't the great god remember her? Ning Xiuma touched her face. Her current appearance was almost the same as Shui Yimo's appearance in her memory. Shui Yimo and the great god had such a deep connection, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have forgotten her. Ning Xiuma thought about how she had met the great god. The great god's attitude towards her didn't seem to be fake, so he shouldn't have completely forgotten her. Although it had been 3,000 years, according to the great god's terrifying memory, he shouldn't have forgotten her completely. Could it be that the great god also lost his memory? Or could it be that Shun Jili had also reincarnated? No, his name was still the same. It didn't seem like he had reincarnated. That meant that the Almighty had also lost his memory. Ning Xiuma sat on the bed and pondered for a long time. Finally, she came to a reasonable conclusion. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The three of them were rather interesting. The sealed one, the reincarnated one, and the amnesiac one. Originally, the three of them were not supposed to have any more interactions. Who would have thought that under this mishap, their fates would be entangled once again? Now that she and Shui Alan had recovered their memories, would Shun Juli also recover one day? How would he treat her after he recovered? Would he still be as cold and heartless to her as he was in her previous life? Watching her die an unnatural death without doing anything, she took a deep breath and sorted out her messy thoughts. Then, she rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She didn't want to care about her previous life anymore. She only wanted to grasp the present and live in the present. However, the death of her previous life was like a thorn in her heart, making her unable to let go for a while. Thinking about it again, in her previous life, she had let the great god down first. Then, the way he treated her afterwards could be considered reasonable. She shouldn't bother about it. In this life, the great god was really good to her. If she were to dwell on the past, then she wouldn't be free and easy. After thinking about it for a while, her hand inadvertently touched the cinnabar mole between her eyebrows. Chapter 1172. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She had already removed her identity as the Almighty's concubine, but she didn't expect that this cinnabar mole still existed. It was just that it had become a real cinnabar mole and didn't have the original contract function. Her real identity now was Shun Jioli's disciple. Ning Xiuma hugged her knees as she sat there. At this moment, her thoughts drifted far away. Speaking of which, how is the Almighty now? Had he come back? If he had come back with the Almighty's abilities, he should have been able to find her after so long. Did something really happen to the Almighty? Thinking of this, her heart began to burn again. She hated herself for being locked up in such a secluded place where she couldn't even see a strand of hair. She couldn't even find out about the Almighty's whereabouts. No, she couldn't let Shui Alan lock her up like this. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Ning Xiuma sat calmly for a moment and started to think of a way to escape. The flowers in the forest withered, and it was another year of green. Unknowingly, a year had passed. In this year, Ning Xiuma used the excuse of walking around to explore every corner, but she couldn't find a crack that could break through the wizardry barrier. Therefore, with her current abilities, she could basically eliminate the idea of breaking through the wizardry barrier. Shui Alan went missing for a month. After he came back, he returned to his usual self and often came to visit her. He would often ignore her objections and take her out for a walk. During the walk, he would talk to her and test her to see how much she had recovered. However, Ning Xiuma hid her emotions too well. Basically, not a single drop of water leaked out. Shui Alan had been beating around the bush for several days, but he still couldn't get any answers. Every time he saw her, his gaze became deeper and deeper. His gaze was like that of a lone wolf, looking at her as if he was looking at meat hidden in a glass jar. There were a few times when he wanted to use his wolf claws to take the meat out of the jar and eat it up. Ning Shuima's heart would be alarmed every time she saw him. She started to use all kinds of methods to deal with him. Shui Yilan couldn't figure out her attitude towards him. She tried her best not to anger him so that he would not have the chance to transform into a wolf. Occasionally, when Shui Yilan couldn't hold himself back and was about to throw caution to the wind, her charming face would become taut, and she would take on the style of Snowdress Mo. She looked at Shui Yilan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Little Lan Shan, even you want to force me? Is this how you treat me?" Usually, Shui Yilan's body would stiffen and he would slowly turn around and leave. Ning Shuima knew that this was a bit cruel to Shui Yilan, but she had no other choice. She didn't love him, but the conventional way of rejecting Shui Yilan was useless. Her attitude towards Shui Yilan seemed to be distant, and her memories of her previous life were also vague. This made Shui Yilan unable to grasp her feelings. Shui Yilan wasn't a very patient person. Ning Shuima's dealings with him made him very unhappy, but he didn't want to vent his anger on her, so he often went out, and every time he went out, he would be gone for several days. When he came back, he would look at Ning Shuima's attitude, and he would find in despair that she was still the same. Naturally, he also thought of the twin life curse. In his moment of despair, he even secretly used it on her, hoping that she would treat him better the next day. Even if she wasn't affectionate towards him, at least she wouldn't be so cold to him. But he didn't expect that his twin life curse, which had worked every time, would have no effect on Ning Shuima. When she woke up, she was still the same. Chapter 1173. Of course, there were times when he couldn't bear it any longer. Ning Shuima used Shui Yima's voice to talk to him, but it was useless. He directly threw himself at her. He thought that she would struggle vigorously and curse him loudly, but unexpectedly, she didn't move at all. She only coldly looked at him and said, "Shui Yilan, you can have me, but the moment you get what you want will be the moment I die. I mean what I say." Shui Yilan naturally didn't believe her. With his methods, it wasn't difficult to stop a person from committing suicide. But Ning Shuima's next words made his enthusiasm turn to ice. "Shui Yilan, I know you have great ability, but you can stop me for a while, but you can't stop me for a lifetime. If I really want to die, there will always be an opportunity. In any case, I already died for you in my previous life. If I'm forced to die by you in this life, it can only be considered my bad luck." Shui Yilan naturally didn't want her to die. Her last two sentences accurately hit his weak spot, so he could only resentfully stop. He got up and straightened his robes. Looking down at her lying there, he said, Mo, in this life, I will make you fall in love with me again. I will use proper means to obtain you. I'll wait and see." Ning Shuima said. Her heart finally relaxed. Since then, Shui Yilan didn't force her, but he also didn't have any intention of letting her go. He seemed to be going all out with her. He didn't believe that if he imprisoned her here, the two of them wouldn't fall in love with him again. Ning Shuima lived here for a long time and finally understood that this place should be an enchantment created by Shui Yilan. It shouldn't be anywhere on the continent. In other words, this was a new space created by Shui Yilan. People from the outside wouldn't be able to find this place because the climate here didn't change with the 4 seasons. The surrounding plants were also full of vitality all year round, maintaining the same appearance. Only time was flowing here. During this year, Ning Shuima's acupoints for practicing psyche power had been sealed, so she could not continue practicing. Her physical strength had also declined unknowingly. By the time Shui Yilan realized this, she had already fallen seriously ill. This illness came with a vengeance, and the timing of her illness wasn't right. It was when Shui Yilan went out. When Shui Yilan returned after wandering outside for 3 days, she had already fainted due to a high fever. Shui Yilan's medical skills were not high. At most, he could treat injuries and so on. His medical skills were basically focused on the constitution of demons. On the other hand, Ning Shuima was a standard human. Even if she had been forced into the memories of snowy snow, she was still a human. A human's constitution was relatively weak. If they weren't careful, they could lose their life. Shui Lan didn't dare to take this risk. Only now did he realize that Ning Shuima's psychokinesis was currently at Earth Realm Level 7. Once a human of this level reached Earth Realm Level 8, their physique would undergo a huge change. Not only would they have a lifespan of 1,000 years, but they would also not get sick easily. Level 7 was a more awkward stage. The constitution had already begun to change, but the body couldn't accept this change. Once a cultivator of this level lost their psyche power, their constitution wouldn't even be as healthy as a normal person's. Ning Shuima's psyche power had been sealed by him for a year. It was as if he had blocked her meridians. If it continued for a long time, it would directly cause her to become a cripple, and even her life would be in danger. Ning Shuima's illness only started to fall ill after a year. Her vitality was already very tenacious. Chapter 1174. By the time Shui Lan returned, she had been unconscious for 3 days and was on the brink of death from a fever. Shui Lan's heart was filled with regret as he waited on her for 5 days. He even caught 4 or 5 famous doctors to treat her. Because her illness was not a common cold, the doctors gave her countless prescriptions to treat the cold. Shui Lan fed her countless bowls of herbal medicine, but in the end, she became even weaker. In the end, it was one of the doctors who reminded Shui Lan, "Look, this lady's psychokinesis is not low. Has she reached Earth rank level 7? I heard that if people of this level have poor psychokinesis, they will easily fall sick." Shui Lan suddenly realized that he had finally unsealed Ning Shuima's psychokinesis that had been sealed for a year. Ning Shuima's blood vessels were severely clogged. Although her psychokinesis had been unsealed, it could not be used properly. Shui Lan did not dare to blindly use his psychokinesis to treat her, so he could only watch over her in fear. Fortunately, Ning Shuima's vitality was still very strong. After her psychokinesis was unsealed, it automatically flowed slowly in her body. 5 days later, she finally struggled back from the brink of death. After this incident, Shui Lan did not dare to seal her psychokinesis anymore. Considering that he could not find anyone to take care of her when he was away, it would be easy for problems to arise. Therefore, he thought of another way. He caught 4 girls from outside to be her maids and take care of her daily life. These 4 girls came from poor families and were illiterate. When they came, Shui Lan cut off their tongues and turned them mute. Therefore, Shui Lan was not afraid that these 4 girls would leak information about the outside world to Ning Shuima. At first, Ning Shuima thought that the people she had been waiting for had finally arrived and that she could understand the situation. However, after seeing the condition of the 4 girls, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, freezing her from head to toe. She no longer placed her hopes on outsiders. She could only rely on herself. She had always been extremely cold towards these 4 girls, because she was afraid that if she got too close to them, Shui Lan would use their safety to threaten her. At that time, their fates would be even more worrying. After Ning Shuima's psyche power was restored, her body was much stronger, and her illness was finally getting better. She secretly used telepathy to contact Kiran a few more times, but she still couldn't reach him. She was now in a typical state of being isolated from the world. No matter how anxious she was, she couldn't go out, let alone contact anyone she was familiar with. She became depressed and shut herself in her room every day, refusing to say a word. When Shui Lan first came to see her, she could still reply to him. Later on, she couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Even if he said 10 sentences, she wouldn't reply to him. Even if she said something occasionally, it would be she wanted to go out. Shui Lan didn't have any intention of agreeing, so she became even more silent. She became thinner day by day, and very soon, she was as thin as a yellow flower. This cold war lasted for more than a month. In the end, Shui Lan couldn't bear to see her torment herself like this, so he promised to bring her out twice a year. However, the condition was that she had to cultivate diligently and nurse her body back to health. Shui Lan finally brought her out of the enchantment. However, the place he brought her to wasn't the Tian Ci continent. but the immortal country. Ning Xiuama had been here twice, and it was the Almighty who brought her here. Revisiting the old place, the scenery here was the same as before, but the person beside her was different. Things had changed, and it was truly a feeling that things were still the same, but people had changed. Shui Yilan was probably afraid that she would do something funny, so when he brought her out, not only did he seal her acupoints, but he also changed her appearance. He also changed his appearance. Chapter 1175. It had to be said that Shui Yilan's disguise technique was extremely brilliant. Ning Xiuama was disguised as an ordinary young girl by him, while he himself was disguised as a simple young man. He held her hand and looked like a young man and woman from the countryside who had eloped. When these two people walked on the streets of the Immortal Kingdom, they didn't stand out at all. Ning Xiuama's mute acupoint had been sealed, and her psychokinesis was sealed again. She could only walk like a normal person. She ran to crowded places, and the bustling crowd gave her a sense of familiarity. It was only at this moment that she realized what the saying, humans are social animals, meant. Now that she had returned to the crowd, even if she couldn't communicate, she still had the urge to cry. Shui Yilan had been following her closely, and he didn't lose sight of her at all. Ning Xiuama naturally didn't have the chance to communicate with anyone alone. When it was time for lunch, Shui Yilan chose the largest restaurant in the area. The two of them were dressed like country bumpkins, and their appearance also carried a kind of rustic aura. However, when they arrived at the most expensive restaurant, they were almost stopped by the waiter at the entrance. Shui Yilan threw out a handful of crystal beads, which immediately lit up the waiter's eyes. He bowed and welcomed the two of them in. Shui Yilan originally wanted a single room, but Ning Xiuama insisted on eating in the hall on the second floor. Ning Xiuama couldn't communicate with people normally right now, so it was good to be able to listen to them talk. Restaurants had always been a place for gossip. She might be able to hear some news about Shun Jili here. She had missed him so much in the past year that she almost went crazy. When she came, she was still holding on to the possibility that she might bump into Shun Jili here. What if he came here to look for her? After all, she and Shun Jili had come to this restaurant before. The great god had even peeled crabs for her here, and she had even smeared crab roe on her hand. It was also here that she had given him the moonlight sword. He had even teased her, saying that she had given him her dowry so early. However, she was disappointed in the end. There were many people in the hall, but there was no sign of him. She couldn't even find a figure that resembled him. She had heard a lot of gossip here, but none of it was about him. It was all about the business and family, and there was nothing to remember. Shui Yilan probably wanted to win her favor, so he ordered a table full of her favorite dishes and accompanied her to drink a few bottles of wine. Ning Xiuama had been locked up by him for more than a year, so she rarely smiled. Now, she finally smiled a little more. However, she would occasionally stare at the neighboring table in a daze, as if she was deep in thought. He also glanced at the neighboring table. There was a couple there. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They looked like a perfect couple. The two of them looked very loving, but there was nothing special about them. He turned to look at Ning Xiuama's plate. He had also picked up a lot of food for her. Although she didn't refuse, she didn't taste a single thing. She obviously didn't accept his kindness. His fingers holding the chopsticks were somewhat pale, and there seemed to be a trace of pain in the depths of his eyes. She had clearly recovered her memories of Shui Emo, so why was she still so cold to him? Why was she still thinking about that man? He glanced at the neighboring table again, and suddenly felt that the couple's display of affection was somewhat dazzling. Shui Yilan didn't say anything. He only flicked his fingernails at the table between meals. The movement was so small that it was almost unnoticeable. Chapter 1176. Ning Xiuama's attention wasn't on him at all, so she naturally didn't see his small movements. Her ability to recognize people was very high. She would remember them for the rest of her life if they interacted with her once. She recognized the two people at the next table. More accurately, she had seen them before. When she and the great god first came here, this couple had bought a few crystal beads in a fit of pique. That man had chased after the girl and apologized for a long time. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw it, even teasing the great god beside her. It was clearly a very normal scene, But now that she thought about it, it was a happiness that she could never touch again. Great God, where are you? It's been so long. Why haven't you looked for me? And I can't find you. It had been a year and a half. She and the great God had been separated for a year and a half. She hadn't heard from him for a year and a half. Was he missing her like she was? It was like a lump of iron was stuck in her heart. She felt that the food she normally liked to eat was tasteless. Her mood instantly plummeted. She finished the meal emotionlessly and stood up. Shui Alan was a good, understanding person, immediately asking, "Do you want to go somewhere else?" Ning Shuma couldn't speak, so she could only give a slight nod. The two of them were about to go down the stairs together when they heard two put-on sounds behind them. Then they heard someone cry out in alarm. Ning Shuma unconsciously turned around and her feet froze. The couple that had been eating at the next table had fallen to the ground. Their faces were green and they were constantly twitching. They had been poisoned. The customs of the immortal nation were very simple and friendly. The guests at the other tables immediately surrounded them. Some of them even squatted down to check on the couple. A teacup suddenly flew over. It smashed into the wrist of the man who wanted to flip the couple over. That man was caught off guard and the back of his hand was bruised. He angrily raised his head. "Who hit me?" An ordinary-looking girl quickly walked over and pushed him aside. Then she wrote a few words on the ground. "Poison. You will die if you touch it." The man was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. The people around who were about to help the couple didn't dare to move. They all looked at Ning Shuama for help. "Miss, you know medicine, right? Please save them." Ning Shuama stared coldly at Shui Lan. Needless to say, he was the one behind this. Shui Lan smiled and transmitted his voice to her. "Momo, do you want to save them?" Ning Shuama just stared at him. Shui Lan continued. "If you want me to save them, I can do it. Give me a kiss, and I will do it." Ning Shuama, she did not look at him again. Instead, she turned around and squatted in front of the two men. She pulled out a silver hairpin from her hair and used the tip of the hairpin to hit the two men's acupuncture points. Then he quickly wrote down the names of a few herbs on the ground and asked the people around him to pick them up quickly. The onlookers were quite enthusiastic. Someone immediately ran over and came back with the herbs in a short amount of time. Although Ning Shuama's psychokinesis was sealed, she was very experienced in treating patients. She was especially good at curing poisons. Even if she didn't use the special antidote, she could still use her own methods to solve the problem. Shui Lan narrowed his eyes as he watched her busying herself. He didn't know what he was feeling. He could actually stop her from saving them with a wave of his hand, but he couldn't bear to do it when he saw her current appearance. These days, Ning Shuama was like an expressionless doll in front of him. Her eyes were always in a daze. It was rare to see her so serious. Chapter 1177. In less than an hour, Ning Shuama had successfully cured the couple of poison. Naturally, they were extremely grateful. The surrounding people looked at Ning Shuama with eyes full of admiration. No matter where, a godly doctor was extremely popular. Ning Shuama had saved two people with just a few needles. Naturally, she had become a legend. When she left the restaurant and wandered around the streets, there were already people calling her a godly doctor. There were even people who invited her to treat their relatives. There were many famous and influential people among them. Ning Shuama had probably been holding it in for too long. Now that there was an opportunity to be in close contact with people, she naturally wouldn't let it go. She didn't reject anyone who came. Shui Lan was naturally unwilling. He was a devil. In his heart, Ning Shuama was also a devil. It had always been the devil who harmed people. He had never heard of a devil who frequently saved people. He wanted to stop her, but when he saw Ning Shuama's excited expression, he couldn't bear to do so. In the end, he decided to forget it. It was rare for him to accompany her for a day. He would just let her be happy. Thus, even though he was unwilling, he still became Ning Shuama's follower. One day flew by while Ning Shuama was in the process of treating and saving people. When the sky turned dark, Ning Shuama had already treated 5 to 6 patients. Almost all of them were cured. Thus, her reputation spread even more. There were more people who came to seek treatment because of her reputation. Naturally, There were people who respectfully asked for Ning Xiuma's name. Ning Xiuma couldn't answer, and Shui Ilan didn't bother to answer. Thus, those people didn't get anything out of Ning Xiuma. They felt that Ning Xiuma was even more mysterious. Thus, they gave her the title of Nameless Godly Doctor. Ning Xiuma didn't expect that she would make a name for herself. When she saved the couple, it was only because the couple reminded her of the Almighty. She couldn't bear to see the couple disappear just like that. Thus, she didn't think too much before she saved them. But later on, she consciously established her own reputation. The Almighty knew that her medical skills were outstanding. If he was really looking for her, he might come looking for her after hearing her name. With this thought in mind, she became even more enthusiastic and serious when she saw the doctor. When it was dark, Shui Ilan wanted to drag her away. But when he saw how energetic she was when she was treating patients, he held himself back. It had been a long time since he had seen her like this. When she was treating patients, even the way she looked at him had become much gentler and warmer. It was no longer as frighteningly cold. That night, when they had dinner together, she ate some of the dishes that he had picked for her for the first time. She even smiled. For this reason, Shui Ilan decided to stay here for another day. At night, the two of them entered an inn. Shui Ilan was naturally worried about leaving her alone in a room, so he directly asked for a guest room. Ning Xiuma knew that she couldn't resist, so she didn't react. Anyway, there were 2 beds in the guest room. She and Shui Ilan could take one each. After all, she had dealt with Shui Ilan for more than a year. She knew that he wouldn't force himself on her again. Shui Ilan was indeed very well behaved. He automatically laid down on a bed and didn't have any intention of disturbing Ning Xiuma. He also unsealed Ning Xiuma's mute acupoint so that she could speak to him. However, the other acupoints on her body were still sealed. Ning Xiuma couldn't shout for help. Ning Xiuma didn't plan to shout for help either. She knew that although the people in Bulow City didn't age or die, their martial arts were very shallow. They were no match for Shui Ilan. Chapter 1178. Even if she shouted for help and called for help, it would only add a few innocent lives. Moreover, if she angered him, he might directly take her back and never give her a chance to come out again. Therefore, after Ning Xiuma's mute acupoint was unsealed, she was still very calm, which made Shui Ilan feel a lot more relieved. Today, he stayed by Ning Xiuma's side, afraid that she would play tricks, so he almost didn't blink his eyes. After such a long day, he was also a bit tired and fell asleep not long after lying on the bed. He was also afraid that after he fell asleep, Ning Xiuma would look for an opportunity to escape. Thus, he used a technique to place a curse on her wrist. Ning Xiuma's movements in this room were nothing, but once she left, he would immediately be able to detect her and catch her back. The room quieted down. Ning Xiuma sat on her own bed, her gaze falling on Shui Ilan, her gaze somewhat complicated. These days, she naturally saw Shui Ilan's attitude, an accommodating attitude towards her. If she said that she didn't have any feelings in her heart, that would be a lie. After all, there were still memories of her previous life. Looking at those memories, Shui Ilan was the only one who depended on Shui Ilan. When Shui Ilan was seriously injured and on the verge of death, she went to the immortal world to become a spy in order to save him. In the end, she killed the great god and took his heart's blood, pulling Shui Ilan back from the brink of death. After Shui Ilan was revived, Shui Ilan cherished him even more and even had the thought of marrying him. Under the devil ancestors' auspices, they almost went through the wedding ceremony on that day, if Shun Julie hadn't used the snowy talisman as a spy and brought the immortal world's people to kill their way in, catching the demon world unprepared and causing a disaster. Perhaps she really would have married Shui Ilan and become his wife. In those memories, at the very end, Shun Julie had heavily injured her and coldly watched as she was killed by the snow-robed talisman. From start to finish, he didn't even frown. As for Shui Ilan, in order to save Shui Emo, he was once again severely injured by Shun Julie and ended up being sealed. Ning Xiuma actually felt that she was quite strange. According to her memories from her previous life, she seemed to have a special liking for Shui Ilan. Even if she didn't recover her memories, she should have a good impression of him, and even hazy feelings of love. But for some reason, she didn't like him now. She even felt a little disgusted. Even though she had regained her memory, she still didn't have that kind of feeling for him. No matter how well he treated her, she couldn't find the feeling of love for him. She only felt a little guilty when she saw him down. Occasionally, he would feel some pain in his heart. It was the pain of seeing his little brother being bullied. But guilt wasn't love. What's more, although he saved her, he also imprisoned her at the same time. He raised her like a canary and didn't give her the slightest freedom. Every time she thought of this, even that little bit of guilt would vanish. She closed her eyes and prepared to adjust her breathing. Suddenly, the shop assistant knocked on the door, saying that someone was looking for treatment. The person who was looking for treatment was very special. It was Blacksmith Yi. Ning Xuema's heart was moved. This Blacksmith Yi was the one who made her moonlight sword. He could be considered an acquaintance. Perhaps she could ask him to pass on a message. She was about to go out when Shui Ilan sat up and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. You want to treat him? Ning Xuema nodded. Saving people is like putting out a fire. I don't know when you became so compassionate. Momo, are you really a demon? Ning Xuema sneered. I only do things according to my heart. Whether it's an immortal or a demon, it doesn't matter to me. Chapter 1179. Shui Ilan looked at her for a long time. His eyes flickered slightly. It was unknown what he was looking at her for. Ning Xuema simply sat there and let him look at her. Finally, she tilted her head and smiled at him. It was unknown whether it was a real smile or a taunting one. Shui Ilan, I remember you said that you will always treat me as your master. Is this how you treat me? Shui Ilan choked. His eyes drooped slightly, and he sighed. Momo, as long as you really come back, I will always treat you as my master. But you seem to... Ning Xuema didn't say anything and only looked at him indifferently. The kind of gaze was similar to how Shui Emo looked at him 3,000 years ago when he was incompetent. Shui Ilan's heart was stifled, and he felt pain again. Every time she showed this kind of expression, he didn't want to disobey her no matter what. It was the same now. He finally agreed to let Ning Xuema treat Blacksmith Ye's illness. Blacksmith Ye was carried in. More than half of his left arm was broken. His whole body was dripping with blood, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. It was said that when he was forging the sword at night, he accidentally fell on the sword he had just forged. This was a surgical operation. Ning Xuema was very good at it, but the equipment wasn't suitable. Fortunately, she had Shui Ilan by her side. This guy knew metal attribute magic. According to Ning Xuema's needs, he could easily condense the scalpel and other things she wanted. Blacksmith Yi was in a semi-conscious state, but he could clearly see Ning Xuema's every move. He always felt that Ning Xuema was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Ning Xuema's treatment method was very special. Not to mention the people in this country. Even Shui Ilan had never seen it before. During the treatment process, she ordered Shui Ilan to do this and that from time to time. Her words were crisp and clear, making it impossible for people to refuse. Shui Ilan was amused, but he was willing to be her assistant. Of course, that was only if she did not order him out of the room. His gaze fell on Ning Xuema from time to time. He vaguely felt that his Momo had changed after he was reincarnated. They would become stronger, more self-centered, and more carefree. Perhaps it was due to the environment, but in the previous life, Shui Emo was somewhat gloomy. Her temperament was also unstable, and she had a kind of numbness that went with the flow. But in this life, she was much more lively and cheerful. In her previous life, she would either smile when she was socializing, sneering, or smiling out of boredom. She had never seen her smile from the bottom of her heart. However, in this life, he had seen her laugh a few times. She laughed heartily, laughed freely, and even laughed without a care in the world. However, her sincere smiles were not brought to her by him, and the character she was smiling at was not him. In her dreams, when she was with Shan Jiuli, there were many times when she smiled sincerely, which he had never seen when she was by his side. Some things couldn't be thought about. Once you thought about it, you would find it hard to calm down, and you would be upset and irritable. Shui Yilan secretly took a breath and suppressed the tumbling emotions in his chest. On the surface, he was calm and collected, but secretly, he had been paying attention to her. Even if she wanted to play tricks, she would not be able to find a chance to do so. The operation was finally completed smoothly. Casting Master Ye's almost broken arm was finally successfully reconnected by Ning Xiuma. According to Ning Xiuma, as long as he recuperated for half a year, his arm would be as good as before. Casting Master Yi was very excited. In the end, he left with gratitude. Chapter 1180. When Blacksmith Yi went in, he was carried in, but when he came out, he walked out on his own. In the eyes of the people waiting below, this was a miracle. Even after Blacksmith Yi left, Shui Yilan still didn't find out what Ning Xiuma was up to. He didn't want to stay in the store any longer, so he brought Ning Xiuma back that very night. In the Immortal Kingdom, Ning Xiuma's fame as a nameless divine doctor became even more resounding and bright. After a few days, almost the entire kingdom knew about her. She became the topic of conversation in the streets, restaurants, and tea houses. Shui Yilan found that after Ning Xiuma went out, she became much more lively. She was no longer as lifeless as before. To prevent the same thing from happening again, after he brought her back to the barrier, he unsealed her acupoints to recover her mental power. Since his skills were much higher than hers, even if she recovered, she wouldn't be his opponent. More importantly, without him leading the way, she wouldn't be able to leave. He also knew that Ning Xiuma was an expert in breaking barriers, so the barriers he set up were the highest level. After Shui Yilan recovered his memories from his past life, his skills also recovered. Now, his skills weren't much worse than Shun Jiuli's. His ability to set up barriers was especially outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the barrier on Heavenly Sound Peak in time and save Ning Xiuma from Wu Mo's hand, of course. To be safe, he set up layers of barriers. Even if Ning Xiuma broke one of them, there was still a second barrier to stop her. No matter which barrier was broken, he could quickly sense it and quickly rush over. He also threatened Ning Xiuma. If he found out that she was breaking barriers, he would cancel her benefits of going out twice a year. Ning Xiuma never fought an unprepared battle. Before she had full confidence, she wouldn't act blindly. After returning, she began to cultivate diligently. Now, she was already at the 7.5 level of the Earth rank. As long as she reached the 8th level, she would be able to find a way to truly break through his 2 layers of enchantments and directly escape. Before that, as long as Shui Yilan didn't cross her bottom line, she wouldn't cross his bottom line either. Shui Yilan's barrier was quite abundant in spiritual energy, so it didn't delay Ning Xiuma's cultivation. It was only at this moment that Ning Xiuma realized how difficult it was to advance from level 7 to level 8. Back then, Yalu Jing and had once told her that even if he had risen from the 7th level to the 8th level, it had still taken him a full 50 years, and he had even been hailed as the fastest leveler in the Tianci continent. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this level, unable to break through until the day they died. This was like an insurmountable natural mode. Once he crossed it, it would be a smooth journey. Ning Xiuma was cultivating here. Firstly, there wasn't a good teacher to guide her. Secondly, the little lowly in her body had recently shown signs of awakening. As long as her mind was slightly shaken, the little lowly's voice would ring in her ears like a demon's voice, causing her to be impetuous, and the speed of her cultivation naturally slowed down by a lot. Time flew by like a shuttle, and time was like lightning. Unknowingly, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, Shui Yilan could be considered to have kept his promise. Every year, he would bring her out twice to different continents, different places. There were some places that Ning Xiuma had followed the great god to, and some places that she had never been to before. The local conditions and customs were completely different. The only place that they didn't go was the place that she wanted to go the most in the Tianci continent. These times, most of them were just for a day's stroll. The chance encounter that Ning Xiuma was looking forward to didn't happen. Chapter 1181. Ning Xiuma did not hear any news about Shun Jiuli in the restaurants and tea houses. 10 years of life and death, It was unforgettable if one did not think about it. Ning Xiuma never thought that she would be separated from the great god for such a long time. She did not even know if the great god was alive or dead. She did not know if he was alive or dead. And he probably did not know if she was alive or dead either. The little lowly in her body had been jumping around in her mind recently, saying that she, the heavenly Lone Star, had cursed the people closest to her to death. She wanted to pull it out from her body and smash it into pieces. Ning Xiuma was not someone to be trifled with. When the little lowly in her body was talking nonsense with her, Ning Xiuma sneered. If the heavenly Lone Star is cursed to the people closest to her, then why don't you die? Shouldn't you be the one who should be cursed to death? This sentence finally made the little lowly in her body shut up for a few days, and Ning Xiuma finally had a period of peace. When it was close to the 10th year, Ning Xiuma's psychokinesis finally reached the critical point of Earth rank level 7 to level 8. She did not know why, but when she reached this point, she seemed to be unable to find a way to increase her psychokinesis and stopped at the critical point. Her heart was anxious, and she often felt like her period was coming. She could not help but get angry, cry, and throw tantrums for no reason. Sometimes, she even wanted to make a scene out of hysteria and even wanted to commit suicide. Even Shui Alan didn't dare to provoke her rashly. He didn't want her to break down and do something to harm herself. He originally brought Ning Xiuma out every June. This time, he probably wanted to help her get rid of her depression, so he actually brought her out in March. The place they went to was the place Ning Xiuma yearned for day and night, Tian Ci continent. When she saw the familiar buildings, the familiar city walls, and the familiar streets, Ning Xiuma felt her legs trembling. 10 years. She had left this place for 10 years. She never thought that she would miss a place so much. It was even more intense than a wanderer missing home. Shui Alan brought her to the vast sky empire's capital. 10 years ago, she had transmigrated here and started her adventure. She had met many people and experienced a lot of things. It was also here that she had her first encounter with Shun Julie and the enmity that followed. She had been locked up by Shui Alan for 10 whole years. Many things could happen in 10 years. For example, when Ning Xiuma came here this time, Lu Hinti died and a new emperor ascended the throne. Tea houses, restaurants, tea houses, and post stations were all gossipy places. Everywhere, people were talking about this. Ning Xiuma only drank a few cups of tea in the tea house, and such gossip filled her ears. It was said that the crown prince, Ji Yanhuang, who was the pride of the entire vast sky empire, seemed to have gone crazy after the death of his wife. He ran all over the continent, looking for a way to revive the dead. His whereabouts were unknown, and he often lost contact with them. He did not care about the affairs of vast sky empire anymore. This made Lu Hinti very angry. He sent countless people to find this crown prince and told him that if he continued to be crazy, he would remove his position as crown prince. However, Ji Yanhuang did not care and did not have any intention of coming back. This made Lu Hinti so angry that he almost had a stroke. Fortunately, the sixth prince, Ji Yunhao, often treated him well and helped him share many of the country's affairs. This also made Lu Hinti pay attention to his son again. According to the news from the palace, Lu Hinti had the intention to change the crown prince, adding a chapter for the monthly ticket. Chapter 1182. However, before the imperial edict to appoint a new crown prince could be passed down, Lu Hinti suddenly fell ill and died. Ji Yunhao was originally a man of great talent and bold vision. In the past 10 years, he had nurtured many henchmen and more than half of the court officials were under his influence. With Lu Hinti's death and Ji Yunhuang's disappearance, the successor to the throne naturally fell on Ji Yunhao. The day that Ning Xiuma arrived was the day of Ji Yunhao's coronation. All the citizens of the city went to watch Ji Yunhao's coronation. It was said that the coronation was very grand and solemn. However, Ning Xiuma did not have any interest in watching it. When the people in the tea house discussed this grand occasion, their saliva naturally flew everywhere. Of course, when they mentioned Ji Yanhuang, they could not help but shake their heads. He was obviously a heaven-gifted genius, but who would have thought that he would be destroyed in the hands of a cauldron? It seems that when Lord Heavenly Teacher bestowed Tian Shueqing to the original Crown Prince, it was a disaster. Someone sighed. That's right. If it was not for that Tian Shueqing, the original Crown Prince would not have gone crazy. The one ascending the throne right now might be Her Highness Yin Huang. Someone added, "Shh, don't talk about national affairs. You don't want to live anymore." Someone stopped him in a low voice. His tone was filled with panic and fear. Ning Xuema sat there and listened without saying a word. She did not know what she was feeling in her heart. Ji Yin Huang was her friend. She thought that Tian Shueqing's death would at most be a heavy blow to him, and that he would at most be depressed for 1 or 2 years before recovering. However, she did not expect that the ending would be like this. This ending was probably something that Tian Shueqing did not expect, right? On the other hand, Ji Yunhao had benefited from it and obtained the throne for nothing. Seeing your friend fall to this state, you must feel bad, right? If you hadn't met Ji Yinhuang back then, he wouldn't have fallen in love with you. If he didn't fall in love with you, Shan Jili wouldn't have forced Tian Shueqing onto him. He also wouldn't have found Shui Mo, who was similar to you, to fall in love with him and make Tian Shueqing feel even more hopeless. I heard that Tian Shueqing died to save Shui Mo. TSK. After all these chain of events, the main culprit is still you, Ning Xuema. Your fate as a jinx has trapped everyone close to you. You can only get rid of this fate if you turn into a demon. The little lowly in her mind began to chatter again. Ning Xuema fiercely gulped down a mouthful of tea. She wished she could drown the little lowly in her stomach. This damned heart demon was simply trying to push all kinds of shit on her head, constantly trying to seduce her into becoming a demon. But she just had to listen. In order to divert her attention, she wouldn't listen to those people's gossip. By the way, I wonder if Lord Dizun will come this time? Someone suddenly asked. Ning Xuema's heart suddenly jumped. In 10 years, this was the first time she heard news about him. She couldn't help but perk up her ears, afraid that she would miss a word. He should come, right? Lord Dizun usually comes to Chong Kong country once every 18 years. Moreover, when the new emperors of the 5 countries ascend the throne, Lord Dizun will appear once. Lord Dizun sees Chong Kong country in a new light. This time, he will definitely come for such a big event. By the way, 8 years ago, when a new emperor of Xianming country ascended the throne, Lord Dizun went. This time, he will definitely come. Really? Then we are in for a treat. I only heard that Lord Dizun came once 10 years ago. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet him at that time. This time, I hope to see him once, even if I have to kneel until my knees break. The people at the neighboring table were discussing spiritedly. Chapter 1183. Ning Xuema's heart couldn't stop shaking as she listened. 8 years ago, the ancestor went to Xianming country. Was it Shenjuli or the fake Wuimo? Who would appear this time? If something really happened to Shenjuli, wouldn't the entire Tianci continent be in turmoil? But now, he seemed to be very peaceful. He should be fine. If he was safe, why didn't he look for her? Was he seriously injured? He was secretly recuperating in a place. On the surface, he let Wu Mo take his place to guard the Tianci continent. But if he was only seriously injured, even if he couldn't move, he would send the Sun Moon Sect's disciples to look for her. But she didn't seem to hear any news about this. Could it be that he hasn't come back yet? Thousands of questions hovered in Ning Xuema's mind, but she couldn't find an answer. Shui Elan sat next to her and watched her fingers unconsciously clench the teacup so tightly that even her fingernails turned white. He put his hand on Ning Xuema's shoulder and asked, "Momo, are you nervous?" Ning Xuema ignored him and just brushed his hand away. Shui Elan suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, "Momo, the ancestor will pass by here later. Maybe he will come to this tea house and sit down. Do you want to meet him directly?" Ning Xuema still didn't speak. For the past 10 years, she had been trapped in the barrier. Although she came out a few times, Shui Elan sealed her mute acupoint every time. She couldn't talk to anyone. Inside the barrier, she had changed 3 batches of maidservants, and each batch was made mute by Shui Ilan. They couldn't talk to her. The only person she could talk to was Shui Ilan, but she didn't want to talk to him. So, for the past 10 years, Ning Shuimo rarely spoke. In total, she didn't speak 30 to 40 sentences. She almost couldn't communicate with people anymore. At this moment, both of them were still in disguise. This time, Shui Ilan was a little immoral. He disguised her as a sickly girl with a face full of pockmarks and yellow hair, while he himself was still a graceful young man. Shui Ilan relied on his high telekinesis and was too lazy to disguise himself. He only used a kind of camouflage to hide his true appearance. However, the people outside still saw him as a handsome man who was hard to find in heaven and earth. After sitting here for an hour, who knew how many young girls were secretly throwing flirtatious glances at him? Some even deliberately came over to strike up a conversation. However, Shui Ilan didn't pay any attention to those girls. All of his energy was focused on Ning Shuima. From time to time, he would serve her tea and snacks. He sat beside her in an extremely intimate manner, as if she was a treasure that he was holding in the palm of his hand and protecting. That affectionate look made countless passers-by envious. This also made those young girls jealous. They didn't understand why such a handsome young man in front of them would fall in love with such an ugly girl. However, that ugly girl kept a cold face and didn't seem to care about her lover. This made those young girls who were secretly watching even more indignant. In their eyes, Shui Ilan was a fresh flower, and Ning Shuima was a pile of cow dung. Now, this fresh flower stuck in cow dung was enough to make people feel aggrieved. However, this cow dung still pretentiously avoided the fresh flower. Probably because someone didn't like it, another bold and beautiful young girl came over to strike up a conversation with Shui Ilan. She sat beside Shui Ilan and coquettishly asked Shui Ilan if he could buy her a drink. Chapter 1184. Shui Ilan looked at Ning Shuima beside him. His heart skipped a beat, and he smiled gently at the young girl. His smile was as light as a flower blooming, sure. He poured her a cup of tea. The young girl was flattered. She took a sip of tea in a very ladylike manner, and then tried to strike up a conversation with Shui Ilan. Shui Ilan casually dealt with her while secretly observing Ning Shuima's complexion. He wanted to see if there was anything strange about her face. However, he didn't expect that Ning Shuima didn't notice him at all. Their table was next to the window, and her eyes were looking out of the window. Her gaze was empty. He didn't know what she was thinking. Shui Ilan suddenly felt his interest waning. He secretly clenched his fists. The current Ning Shuima was exactly like the Shuimo of his previous life. Gloomy, calm, as if she didn't care about anything. She hid all her thoughts in her heart, making it impossible for people to guess what she was thinking. Ancestor. Ancestor has come. Ancestor has really appeared. Suddenly, an excited cry came from downstairs. In an instant, the whole tea house boiled over. Ning Shuima, who had been lost in thought, suddenly straightened her body. The teacup in her hand shook, spilling tea all over her hand. Shui Ilan's eyes darkened. He raised his hand and took out a handkerchief from who knows where to wipe the tea stains on her hand. How could you be so careless? Although he was reprimanding her, his movements were gentle, as if the slightest bit of force would bruise her delicate skin. The tea was quite hot. It scalded her fingertips, but she didn't seem to feel it. She acted as if she hadn't heard Shui Ilan's reprimand. Her gaze continued to look down. No matter where Ancestor appeared, he wouldn't give advance notice. He would always appear suddenly. Of course, no matter where he appeared, he would cause a great sensation. This time was the same. Just like what Ning Shuima had seen 10 years ago, the group of people escorting Ancestor's sedan seemed to emerge from the ground and slowly walk through the spacious street below. Wherever he went, people would fall to their knees. Everything seemed to be a repeat of the event from 10 years ago. Even the children and maids were wearing the same clothes, and the extravagance was the same. Ning Shuima watched as the extremely noble carriage slowly moved forward under the escort of the crowd. She suddenly felt like she was reliving the old days. Her fingers slowly tightened around the teacup. She looked at the carriage and slightly lowered her eyes. It's not him. wasn't him in the carriage. The one sitting inside should be the fake overlord, Wu Mo. Although the curtains of the carriage were heavy, Ning Xiumo relied on her keen sixth sense to come to this conclusion. Her gaze once again fell upon the carriage, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. 10 years ago, this Wu Mo plotted against her and almost caused her to lose her life. Because of this, she fell into the hands of Shui Yilan and was imprisoned for 10 years. He caused her to be so miserable, but he still leisurely acted as his fake overlord. It seemed that he didn't receive any punishment. It seemed that the matter of him plotting against her was covered up by him. That's why he could still live so comfortably. However, she was trapped in hell. Sooner or later, she would get back at him for this. Probably because her gaze was too intense. Wu Mo, who was in the passing carriage, felt his heart tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked towards Ning Xiumo's direction. Ning Xiumo was sitting on the second floor of the tea house. The window was half open. Ning Xiumo only revealed a small part of her body. From Wu Mo's direction, he could only see her pockmarked face. Chapter 1185. Although Ning Xiumo's martial arts were sealed, her senses were still sharp. She immediately sensed Wu Mo's probing gaze and changed her expression. She looked down curiously. One had to admit that Shui Yilan's disguise technique was very good. Wu Mo looked at Ning Xiumo a few times but still couldn't see through her disguise. Seeing that she was an ugly woman with an ordinary face, Wu Mo didn't take it to heart and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Dizun's carriage finally disappeared at the other end of the long street. The tea house returned to its previous lively state. Everyone was talking about the purpose of Dizun's visit. Naturally, they were in high spirits. Ning Xiumo was also somewhat dispirited, but she still listened to the people's discussion. She wanted to gather some information about Dizun from their nonsense. However, she was soon disappointed. Dizun had always been very mysterious. He came and went like a ghost. Moreover, he had a substitute. Most people didn't know his true face. They didn't even know who was the real Dizun, let alone other things. According to them, Dizun had appeared 3 times in the past 10 years. Each time, he came and went like this. Most people didn't even see a corner of his clothes. Ning Xiumo listened for a long time, but still couldn't gather the information she wanted. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed that it would be difficult to get accurate information about Shun Juli as long as she didn't escape from Shui Yilan's control. This time, she could only rely on herself. Ning Xiumo had been trapped in the enchantment for the first year. Every day, she hoped that Shun Juli would come down from the sky and save her. She hoped that he would tell her that he was fine. Then, she waited year after year. The more she waited, the more disappointed she became. The more she waited, the more anxious and desperate she became. But now, she was suddenly frightened. She had always been independent. When did she become like a daughter flower and depend on others? She had to rely on herself. The most important thing now was to break through to level 8. Only by breaking through to level 8 could she escape from Shui Yilan's imprisonment. However, her psychokinesis suddenly stopped advancing. It was stuck there. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through. She became a little impatient again and slammed her teacup on the table, startling the beautiful girl who was chatting with Shui Yilan. That young girl took advantage of the pleasant conversation she had with Shui Yilan and felt that this handsome man in front of her was quite fond of her, so she didn't put this ugly girl, Ning Xiumo, in her eyes. Seeing Ning Xiumo holding the teacup, she thought that Ning Xiumo was jealous. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Oh, is this big sister angry? Ning Xiumo glanced at her. She had no idea what she was talking about, so she didn't bother to pay attention to it. Seeing that Ning Xiumo didn't say anything, the young girl felt that she was easy to bully. She continued, "Big sister, you have such a good husband. It's a blessing for your previous life. But the young master is such an excellent person. It's impossible for him to marry only one. Moreover, big sister's appearance is so ordinary. You shouldn't be jealous." The young girl spoke with assurance, as if she was a woman who adhered to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Ning Xiumo looked at her as if she was crazy. She then looked at Shui Yilan. Shui Yilan crossed his arms and looked at them with a faint smile. It was obvious that he was watching the show. Ning Xiaoma couldn't speak. She was too lazy to argue with this infatuated young girl. She looked away and looked out of the window again, thinking about her next move. Chapter 1186. The girl was completely ignored by Ning Xiaoma. She couldn't help but get angry. Her pretty face tensed up. What? Is this sister disdaining to talk to me? Ning Xiaoma still ignored her. The girl was finally angry. She slammed her palm on the table. You ugly girl, why are you so arrogant? Her action was not small. Almost everyone in the tea house was alarmed. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Ning Xiaoma's table. Ning Xiaoma finally turned around. Her gaze fell on the girl's face. Then, she picked up the cup of tea on the table and raised it to the girl. The girl thought that Ning Xiaoma was finally frightened by her and apologized to her with tea instead of wine. She was even more proud. She snorted coldly. You are so rude. You want to toast me with a cup of tea? Forget it. Before she could finish her sentence, a cup of hot tea was poured directly on her head. The girl screamed and jumped up with tea juice on her head. You bitch. She seemed to want to scold Ning Xiaoma. However, in front of Shuilan, she suddenly remembered that she had to take care of her image. She immediately turned to Shuilan and cried, Master, look at her. She's too bitchy. Shuilan looked at her. You mean she's too bitchy? Yes, she's just like a bitch. The girl's voice was full of grievances. Shuilan slowly picked up the teapot on the table and slowly poured the whole pot of tea on the girl's head. I think she should be more bitchy. The tea seemed to have just been boiled. The girl was crying like a ghost and howling like a wolf after being scalded. However, her body seemed to be fixed. She couldn't escape at all. Shuilan finished pouring the whole pot of tea on her head. Then he waved his sleeve like he was swatting a fly. Get lost. Thus, before the young girl, who was scalded to death, could react, she had already flown out of the window and landed on the street. Shuilan's display of strength shocked everyone present. The other girls who were envious of the bold girl who was able to chat with the handsome man immediately kept quiet out of fear. They no longer dared to have any thoughts of striking up a conversation. Shuilan sat down again. His gaze fell on Ning Xiaoma's face, and he smiled like a spring breeze. Wife, I've wronged you just now. Come, have some desserts to cool down. Him calling her wife successfully gave Ning Xiaoma goosebumps all over her body. She didn't know what was wrong with Shuilan this time, but he kept calling her wife in front of and behind her back. She couldn't refute him, so she simply ignored him. She didn't eat the dessert that Shuilan handed to her. Instead, she took another piece and ate slowly. Shuilan didn't get angry. With a smile, he brought the plate of desserts to her. Wife, if you like to eat these, then eat more. Ning Xiaoma was annoyed by the public display of affection in front of others. She was about to stand up and walk down when she suddenly seemed to be fixed by something. Her entire body froze there. The shopkeeper exclaimed from downstairs, Celestial Master Han. Aya, it's Celestial Master Han. Celestial Master Han, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please, please. Then, a gentle female voice was heard. Sir, the tea here is not bad. The desserts are also exquisite. The scenery is not bad. Let's go up and have a seat. This voice belonged to the fairy, Yunshi. Celestial Master Han. Celestial Master Han. Could it be? Could it be? Ning Xiaoma's body froze. The blood in her body rushed to her head, causing her ears to ring. Chapter 1187. Ning Xiaoma's heart was beating like thunder at this moment. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the stairs. Her palm suddenly hurt and her whole body went soft. She couldn't help but sit down and almost sat on Shuilan's body. Shuilan pulled her into his embrace and said with a smile, Wife, don't be angry. Let your husband feed you, okay? Ning Xiaoma's pressure points were sealed by him, and she couldn't move at all. Moreover, when Shuilan hugged her in his embrace, her back was facing the stairs. She couldn't see that place anymore. At this moment, she wanted to slap Shuilan to death. She looked at the culprit with a pair of eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Shuilan smiled gracefully. Wife, are you angry that your husband was hit on by someone just now? Wife, don't worry. I have no interest in other women. I only love you. He chattered endlessly in Ning Xiuma's ear, spouting sweet nothings. His devilish voice pierced through Ning Xiuma's ears, causing her to momentarily be unable to hear the commotion at the top of the stairs. She was very anxious and wanted to prick her ears like a fox to listen. She wanted to tell Shui Alan to shut up, but she couldn't make a sound. Everyone's attention was originally on Ning Xiuma's table, but when the people who came up the stairs entered, everyone held their breath. What a perfect couple! This was everyone's first reaction when they saw the two people who came in. The guests who came in were a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a snow-white dress. Her face was like a spring flower. Her movements were elegant and calm, with an inexplicable noble air. The man was wearing a moonlight robe. The corner of his robe was painted with a mountain rock and a cold moon. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, his aura was like the clouds in the sky. It made people feel that it was blasphemous to look at him. It was the elusive Master Han Shanyue. 10 years ago, Han Shanyue was worshipped by Lu Hinti as the heavenly master of the vast sky empire. His grand ceremony of worshipping the heavens stunned the citizens of vast sky empire. This great master came and went without a trace. The last time the people of vast sky empire saw him was 10 years ago at the crown prince's wedding. After that, no one knew where he went. Even when it was widely rumored that Ning Xiuma had been killed by the devil dwellers in the Sun Moon sect, this grandmaster did not appear again. Until 8 years ago, someone saw his whereabouts in the Facian Kingdom. However, he only appeared for half a day and disappeared again. When Lu Hinti heard that he had appeared, he had sent someone to invite him to save his crazy son. However, he did not expect that before the messenger had even arrived, the master had disappeared again. Now that Lu Hinti had passed away and a new emperor had ascended the throne, what was the purpose of this master's appearance? The people of Vast Sky Empire had a strange feeling towards this great Master Han. Originally, they worshipped him as if he was a god, and everyone was full of pride. Now that these people thought about the Crown Prince's ending, it seemed that it was related to this great master. Therefore, although they still worshipped this great master as if he was a god, there was still some resentment. Some people subconsciously bowed to him, while others lowered their heads and drank tea, pretending that they did not see him. It was also because of this that Shui Ilan and Ning Xiuma were still sitting there. It did not seem strange. Although Ning Xiuma could not see or hear Shun Julie, she could roughly guess from the reactions of the people around her. Her heart was burning. There were a few times when she wanted to turn around, but her neck was stiff and she could not turn around. Chapter 1188. Momo, be good. Otherwise, I'll take you away from here. Shui Ilan sent her a telepathic message. He picked up another pastry and fed it to her. His voice was so gentle that it was almost dripping water. Come, my wife. Try this. The pastry was as sweet as honey and melted instantly in her mouth. But what about her heart? Ning Xiuma wanted to cut Shui Ilan into pieces. This bastard is doing this on purpose. The more anxious I am, the more mischievous he is. Ning Xiuma suddenly stopped struggling. Her body relaxed completely, and she even swallowed the pastry that he fed her. Shui Ilan looked down at her and continued to send her a telepathic message. That's a good girl. As long as you're good, I'll take you out a few more times in the future. Ning Xiuma ate the pastry slowly and activated all her organs to sense the direction of Shun Julie and the others. Sir, the cloud tea here tastes really good. Would you like to order a pot to try? Yunqi's voice was gentle and elegant. Oh, Ning Xiuma finally heard Shun Julie say a word. This word made her heart beat violently. It's him. It's really him. It can't be wrong. After 10 years, she finally heard his voice again. Although it was just a short word, it made her want to cry instantly. She didn't know whether he was alive or not for 10 years. Now, she finally heard his voice again. He's still alive. He's still alive. He's still alive. This was Ning Xiuma's thought at this moment. She wanted to turn around again, but Shui Ilan raised his hand and held her chin. He looked into her eyes and asked her affectionately, "Is it good, Ning Xiuma?" She suddenly coughed and spat out the pastry in her mouth. It almost sprayed on his Shui Ilan's face. Shui Ilan raised his sleeve and gently wiped the pastry crumbs off his face. He sent her a telepathic message. Are you angry? You did it on purpose. Ning Xiuma looked at him provocatively. That's right, she did it on purpose. She just wanted to spit on his face. Shui Ilan sighed softly and said in a soft voice, You don't have to feel guilty. I don't care. This time, he said it directly, as if he was speaking to everyone in the tea house. In the tea house, a few people who had been paying attention to Shui Ilan looked over. They admired him when they saw the half-eaten dessert on his face. This man really doted on his ugly wife. His ugly wife was really blessed. Shui Ilan's voice was neither loud nor quiet, so it naturally reached Shun Julie and Yunqi's ears. Yunqi had always thought highly of herself. Although she appeared gentle and generous on the surface, she actually looked down on ordinary people. Shui Ilan had concealed his and Ning Xiuma's aura, so she couldn't recognize them. Yunqi was used to being the center of attention wherever she went, and this time was no different. She hadn't expected that her and Shun Julie's limelight would be stolen by a mortal couple. Therefore, she also glanced at Shui Ilan's table. She only saw Shui Ilan's handsome and tall back, while the woman in his arms only revealed half of her body. Furthermore, her back was facing Yunqi, so she couldn't see how ugly she was. She only faintly felt that the woman seemed a little thin and small. This pair of mortal husband and wife were very loving. Weren't they offending public decency by cuddling together while drinking tea here? Yunqi snorted and looked at Shun Julie, who was sitting opposite her. Shun Julie gently turned the teacup in his hand. His expression was indifferent, as if he was isolated from the mortal world. The commotion caused by Shui Ilan's table only made him glance at it. He then looked away, obviously not taking it to heart. My dear friends, please don't be impatient. Although the content of this book is a little similar to that of my lazy little demon concubine, the content is definitely different. The development trend is also different. It will make you feel especially good. It will make you want to cry and laugh at the same time. My dear friends, are you looking forward to it? Chapter 1189. Yunqi would talk to him softly, and he would occasionally respond. The two of them seemed to be getting along very well. Ning Xiuma had been listening attentively to Shun Julie's table. After the initial surprise, her heart was filled with doubts. If the Almighty was safe and sound, why hadn't he come looking for her all these years? Could it be that he couldn't find her? Or, although Shui Ilan had hidden her extremely well, with the Almighty's abilities, it shouldn't be that he couldn't find her even after 10 years, right? Now, he was with Yunqi again, leisurely drinking tea here. Men are like this. No matter how good a relationship is, it can't withstand the test of time. He probably forgot about you already, right? You're the only one who's still thinking about him like a fool, waiting for him to come and save you like a knight. The little lowly in her mind began to speak again. Shut up. He wouldn't forget about me. Ning Xiuma reprimanded in her mind. Don't try to sow discord here. It must be something I don't know about. Maybe he hadn't stopped looking for her for the past 10 years. Or maybe he just couldn't find her. Or maybe Shui Ilan had purposely made up news of her death. Maybe he had even gotten a fake corpse for the Sun Moon sect to claim and deceive everyone. When the Almighty returned, he might have received news that she was already dead. Time was the best medicine for all wounds. Maybe he had been extremely sad when he first received news of her death, but after 10 years, his sadness had faded and he had gotten over it. All sorts of guesses whizzed through Ning Xiuma's mind. She had come up with dozens of reasons for him, all of which seemed to be valid, and yet none of which seemed to be valid. Her heart felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, but it also felt like it was burning with a ball of fire and a block of ice. She couldn't describe the feeling. She felt like a pot of boiling oil in her chest. She wanted to jump in front of Shun Julie and grab his collar to interrogate him, but she also wanted to throw herself into his arms. Your hands and feet are so cold. Are you feeling unwell? Shui Ilan held her small hands and asked considerately. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes. Her current state made her want to vomit blood. Come, have some hot tea to warm yourself up. Shui Ilan brought a cup of tea to her lips. Ning Xiuma's eyes darkened. The only thing she could move now was her mouth. Her mouth could only eat and drink, but she couldn't make a sound. She seemed to have accepted her fate. As expected, she lowered her head slightly and leaned closer to the cup of tea. She took a small sip from it. Shui Lan looked at her with a smile. He seemed to appreciate her helpless and frantic look, but a trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, Ning Xiuma shook her head violently, and her mouth hit the teacup. This time, she used all the strength she could muster. Shui Lan was obviously caught off guard. The teacup in his hand was knocked over by her and fell to the ground. Pah! The teacup was smashed into smithereens. This movement wasn't small, especially in this quiet place. It was even more shocking. Almost everyone's gaze was on Shui Ilan's table. Shun Jili was no exception. He also glanced at Shui Ilan and even looked at Ning Xiuma, who was in his arms. Ning Xiuma used a lot of strength. Her teeth hurt from the impact. This was the biggest movement she could make. She hoped that Shun Jili would look over here, even if it was just a glance. Although she was in disguise, Shui Ilan wasn't. He was only using a camouflage. Chapter 1190. This trick can fool the eyes of ordinary people, but shouldn't be able to fool Shun Jili. As long as he recognizes Shui Ilan, he should be able to think that Shui Ilan took her away. Maybe she can be saved. She could sense that Shun Jili's gaze finally fell on her body. At this moment, her palms were sweating nervously. Great God, recognize me. Great God, save me. However, no. Shun Jili didn't react at all. He just glanced at her, but it was just a glance. After half a minute, the tea house was restored to its former calm. To others, this was just an insignificant episode that didn't need to be remembered. But to Ning Xiuma, this half a minute felt as long as a century. Her hope gradually turned to despair. Her heart gradually sank, as if it had sunk into icy water. She heard the conversation between him and Yunxi again. They were discussing the art of tea together. Although Shun Jili didn't speak much, he would occasionally say a few words. His voice was as cold and elegant as ever. Originally, Ning Xiuma only felt at ease when she heard his voice, but now she felt more and more suffocated. Not knowing each other at all. Ning Xiuma had imagined the scene of her reunion with the great god countless times, but she never thought of this. Her whole body was ice cold, and the nameless fire in her heart burned several feet high. The little Loli's voice sounded in her ears again. Momo, are you willing to be trampled on like this? Turn into a demon. Only by turning into a demon will you be the real you. Only by turning into a demon can you no longer be controlled by others. You can kill those who bullied you and betrayed you. Make them bow down to you. Only then can you live happily. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Ning Xiuma's fingers clenched tightly. She only felt that her dantian was hot and cold. There was a burst of qi rushing left and right, but it couldn't rush out. It was suffocating in her meridians. Shui Ilan originally wanted to continue teasing her, but he suddenly noticed that her body was alternating between hot and cold. Her complexion was extremely strange, and even her forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Shocked, he casually slapped a large ingot of silver on the table, then picked up Ning Xiuma and strode away. The commotion at his table attracted some attention, but no one felt anything out of the ordinary. But after they left, they whispered a few words, saying that the ugly woman was lucky to have such a good husband, and so on. When Yunxi heard this, she smiled and said to Shun Jili, "This man looks good, but he doesn't have good taste. He treats an ugly girl like a treasure." Shun Jili gently raised his hand to take a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Since you treat it as a treasure, there must be a reason for it. Ugliness is nothing but a person's appearance." Yunxi paused, not daring to refute him. Of course, she didn't want to have a small disagreement with Shun Jili because of this, so she smiled and said, "Sir, you're right." Yunxi was wrong. To humans, ugliness is nothing more than a pink skeleton. In the end, it's just a pile of bones. Appearance is indeed not worth paying attention to. Shun Jili didn't say anything else. He took another sip of tea and casually glanced in the direction that Shui Ilan had left. A look of deep thought flashed across his eyes. He didn't know why, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Ning Xiuma didn't expect that under such circumstances, the psychokinesis in her body seemed to have broken through a node and showed signs of upgrading. However, this method of upgrading was extremely painful. Her body felt like it was being cut apart inch by inch and then reassembled,